Calliroe, Book 1. I, Chariton of Aphrodisias, the amanuensis of the orator Athenagoras, will tell the story of a love affair that took place in Syracuse. The Syracusan general Hermocrates, the one who defeated the Athenians, had a daughter named Calliroe. She was a marvel of a girl, an ornament of all Sicily. Her beauty was not mortal but divine, and not that of a Nereid or mountain nymph, but of Aphrodite herself. Report of the extraordinary sight spread everywhere. Suitors poured into Syracuse, heads of state, and sons of tyrants, not only from Sicily, but also from mainland Italy and the non-Greek peoples on the mainland. Eros, however, wished to bring together a couple of his own choosing. There was a handsome young man, Chaereas, who was more handsome than all of the others, on par with Achilles, Nereus, Hippolytus, and Alcibiades, as sculptors and artists portray them. His father Ariston was the second most important man in Syracuse after Hermocrates, and there was so much political ill will between them that they would sooner have made a marriage alliance with anyone besides each other. But Eros loves a challenge, and delights in winning against the odds. He looked for his opening, and found it. There was a public festival of Aphrodite, and almost all the women went off to her temple. Calliroe had not previously appeared in public, but her mother took her out because her father urged her to pay reverence to the goddess. At that precise moment, Chaereas was walking home from the gymnasium, shining like a star, the flush of the wrestling yard standing out against the pale radiance of his face like gold on silver. So by chance they ran into one another at a narrow bend in the road, and met, the god orchestrating this encounter so that each could see the other. Swiftly they aroused in each other a passion of equal intensity, remarkable beauty, meeting its match. Stricken, Chaereas barely managed to make it home, like a hero critically injured in battle, ashamed to fall but unable to stand. The girl fell at the feet of Aphrodite's statue and kissed them, saying, "Mistress, give me this man you showed me as my husband." Night fell, and it was terrible for them both, for the fire burned hotter. The girl suffered worse because she could say nothing, afraid her secret would get out. But Chaereas was a noble and proud young man, and when his body started wasting away, he got up the courage to tell his parents that he was in love, and would not survive unless he married Calliroe. His father groaned when he heard this. "Then I've lost you, son. It's obvious Hermocrates won't give you his daughter when he has so many rich and royal suitors for her. You should not even try to compete, or we will be publicly humiliated." After that, his father tried to comfort the boy, but his son became so distressed he would not even leave the house for his normal pursuits. The gymnasium missed Chaereas and was practically deserted, for the other young men thought the world of him, so they snooped around until they found out why he was sick, and everyone felt pity for a handsome youth who was willing to risk death for the passion of a noble soul. A regularly scheduled assembly meeting took place, and the people, once they were seated, started off by shouting one thing and one thing only: "Noble Hermocrates, great general, save Chaereas. This will be the greatest of your victories. The city requests the favour of holding the wedding today of a couple worthy of one another." Who could describe that assembly where Eros was the demagogue? As a patriot, Hermocrates could not refuse the city in its hour of need, and when he gave his consent, all the citizens rushed out of the theatre. The young men went off to find Calliroe, while the council and magistrates followed Hermocrates. The wives of the Syracusans also came to his house to give away the bride. The wedding hymn was sung throughout the city. The streets were full of garlands and torches. The front doors of houses were sprinkled with wine and perfume, and the Syracusans celebrate this day with greater joy than they had the day of their victory over the Athenians. The girl, unaware of all this, had thrown herself onto her bed and covered her head, weeping quietly. Her nurse came to her bedside and said, "Get up, child. The day we've all been praying for so much has come. The city is giving you away to your husband." Her knees gave way, as did her dear heart, and she did not know who she was marrying. She swooned suddenly, and darkness poured down over her eyes. She nearly breathed her last, but those who saw her thought this was just modesty. After her servants got her dressed quickly, the crowd made room at the door, and the groom's parents brought him in to the girl. Calliroe ran up and kissed her, and Calliroe, recognizing the man she loved, lit up, growing bigger and brighter, just as the flame of a lamp lights up when it is about to go out, but more oil is poured in. When she went out before the public, the whole crowd was gripped by amazement, just as when Artemis appears to hunters in the wilderness. Many of those present even fell to their knees in reverence. Everyone looked at Calliroe in admiration and offered Calliroe their congratulations. In the songs of poets, the wedding of Thetis on Mount Pelion happened in the same way. But just as they say Eris was present on that occasion, so too a resentful divinity was to be found on this one. Once the suitors lost their chance at marrying Calliroe, they felt a mixture of disappointment and anger. Before this they had been competitors, but now they had the same thought, that they had been insulted. So they got together for a joint planning session. Envy was enlisting them in the war against Calliroe. The first one to get up was a young man from Italy, the son of the tyrant of Rhegion, and he gave this speech: "If one of us had married her, I wouldn't have gotten angry. It's just like in an athletic competition. One of the contestants has to be the winner. But when the guy who didn't do a bit of work to get the girl is picked instead of us, I won't put up with the insult. We're the ones who stood at her front door, getting no sleep, chatting up babysitters and maids, sending presents to nurses. How long have we been slaves? And the worst part of it is that we came to hate each other because we were competing in love. But this penniless playboy, inferior to all of his royal competitors, takes the crown without breaking a sweat. Well, his prize better not do him any good. Let's make sure the marriage means death for the groom." All were in favour of this, with one exception. The tyrant of Acragas spoke against it. "It is not because I have any goodwill towards Calliroe that I oppose the plan. It is because I am thinking more cautiously. Keep in mind that Hermocrates is not somebody you can take lightly, so open warfare against him is impossible for us. Far better to fight a battle of wits. After all, we get our power as tyrants more through cunning than brute force. Elect me your general in this war against Calliroe, and I promise to break up his marriage. I will get jealousy ready to fight against him. she will take Eros as her ally and cause some serious damage. Calliroe may be even-tempered and unfamiliar with malicious suspicion, but Kyrios isn't. He grew up in the gymnasium. He knows all about youthful indiscretions. It will be easy to make him suspicious and cause him to fall into the trap of a lover's jealousy. Besides, it's easier to approach and talk to him. The words were barely out of his mouth when they voted for his plan and put him in charge of getting it done. They thought he was just the sort of man to hatch whatever plot was needed. Here is how he began his scheme. It was evening, and someone came with news that Kyrios' father Ariston had fallen from a ladder out in the country and had very little hope of surviving. When Kyrios heard of this, even though he loved his father, he was hurt even more by the fact that he would have to leave by himself, since it was not yet possible for him to travel with his new bride. That night, none of the suitors were bold enough to openly bring a group of people to party at the house, but furtively, secretly, they came and planted evidence that it had happened. They draped the front door with garlands, sprinkled perfume around, spilled enough wine to make the ground muddy, and dropped some half-burned torches. Day broke, and everyone who passed by stopped out of a shared sense of curiosity. His father had improved, so Kyrios was hurrying to be with his wife. When he saw the crowd in front of his door, at first he was surprised, but once he learned the reason they were there, he ran inside like a man possessed. Finding the bedroom still locked, he pounded urgently on the door. When the maid opened it, and he rushed to Calliroe, his anger changed to grief, and he ripped his clothes and wept. When she asked why, he could say nothing, neither able to disbelieve what he had seen, nor believe what he did not want to. He trembled with confusion, but his wife had no idea what had happened, and begged him to tell her why he was upset. His eyes were bloodshot and his voice rough. He said, "I'm crying because of my rotten luck. You forgot me so quickly." Then he took her to task for her carousing. She, being the daughter of a general, and full of spirit, was angered by the unjust accusation. "No one came to my father's house to carouse. Maybe your front door is used to people carousing at it, and the fact that you've gotten married has upset your lovers." With that she turned away, covered her face, and let forth streams of tears. But making up is easy for lovers to do, and they happily accept any excuse from each other. Changing his tune, Kyrios started saying what he thought she wanted to hear, and his wife quickly welcomed his change of heart. This made their love burn stronger, and both sets of parents felt they were truly blessed when they saw how much their children were of one mind. After his first plan fell apart, the man from Acragas next undertook a more aggressive one. This is how he set it up. There was a member of his entourage who was a smooth talker, fully endowed with every social grace. He told this man to play the part of a lover. He was to meet Calliroe's personal maid, the servant she held in highest esteem, and pretend to be in love with her. It took him a while, but he reeled her in with nice gifts, and by telling her he would hang himself if he did not obtain his desire. A woman is easy prey when she thinks she is loved. After making these advance arrangements, the producer of the drama found a second actor. He was no longer looking for one as charming as the first, but a cunning man who could talk convincingly. He rehearsed with this man everything he had to do and say, and then sent him on his mission to Calliroe, who suspected nothing. The man approached him as he was hanging around the wrestling yard, and said, "I also used to have a son your age, Calliroe. He really admired and liked you. Now that he's dead, I think of you as my son. In fact, you, when you have good fortune, are a common good for all of Sicily. So give me a bit of your time, and I will tell you about a serious situation. It affects your whole life." With these words, that scoundrel threw the young man's soul into turmoil and filled him with hope, fear, and curiosity. But when Calliroe asked the man to speak, he hesitated, giving the excuse that now was not the right occasion and they should wait until they had more time. Calliroe was now convinced that it was something really dire, and pressed him harder. The man took him by the right hand, and led him to an out-of-the-way spot. Then he furrowed his brow, and looked truly distressed, his eyes even tearing up a bit. "Calliroe," he said, "I hate to break it to you, but something horrible is going on. For a long time I have avoided saying anything, though I wanted to. But now that you are being publicly humiliated and everyone is gossiping about your troubles, I cannot stand to keep quiet. I just don't like troublemakers, and I'm especially fond of you, so you have to know, your wife is cheating on you, and I'm ready to show you her lover in the act, so you will believe it." Thus he spoke, and a black cloud of grief covered him. Taking dark dust in both his hands, he poured it over his head, sullying his fair countenance. For a long time he remained in a daze, unable to work his mouth or eyes, and when he managed to collect his voice, it was not his normal one, but merely a whisper. "It is a wretched favour I am asking you, to become an eyewitness of my own woes. Show me anyway, so I will have a better reason to kill myself. I won't hurt Calliroe, even if she is doing me wrong." "Pretend that you're going out to the country," the man said, "but when it's fully dark, watch your house carefully. You'll see her lover going in." They agreed on this plan. Calliroe sent a messenger. He could not even bear the thought of going in the house himself. That said, "I'm off to the country." Meanwhile, the scheming liar set the stage. When evening came, Calliroe went to spy, and the man who had seduced Calliroe's maid scurried into the alley. He acted like a man trying his best to go about his business unnoticed, but he was actually doing everything he could to be noticed. He had slicked his hair back, and his curls were dripping with perfumed oils. He had put on eyeliner, a soft cloak, and fancy sandals. Heavy rings glinted on his fingers. Then he looked all around as he approached the door and gave the usual signal by knocking lightly. The maid, herself a bundle of nerves, quietly opened the door halfway, took him by the hand, and brought him safe inside. When Calliroe saw this, he could no longer contain himself. He ran to catch Calliroe's lover in the act. The latter, however, hid near the courtyard door and immediately left. Calliroe was lying in bed, missing Calliroe. She was so miserable that she had not even lit a lamp. There were footsteps. Calliroe recognised her husband's breathing before anyone else and happily ran to him. He was unable to find the words to yell at her, but, overwhelmed with anger, he kicked her when she came near. His foot struck the girl's diaphragm in just the right spot and stopped her breathing. She collapsed, and her maids picked her up and laid her on the bed. Calliroe lay unconscious, not breathing, looking to all the world as though she was dead. Rumour, bearer of bad tidings, spread through the whole city, and stirred up lamentations throughout the streets, all the way down to the sea. On all sides the dirge could be heard. The situation resembled the sack of a city. Calliroe, his heart still seething, locked himself inside and tortured the maids for information, beginning and ending with Calliroe's favourite. By the time he had finished burning and cutting them, he had learned the truth, and then he was filled with pity for his dead wife. He wanted to kill himself, but Polycarmos stopped him. Polycarmos was his best friend in exactly the same way that Homer made Patroclus Achilles' friend. When it was day, the magistrates convened a court for murder, speeding up the trial out of respect for Hermocrates. In fact, everyone in the whole city converged on the marketplace, and each was shouting something different. The unsuccessful suitors egged on the crowd, especially the man from Acragas, who was openly smug at having pulled off a deed no one would have thought possible. But then an odd thing happened, something that has never happened in a courtroom. After the charge had been read out, instead of defending himself, the murderer used all his time on the water clock to accuse himself more bitterly. He was the first to cast a guilty vote. He made no mention of the mitigating circumstances in his defence. Not the slanderous gossip, not his jealousy, not that it was an accident. He just begged them all, execute me publicly by stoning. I have removed from the city its crowning glory. It would be too humane to just hand me over to the executioners. That's what I would deserve if I had killed Hermocrates' maid. Find a cruel and unusual punishment. I'm a worse criminal than those who rob temples or kill their parents. Don't bury me, don't pollute the earth. No, cast my impious body into the sea. When he said this, a lament erupted as everyone forgot the dead woman and pitied the living man. Hermocrates was the first to rise to Calliroe's defence. I feel certain this was the result of an accident. I can see those who are plotting against us, and they won't have the satisfaction of gloating over two corpses, and I won't cause grief for my daughter, even if she is dead. Often I hear her say that Calliroe's life was more important than her own. So let's stop this pointless trial and turn our attention to her unavoidable funeral. Let's not abandon her to time. Let's not disfigure her body through delay. Let's bury Calliroe while she is still beautiful. The judges voted for acquittal, but Calliroe would not acquit himself. Instead, he longed for death, and tried every way he could to end it all. Polycarmos saw that it was pretty much impossible to guarantee Calliroe's safety, so he said, "You're betraying the dead girl. Won't you even wait to bury Calliroe? Will you entrust her body to the hands of others? Right now, you should be making sure she's buried with expensive gifts and preparing a funeral fit for a princess." This speech won Calliroe over by giving him something to strive for, something to concern himself with. Who could fittingly describe that funeral? Calliroe lay on a golden bier, wearing her wedding dress, more striking and lovely than in life, so that everyone thought she looked like Ariadne asleep. The Syracusan cavalrymen, they and their horses in full regalia, rode in front of the bier. After them came soldiers carrying the standards from Hermocrates' victories. Next were the council, and in the midst of the common people, all the magistrates formed an honour guard around Hermocrates. Ariston too, though still ailing, was being carried along. He called out to Calliroe as his daughter and his lady. After these came the wives of the citizens, dressed in black. Then there was a royal fortune's worth of goods to be put in the tomb. First the gold and silver from her dowry, then beautifully elaborate clothing. Hermocrates had sent along much from the spoils he took in battle. Gifts from relatives and friends next. After all these followed Chaereas' wealth. If it had been possible, Chaereas would have wanted to cremate all his possessions to accompany his wife in death. The Syracusan Ephebes carried the bier, and the citizens followed them. They all lamented, but Chaereas could be heard lamenting the loudest. Hermocrates had a tomb near the sea, magnificent enough to be visible even to sailors far off. The rich abundance of gifts filled this as if it were a treasure house, but the manner in which they decided to honour the dead girl set in motion a series of greater troubles. There was a man named Pheron, a cunning and evil character, who sailed the seas as a criminal. He had some thieves anchored in the harbour disguised as regular sailors but organised as a pirate crew. He happened to be present at the funeral and laid his eyes on the gold. That night he lay there unable to sleep and talking to himself. "Wait, I risk my life battling the sea and killing living people for next to nothing when it's possible to get rich from one dead woman. Let the die be cast. I'm not going to miss out on the profit. But now, who should I recruit for the job? Think, Pheron. Who do you know that's right for it? Xenophanes from Therubi, smart but spineless. Menon from Messana, gutsy but a double-crosser." In his mind he went through them and checked them one by one, as if he were trying to find counterfeit coins. He rejected many, but he thought a few were right for the job. So at dawn he ran down to the harbour and looked for each of them. Some he found in brothels, some in bars, a fitting army for that kind of general. He told them he had something he needed to talk to them about and took them behind the waterfront. He started this way. "I've found a treasure, and out of everyone I've chosen you as partners. There's plenty to go around, and it won't even require a lot of work. Just one night can make us all rich. We know all about the kind of work it'll take. It's the kind fools criticise, but shrewd people profit by." They got right away that he was going to tell them about a bit of piracy or grave robbing or stealing from temples. "Quit preaching to the converted. Just tell us the job, and let's not miss our chance." Picking up from there, Theron said, "You've seen the gold and silver of the dead woman. We're alive. We deserve it more. I think we should open the tomb at night, load up the ship, and sail wherever the wind takes us to sell our haul in another country." It sounded good to them. "So now let's go back and act normal," he said. "When it's fully dark, tonight, each of us should head down to the ship and bring a crowbar with him." That's what they were up to. Meanwhile, Calliroe's condition was undergoing a second revival. Through lack of nutrition, there occurred a relaxation of her paralysed lungs, and eventually she gradually began to breathe again. Then she began to move her body one limb at a time. When she opened her eyes, she had the sensation of waking up and called for Chaereas, assuming he was sleeping next to her. When she could hear neither her husband nor her maids, and everything was empty darkness, shuddering and trembling overcame the girl, unable as she was to comprehend the truth. Getting up slowly, she put her hand on the garlands and ribbons, which made the gold and silver clink. There was the strong smell of aromatic herbs, and then it came back to her, the kick, the resulting fall. Eventually she figured out that they had buried her because she had been unconscious. She cried out as loud as she could, shouting, "I'm alive," and "help." After she had yelled over and over with no result, she gave up any hope of being rescued. She put her head down on her knees and wailed, "What a disaster! I've been buried alive, although I've done nothing wrong. I'm dying a slow death. They're mourning for me when I'm perfectly fine. Who will send a message? And what messenger is there to send? Calliroe, you did me wrong. I blame you, not for killing me, but for being in such a hurry to hold my funeral. You shouldn't have buried Calliroe so quickly, not when she wasn't even really dead. Then again, maybe you're already thinking of remarrying." While she was busy with this jumble of laments, Phryne waited until exactly the middle of the night and went to the tomb without making a sound, the oars barely touching the water. After getting out of the boat, the first thing he did was instruct the crew as follows. He sent 4 to be lookouts. If anyone came to the tomb, they were supposed to kill them if they could, and if not, they were to give a signal to let the gang know they were coming. He, with another group of 4, went to the tomb. He ordered the rest, there were 16 of them in all, to stay on the ship and keep the oars poised above the water, so that if something unexpected happened, they could quickly grab the men from land and make their getaway by sea. When they started to use the crowbars and pounded harder to break open the tomb, Calliroe was filled with every emotion at the same time. Fear, joy, grief, astonishment, hope, and doubt. What's making that sound? Is it a spirit coming for me in my misery, the way they usually come for the dead? Or is it not a noise, but the voice of the gods of the underworld summoning me to them? More likely it's tomb robbers. Yes, this has been added to my misfortunes. Wealth is no use to a dead person. As she was working this out, the first pirate was inching his way in head first. Calliroe fell to her knees in front of him. Her intention was to beg him for help, but he shot back out in terror. Trembling, he told his companions, "Let's get out of here. There's a spirit guarding the stuff inside. It won't let us in." Phryne laughed at him, calling him a coward who was deader than the deceased. He then ordered someone else to go in. When none of them could bring themselves to do it, he went in himself, holding his sword in front of him. Light glinted off the steel, and Calliroe feared she would be killed, so she moved herself to the corner and from there began in a tiny voice to beg, "Whoever you are, take pity on a woman who was pitied neither by her husband nor her parents. Don't kill her when you have saved her." Phryne grew bolder and, being quick on the uptake, figured out what was really going on. He gave it some thought. At first he decided to kill the woman, thinking she would get in the way of the whole operation. Soon, however, motivated by profit, he changed his mind and told himself, "Think of her as part of the grave goods. There's a lot of silver in here, a lot of gold, but the woman's beauty is worth more than all of it." So he took her by the hand and led her outside. Calling his accomplice over, he said, "Here's the spirit you were afraid of. Some pirate you are, afraid even of a woman. So it's your job to keep her safe, because I want to give her back to her parents. As for the rest of us, let's get the stuff that's stashed inside out here. Not even the dead woman's guarding it now." After they filled the ship with loot, Phreon told the god to stand a little ways away with the woman, then opened debate about her fate. There were differing opinions on the matter at opposite ends of the spectrum. The first man to speak said, "Comrades, we came for other things, but what fortune has turned up for us is better. Let's make the most of it. We can do this without taking any risks. I say we leave the stuff in the tomb where we found it and give Calliroe back to her husband and father. We'll say we were anchored near the tomb in our usual fishing spot when we heard a voice. Motivated by compassion, we opened the tomb to save the woman who had been shut up inside. Let's get her to swear she will back up our whole story. She will be happy to do so as a favour to the charitable gentleman who saved her life. Do you know how much joy this will bring the whole island of Sicily? How many gifts we will get? And at the same time, we will be acting in a way that people find moral and the gods find pious." Just as he was finishing this speech, someone else spoke up against him. "You're out of line and out of your mind. Are you really telling us we should start leading lives of virtue now? Is it robbing a tomb that has made us into upstanding citizens? Are we going to show pity to a woman whose own husband didn't show her any? He killed her. Sure, she hasn't done us any harm, but she will, and in the worst possible way. First, if we give her back to her family, it's unclear how they will feel about what has happened, and it is hard to believe they won't suspect the real reason we came to the tomb. And even if the woman's relatives are so grateful they don't press charges, the magistrates and the people themselves won't let tomb robbers off the hook. Not when they bring in the proof of their own guilt. Maybe someone's going to say we'd make more money if we sold the woman. After all, she'll fetch a high price on account of her beauty. That's dangerous too. See, gold can't talk, and silver won't say where you got it from. We can make up a story about them. But loot with eyes and ears and a tongue. Who could hide that? After all, her beauty isn't even the normal sort we could hide. She's a slave. Is that what we're going to say? Who's going to believe that, after getting a look at her? So let's kill her here and now. Let's not go hauling our accusers around with us." Many of them agreed with these arguments, but Phreon supported neither proposal. "You are inviting danger, and you are losing profit. As for me, I will sell the woman before I kill her. When she's being sold, she'll keep her mouth shut out of fear. Once she's sold, let her accuse anyway. We won't be around. After all, we lead a life constantly on the move. So let's sail. It's almost day." Once out at sea, the ship moved briskly. After all, they had not set themselves any particular course, so they weren't fighting against the waves and the wind. No, every wind was a favourable one, and stood at their stern. Phreon tried to keep Calliroe's spirits up by fooling her with elaborate fabrications, but she understood her situation and that her rescue was anything but. Because she was afraid they would kill her if she got angry, she pretended to have no idea and to believe him. Telling them she could not stand the sea, she kept her head covered and wept. "Father, on this sea you defeated 300 Athenian ships, but a little boat has kidnapped your daughter, and you can't help me at all. Now I'm being taken to a foreign country, and I'm certain to be a slave despite my noble birth. Maybe an Athenian master will buy Hermocrates' daughter. How much better it was for me when I was lying dead in the grave. If nothing else, Chaereas would have been buried with me, but now we have been separated in life and in death." While she made this lament, the pirates were bypassing small islands and cities since their cargo was not for those lacking means. No, they were looking for rich men. They anchored off Attica in the shelter of a breakwater. There was a spring right there, with lots of clear water and a nice meadow. They brought Calliroe off the ship here and told her she should wash up and take a bit of a break from the sea. They wanted to keep her beauty fresh. When they were by themselves, they discussed where they should head next on their journey. One said, "Athens is close. It's a big, rich city. We'll find a horde of merchants there and a horde of rich men. Think of yourselves looking at all the men in a marketplace. That's how many whole cities you'll see in Athens." They all liked the idea of sailing to Athens except Phryon, who was not happy about the city's meddlesomeness. "Wait, are you the only ones who haven't heard what busybodies the Athenians are? They're a chatty people, and they love to go to court. In the harbour, there are informers all over the place. They'll ask us who we are, and where we're bringing this cargo from. They're malicious. Suspicion of the worst sort will get the better of them. Then it's straight off to the Areopagus, and officials who are tougher than tyrants. We should be more afraid of the Athenians than the Syracusans. The place for us is Ionia. Yes, wealth fit for a king floods down into it from Asia, and its people love luxury and mind their own business. And I expect we'll be able to make contact with some of the local luminaries." They brought water aboard and got provisions from some merchant ships close by, then sailed straight for Miletus. On the third day, they landed at an anchorage about 10 miles outside the city, just the sort of spot for them to lie low in. There, Phryon told them to take some poles from the ship and build Calliroe a shelter and provide her with anything to make her comfortable. He did this not out of love of his fellow man, but from love of his own gain, thinking more like a merchant than a pirate. Phryon himself took 2 of his companions and ran over to the city. He did not want to make an open search for his buyer and have everyone talking about his business, so he was trying to make a quick sale on the sly without any middleman. That proved difficult to do, since his merchandise was not suitable for many people and certainly not for some person off the street. No, it called for a rich and royal man, but he was afraid to approach people like that. As he lost more and more time, he could not keep putting up with the delay. When night came, he was unable to sleep and talked to himself. "You're an idiot, Phryon. For this many days already, you've left gold and silver out in the middle of nowhere, as if you're the only pirate out there. Don't you know that other pirates sail the sea? And besides, I'm afraid our own men will sail off and leave us behind. It's not like you recruited the most moral men so they'd keep faith with you. No, you got the most unscrupulous men you knew. You have to get some sleep now, but when tomorrow comes, run down to the ship and throw that annoying woman into the sea. She's brought you nothing but trouble. And never again get yourself any merchandise you can't get rid of easily." He fell asleep and had a dream that his doors were locked, so he decided to hold out for one more day. Since he did not know what else to do, he sat in a shop, his heart utterly dismayed. Meanwhile, a crowd of people was passing by. There were free men and slaves, and in the middle of them a man in his prime, dressed in black and looking despondent. Phryon stood up, human nature being full of curiosity, and asked one of the people with the man, "Who is he? I guess you're a foreigner, or come from far away, if you don't know Dionysus. He's the richest, noblest, most cultured man in all of Ionia, a friend of the great king." "So why is he wearing black?" "Because his wife is dead. He loved her." Phryon was even more interested in the conversation now that he had found a rich man who liked women, so he did not let the man he was talking to go away. "What position do you hold with him?" I'm the manager of all his affairs. I take care of his daughter for him. She's just a baby, and now she's lost her poor mother before her time. What's your name? Leonas. Well, Leonas, it's a lucky thing we've met. I'm a merchant and I'm currently based out of Italy, so I don't know anything about Ionia. A woman in Sybaris, the richest woman there in fact, had a really beautiful maid. She put her up for sale because she was jealous of her, and I bought her. So be the one to profit. Makes no difference whether you want to keep her for yourself as a nurse for the child. She's educated enough. Or you think she would make a good gift for your master. It's better for you if he has a slave. That way he's not bringing a stepmother into the picture for the girl you take care of. Leonas was happy to hear this and said, One of the gods must have sent you to be my benefactor. I tell you now, you're offering me in reality what I was dreaming about, for now you've got to come to the house and become my friend and guest. As for the question of whether the woman's a piece of property suitable for the master or for us slaves, that'll be settled by her looks. When they got to the house, Phrion was astonished at its size and opulence. It had been built to host the Persian king. Leonas told him to wait while he first took care of his master. Then he got Phrion and told him to go to his own apartment, which was very much like that of a free man. He gave orders for a meal to be laid out. Since Phrion was a cunning man and clever at adapting to every occasion, he joined Leonas at the table and buttered him up with toasts to his health, partly as a demonstration of his magnanimity, but more as a confirmation of their partnership. As they ate, they talked a lot about the woman. Phrion praised her character more than her beauty, aware that what is out of sight needs to be argued for, but seeing is believing. So let's go and you can show her to me, Leonas said. She's not here, he replied. We steered clear of the city to avoid the customs collectors. The ship is anchored about 10 miles away. He described the location, and Leonas said, You anchored on our land. That's even better. Fortune was already leading you to Dionysus, so let's go out to the country. That way you all can rest up after your voyage. The villa that's near there has been richly furnished. Phrion was overjoyed at the thought of having the sale take place in the middle of nowhere as opposed to the marketplace, and said, Let's go early in the morning. You go to the villa, and I'll go to the ship. I'll bring the woman to you there. They agreed on this plan, and went their separate ways after shaking hands on it. The night seemed long to both of them, one eager to buy, the other to sell. The next day Leonas sailed up the coast to the villa. He took money with him, so he could make a down payment to the merchant. Phrion went to the promontory, and found his accomplices very worried about his whereabouts. After telling them about the deal, he began to sweet-talk Calliroe. Daughter, I really wanted to take you back to your family right away, but I was stopped from doing so by the sea, because there was a headwind. You know how well I've taken care of you, and the most important thing, we made sure you kept your virtue. Kyrios will get you back, and no one will have laid a hand on you, all because of us. We got you out of the tomb as safe as if it was your bedroom. Now we have to make a run all the way to Lycia, but there's no point in you suffering for that reason. Not with your horrible seasickness. So I'm going to leave you in the care of some trusted friends. On my return I'll pick you up and make you absolutely sure that I get you back to Syracuse after that. Take whatever you want from your things. We'll keep the rest safe for you. Calliroe silently laughed at that, though it pained her greatly, and she thought him a complete idiot. She knew by now that she was being sold, but she supposed that getting sold offered her better chances than her rebirth had, eager as she was to get away from the pirates. "Thank you, father," she said, "for your kindness you have shown me. May the gods grant you your just deserts. I think it's bad luck to use the things that were buried with me. You keep them all for me. A little ring, which I wore even when I was dead, is enough for me." She then covered her head. "Take me wherever you want, Phrion. Any place is better than sea or the tomb." When Phrion got near the villa, this was his plan of attack. He uncovered Calliroe's head and let her hair down, then opened the door and told her to go in first. Leonis and everyone inside were suddenly struck with astonishment. Some thought they had seen a goddess. Some even knelt in reverence to her. There was, you see, some talk of epiphanies of Aphrodite in that part of the countryside. They were still astonished when Phrion came in behind her and went up to Leonis. "Get up and receive the woman. She's the one you wanted to buy." The result was joy and amazement on the part of all. They put Calliroe to bed in the finest of the bedrooms and let her have some peace and quiet. She needed a long rest after her grief, trouble, and fear. Phrion shook Leonis' hand and said, "I've fulfilled my side of the bargain. Keep the woman for the moment. You're my friend now, after all. Go to town, get the copies of the registration, and then pay me whatever price you want." Leonis wanted to reciprocate. No, I also trust you with the money now before the contract's signed." At the same time, he wanted to make a down payment, afraid Phrion would change his mind. He knew there would be a lot of people in the city who would want to buy her, so he brought out a talent of silver and forced Phrion to take it. He took it, but he acted as though it really was not necessary. Leonis tried to get him to stay for dinner as the hour was late, but Phrion said, "I want to sail to the city at nightfall. We'll meet tomorrow at the harbour." They parted ways after that. Phrion went to the ship and ordered his men to weigh anchor and get under way as quickly as possible, before they were discovered. While they were making a run for it, to wherever the wind took them, Calliroe was alone, and now that she had the opportunity, she bemoaned her fortune. "Look, another tomb. Phrion has locked me in this one, and it's lonelier than the first. My father and mother could have visited me there, and Chaereas would have shed libations of tears. I would have felt their presence even though I'd be dead. But in this place, who will come when I call? Resentful fortune, you've been pursuing me on land and sea. You haven't had your fill of my troubles. No, first you turned my lover into my murderer." Chaereas, the man who had never so much as struck a slave, dealt a fatal kick to me, the woman who loved him. Then you put me into the hands of tomb robbers. You led me out of the tomb onto the sea, and brought on the pirates, and they're worse than the waves. Is this why I possess my celebrated beauty, so that the pirate Phrion might get a high price for me? I've been sold in the middle of nowhere. I wasn't even taken to a city like any other slave. Fortune, you must have been afraid that someone would see me and decide I was nobly born. That's why I was handed over like any other piece of property to I don't know who. Greeks, barbarians, more pirates. As she struck her breast with her hand, she saw the portrait of Chaereas on her ring, and kissed it. "Chaereas," she said, "you have truly lost me now, that I've been separated from you by so great a calamity. And while you mourn and regret and sit by an empty tomb, confirming my faithfulness after my death, I, Hermocrates' daughter, and your wife, have been sold to a master this day. Sleep eventually came upon her, as she was lamenting in this way. Book 2. Leonas ordered Phocas, the estate manager, to take good care of the woman. He himself left for Miletus while it was still dark, eager to give his master the news about the new slave, in the belief that it would provide him great solace amidst his sorrows. Leonas found Dionysus still in bed. Distraught with grief, he hardly went out of the house, even though his city missed him. Instead, he spent his time in his room, as though his wife were still with him. When he caught sight of Leonas, he said to him, "This was the only good night's sleep I've had since the poor woman's death. I saw her clearly in a dream, more striking and lovely than in life. It was as though she was with me, and I was awake. I dreamed it was our wedding day. I was bringing her home from my estate by the sea, and you were singing the wedding hymn for me." As he was explaining this, Leonas cried out, "Master, you're fortunate both in your dream and in real life. You're about to hear me explain what it was you saw." He began to tell his story. "A merchant approached me with a beautiful woman to sell. To avoid the customs collectors, he'd anchored his ship outside the city, near your estate. I made arrangements with him and went off to the country. When we met out there, we actually sealed the deal. I gave him a talent, and he gave me the woman. But we need to have the sale registered here legally." Dionysus was pleased to hear of the woman's beauty. He really was fond of women, but not so pleased that she was a slave. He was the descendant of kings, excelling the whole of Ionia in dignity and sophistication, so he thought it beneath him to share a slave's bed. "Leonas," he said, "it is impossible for a person to be beautiful unless he or she is born free. Have you not heard from the poets that beautiful people are the children of gods, and thus are far more likely to be children of noble mortals? Of course, she impressed you out in the middle of nowhere. You were comparing her to the peasant women. Still, since you've bought her, go on downtown. Adrastos will handle the registration papers. He's an expert in the law." Leonas was happy to be disbelieved, since the surprise would add even more to his master's astonishment. But when he went around all the harbours of Miletus and the merchants' tables and the whole city, he could not find Febron anywhere. He made inquiries with merchants and sailors, but no one recognised the name. When he was truly perplexed, he took a boat along the coast to the promontory and went from there to the estate, but he was not going to find Febron. He had already sailed. Eventually, dragging his feet, Leonas went back to his master. When Dionysus saw his glum look, he asked him what had happened. "I've lost you a talent, master." "It happens," said Dionysus. "It will teach you to be more cautious in the future. Anyway, how did you lose it? Or is it just that the new slave has run off?" "She didn't," he said. "The seller did. Obviously he was a dealer in stolen slaves, and has sold you someone else's slave. That's why he did it in the middle of nowhere. Where did you say the woman is from?" "Sybaris, in Italy, sold by her mistress out of jealousy. Find out if there are any Sybarites in town. In the meantime, leave the woman where she is." So Leonas went away for the moment, troubled that his initiative had not turned out successfully, but he kept his eye out for an opportunity to convince his master to go out to the estate. His one remaining hope was for Dionysus to get a look at the woman. The peasant women went in to see Calliroe, and immediately began to fawn over her like a mistress. Plangon, the estate manager's wife, a no-nonsense type, spoke to her. "Child, of course you miss your own people, but you should think of us here as your family too. Dionysus, our master, is a good and kindly man. You're lucky the gods brought you to a good house. You'll be right at home. Now, it's been a long voyage. Wash the grime off you. You've got maids to help you." It took a while, and she was reluctant, but Plangon got her to go to the bath. Once there, they smoothed oil on her skin and fastidiously wiped off the dirt. They had marvelled at her face and thought it divine while she had her clothes on, but they were more astonished once she took them off. Her skin at once shone palely, reflecting the light like marble, but her flesh was so delicate they were afraid that even to lay a finger on it would leave a severe wound. In whispers they spoke to one another. Our mistress was famous for her beauty, but she would have looked like this woman's slave. Their praise distressed Calliroe, and she had a hunch where it was leading. After she had bathed, and they were styling her hair, they brought her a clean outfit, but she said that they should really not be treating a new slave like this. "Just bring me a slave's tunic. After all, you all outrank me." So she put on a tunic that happened to be lying around. Even that, however, suited her, and had the effect of a fancy gown, becoming radiant with her beauty. Once the women had gotten something to eat, Plangon said, "Come to Aphrodite's shrine and say a prayer for yourself. The goddess shows herself there, and it's not just the local people who worship her. People come all the way from the city. She especially listens to Dionysus, and he has never passed her without visiting." They then told her about the goddess's epiphanies, and one of the peasant women said, "My lady, you'll think that you're looking at a statue of yourself when you see Aphrodite." When she heard this, Calliroe's eyes brimmed with tears, and she said to herself, "What miserable luck! Even here Aphrodite is the god responsible for all of my troubles. But I'll go. I've got a lot of things to complain to her about." The shrine was near the villa, right by the main road. Calliroe knelt in reverence and grasped the feet of Aphrodite's statue. "You were the first to show me Kyrios, but though you united us in a beautiful marriage, you didn't preserve it, and yet we revered you. Since you've willed it so, I beg one favour from you. Make me attractive to no man, now that I've lost Kyrios." Aphrodite refused this prayer, for she is Eros's mother, and she was orchestrating yet another marriage, one which she had no intention of preserving either. Away from pirates and the sea, Calliroe began to regain her singular beauty. The peasants were astounded to find she looked lovelier with each passing day. Leonas found a suitable opportunity and put forward the following proposal to Dionysus. "Master, you've not been to your seaside estate for quite some time now, and the situation requires you to make a visit. You need to inspect the herds and crops, and the harvest is rapidly approaching. You can also enjoy the luxury of the house that we built on your orders. It will also be easier for you to bear your grief there, with the delights of the countryside and the management of the farm to distract you. And if you think one of the cattle herders or sheep herds is doing a good job, you can give him the new slave woman." Dionysus liked the idea and set a definite date for their departure. Word went out, and they got everything ready. Drivers their carriages, stable hands their horses, and sailors their boats. friends were invited to go on the trip, as was an entourage of freedmen, for Dionysus was at heart a generous man. Once everything was ready, he ordered the baggage and most of the party to be brought by sea, and the carriage to follow after he went on ahead. He thought a large procession inappropriate for a man in mourning. First thing in the morning, before most were aware of his departure, he and 4 of his men mounted their horses. One of them was Leonas. While Dionysus was riding out to the countryside, Calliroe wanted to go back and show reverence to Aphrodite again, for she had seen the goddess in her sleep the night before. She was standing there praying when Dionysus dismounted from his horse and went into the temple ahead of everyone else in his party. Hearing footsteps, Calliroe turned towards him. When Dionysus caught sight of her, he cried out, "Be merciful, Aphrodite. May your appearance be a blessing to me." Leonas caught him as he was about to fall to his knees. "Master, this is the new slave. No reason to be upset, and you, woman, approach your master." At the word master, Calliroe hung her head and shed a stream of tears, at last coming to realize what it meant to lose her freedom. Dionysus slapped Leonas and said, "Could you be more sacrilegious? Do you speak to the gods as to mere mortals? You mean to tell me this woman was purchased with silver? Well, no wonder you didn't find the man who sold her. Have you not heard what Homer teaches us? And the gods make themselves look like strangers from other lands, and inspect both the outrageous and the just behaviour of mortals." Then Calliroe said, "Stop mocking me and calling me a goddess. I'm not even a happy mortal." But her voice seemed divine to Dionysus as she spoke, for it sounded musical, with a tone like a lyre. Flustered, and too embarrassed to say more, he went off to the villa, already burning with love. A little while later, the rest of his party arrived from the city. The rumour of what had happened swiftly spread. Everyone hurried to see the woman, pretending that they were showing reverence to Aphrodite. Calliroe was mortified by the crowd and had no idea what to do. Everything was foreign to her, and she could not even see the familiar face of Plangon, who was busy welcoming her master. The hour grew late, and yet no one came to the villa. They all were standing at the shrine as if that was where they had been invited. Leonas figured out what had happened, went to the sanctuary, and brought Calliroe out. That was a perfect example of the fact that some are royalty by their very nature, like the king in a beehive, for they all followed her instinctively, as if she had been appointed ruler by her beauty. She went back to her usual room. Dionysus, on the other hand, had been wounded, but being a cultured man who made a particular point of showing courage, he tried to conceal his wound, not wanting to look pathetic to his slaves or juvenile to his friends. He toughed it out through the whole evening. He thought he kept it hidden, but he was actually more obvious about it because he was so quiet. Taking a portion of his dinner, he said, "Have someone take this to our new visitor. Tell them to say it's from Dionysus, not from her master." He kept the party going as long as he could. He knew that he was not going to be able to get any sleep, so he wanted to be awake surrounded by his friends, and after it grew late and he had ended things, sleep eluded him. He was right back in Aphrodite's temple, remembering everything, her face, her hair, how she had turned, how she had looked up, her voice, her appearance, her words. Her tears set him aflame. That was a perfect example of a struggle between reason and emotion, for even though he was drowning in desire, being a noble-minded man, he tried to keep himself afloat. He lifted his head, as if he were holding it above a wave, and said to himself, "Dionysus, aren't you ashamed of yourself? You are the first man in Ionia in virtue and repute." Satraps and princes and whole cities admire you, and you're suffering a schoolboy crush. You've fallen in love at first sight, and while you're in mourning no less, before you've finished paying respect to your poor wife's spirit. Is this why you came to the country, to get married in your mourning clothes, to a slave, probably someone else's slave too? You don't even have her registration papers. But Eros was playing to win despite Dionysus's careful thinking. He took the man's self-control as an insult, and he stoked the fire hotter in a soul that was trying to reason philosophically about a matter of love. Dionysus, no longer able to stand debating with himself, sent for Leonas, who knew the reason for the summons as soon as he got it, but pretended to be ignorant. With feigned distress he asked, "Why are you awake, master? Could it be that once again you are overcome by pain for the dead woman?" "For a woman, yes," said Dionysus, "but not for the one who has died. Because of your kindness and loyalty, I have no secrets from you. Leonas, it's all over for me, and you're to blame for my troubles. You've brought fire into my house, no, into my heart, and the mystery around the woman is also disturbing me. You give me some hogwash about a merchant. You don't know him, you don't know where he's from, and you don't know where he's gone off to. Who, if he had it, would sell such a beauty like hers in the middle of nowhere for a talent, when it's worth the king's fortune? What god deceived you? Think. Go back over what happened. Who did you see? Who did you talk to? Tell me the truth. You didn't actually see a ship." "I didn't see it. I only heard about it, master." "There you go. One of the nymphs, or the Nereids, has risen from the sea. Even the gods are caught up in certain crises of fate that compel them to associate with mortals, so poets and writers tell us." Leonas wanted to cheer his master up, so he said, "Let's not worry about who she is. I'll bring her to you if you want. Don't suffer with the thought that you don't have the right to make love to her." "I won't do it," said Dionysus, "not until I learn who the woman is, and where she is from. So tomorrow, let's get the truth from her. I don't want to have her brought here. If I do, she'll get the impression we're forcing her. No, bring her to where I first saw her. We'll have our conversation at Aphrodite's shrine." That was settled, and the next day Dionysus took his friends and freedmen as well as his most trusted slaves. That way he would have some witnesses, and went into the sanctuary. He had taken some care with his appearance, dressing himself with a modest elegance since he was about to meet the woman he loved. He was naturally tall and handsome, and above all, looked dignified. Leonas got Plangon and also the maids that Calliroe already knew, and went to her. "Dionysus is a most just and law-abiding man," he said. "So come to the temple, my lady, and tell him the truth of just who you really are. You will not fail to get any help that you justly deserve. Simply be straight with him and don't hide any of the truth. That's the best way to make him feel compassion for you." Calliroe went reluctantly, but felt cheered that at least their meeting was to take place in the temple. When she got there, they all marvelled at her even more than before. Dionysus was struck speechless. The silence dragged on interminably, but he finally spoke up. "My lady, you know all about me. I am Dionysus, the leading citizen of Miletos and of practically the whole of Ionia. I've got a reputation for piety and compassion. You by all rights should also tell us the truth about yourself. The men who sold you said you were from Sybaris, and had been sold there because of your mistress's jealousy." Calliroe blushed and hung her head. Quietly she said, "This is the first time I've been sold. I have never been to Sybaris." Dionysus looked over at Leonas and said, "I told you she wasn't a slave. I predict that she is in fact noble. Tell me everything, my lady. First of all, tell me your name. Calliroe, she said. Even her name pleased Dionysus, but she would say nothing about the rest. When he kept asking her, she said, Master, I beg you to let me keep silent about my lot in life. What happened before was a dream, a fairy tale. Now I am what I have become, a slave in a foreign land. As she said this, she tried to hide her tears, but they streamed down her cheeks. That caused Dionysus to weep along with everyone standing around. You would have thought that even the statue of Aphrodite herself looked gloomier than before. Dionysus pressed her, prying even more. I ask this as a first favour from you. Tell me your story, Calliroe. You won't be telling it to a stranger. People can also share a kinship based on character. There's nothing to be afraid of. Not even if you've done something terrible. Calliroe got angry at him. Don't insult me. I can prove that I've done nothing wrong, but since my past is more distinguished than my current fortune, I don't want to appear to be stretching the truth, and I don't want to tell a story that would seem incredible to those who don't know the facts. My current situation makes my past seem unbelievable. Dionysus was amazed at the woman's strength of character and said, Now I understand, even if you won't tell me, but tell me anyway. You won't be telling us anything about yourself as extraordinary as what we can see. All the famous stories are less impressive than your beauty. Eventually she began to tell her story. I am the daughter of Hermocrates the Syracusan general. After I lost consciousness from a sudden fall, my parents gave me a rich burial. Tomb robbers opened the mausoleum and found me once again conscious. They brought me to this place, and in an isolated spot, Theron handed me over to Leonas here. She told him everything but kept silent about Kyrios. So I beg you, Dionysus, for you are a Greek from a charitable city who knows what being civilized means. Do not turn out to be like the tomb robbers. Don't rob me of my country and my family. You're a rich man. For you, it is not a big deal to let a slave go. You won't lose what you've paid if you return me to my father. Hermocrates is no ingrate. We admire Alcinous, and we all approve of him for sending his supplicant Odysseus back to his country. I, too, am your supplicant. Save a captive who has no one in the world. If I cannot live as a well-born woman, then I choose a free woman's death. Dionysus was weeping as he listened to this, ostensibly for Calliroe, but really for himself, for he realised that he would not be fulfilling his desire. Calliroe, don't worry, he said. Keep your spirits up. As Aphrodite here is my witness, you won't fail to obtain what you request. In the meantime, you'll be treated in my house as a lady rather than a slave. She left, convinced that nothing would happen to her against her will, but Dionysus, still pained, went to his own room and asked Leonas to come alone. I'm out of luck on every count. Eros must hate me. First, I've buried my wife. Second, the new slave wants nothing to do with me. I was hoping she was a gift for me from Aphrodite. I was imagining a life for myself more blissful than that of Menelaus, the husband of the Spartan woman. For I can't imagine even Helen was that beautiful. I'm done for. The same day that Calliroe leaves here, I'll leave this life. At this, Leonas gave a shout. Master, do not curse yourself. You're the one in charge here. You have power over her. She'll do what you decide, whether she wants to or not. I bought her for a talent. You bought her? You wretched, wretched man. She's well born. Haven't you heard of Hermocrates, the general of the whole island of Sicily? His achievements are legendary. The Persian king honours him and treats him as a guest friend. He sends him gifts every year, because he defeated the Athenians, the enemies of the Persians, in a sea battle. Will I be a tyrant over a free person? Will I, Dionysus, who am famed for my self-control, force myself on an unwilling woman? a woman who not even Theron the pirate forced himself on. He said this to Leonas, but even so, he did not despair of winning her over, for Eros is naturally full of hope, and Dionysus was confident that he could realize his desires by taking good care of her. So Dionysus called Plangon and said, "You have given me ample proof of your diligence. Now I entrust you the greatest, most valuable of my possessions, the foreign woman. I want her to lack for nothing. I want her in the lap of luxury. Think of her as your mistress. Care for her, dress her, make her friendly to me. Praise me constantly in her presence and explain what sort of man you know me to be, and make sure you don't call me master." Plangon understood her orders, for she was naturally astute. Without drawing any attention to herself, she put her mind to the problem, very motivated to solve it. She went to Calliroe, but she did not tell her she had been ordered to serve her. Instead, she showed her her normal kindness, and wanted to be trusted as a confidant. Then the following happened. Dionysus kept lingering in the country, offering different pretexts for doing so at different times. In reality, he was neither able to leave Calliroe nor willing to take her back with him, for when people saw her, her fame would spread, her beauty would subjugate all of Ionia, and rumour would advance inland, all the way to the great king. While he was stalling, he began to inquire more closely into the affairs of the estate, and he found some minor fault with how Phocas, the manager, was running things. The extent of his criticism did not go beyond words, but in it, Plangon saw her chance. Feigning panic and tearing out her hair, she ran into Calliroe and grasped her by her knees. "Mistress, I beg you," she said, "save us. Dionysus is furious at my husband. It's the way he is. He can be as harsh as he is compassionate. No one else can save us, only you. Dionysus would gladly grant you the first favour you ask of him." Calliroe was reluctant to go to him, but with the woman begging and pleading, she was unable to say no, obliged from the outset by the kindness shown to her by Plangon. So in order not to be seen as an ingrate, she said, "I too am a slave, with no right to speak up, but if you think I can actually do something, I'm ready to add my appeal to yours. I pray we're successful." When they got there, Plangon ordered the man at the door to take word in to their master that Calliroe was there. It happened that Dionysus was overwhelmed by misery, even wasting away physically, so when he heard that Calliroe had come, he was dumbfounded, and a mist poured down over his eyes at the shock. Eventually he pulled himself together. "Have her come in." Calliroe stood near him, hanging her head. At first she blushed deeply, but after a bit she spoke up anyway. "I am grateful to Plangon here, for she loves me like a daughter. I beg you, master, do not be angry at her husband. Grant him his safety." She wanted to say more, but could not. Dionysus caught on to Plangon's ruse. "I'm angry, all right. No one in the world could have stopped me from killing Phocas and Plangon after what they've done, but I'll gladly spare them for your sake. And Plangon, you and Phocas better remember that you've been saved thanks to Calliroe." Plangon threw her arms around his knees, and Dionysus said, "You should fall at the knees of Calliroe. She's the one who saved you." When Plangon saw that Calliroe was delighted and very pleased at his generous gift, she said, "Well, you ought to tell Dionysus how grateful we are," and gave her a push just then. Calliroe stumbled a little and clutched at Dionysus's hand. as if it was inappropriate, of course, merely to give her his hand. He pulled her close and gave her a kiss. Then he immediately released her, so there would be no reason to suspect his subterfuge. Then the women departed, but the kiss worked its way deeply into Dionysus's system like a poison. He could neither see nor hear. He was under assault on all sides, unable as he was to find a remedy for his love. Gifts would not do it, for he could see the woman's proud spirit. Threats or compulsion would not do it, since he was convinced she would choose death before submitting to force. He felt that Plangon was his one source of aid, so he sent for her. "Your opening manoeuvres have gone well," he said, "and I thank you for the kiss. It is either my salvation or my destruction, so figure out how, one woman to another, you can get the upper hand over her, with me as your ally. You should keep in mind that your freedom is your reward, along with something I'm convinced is far more appealing to you, the life of Dionysus." With these orders, Plangon brought to bear all of her experience and guile, but Calliroe was unassailable from all directions and remained faithful to Chaereus alone. Calliroe, however, was outgeneralled by fortune. It is only this goddess that no human reason can prevail against. She loves to win, and nothing is beyond exception when she is involved. Accordingly, that was when fortune brought about a breakthrough that was not just unexpected but incredible. It is worth hearing how she did it. Fortune laid a plot against the woman's faithfulness. Back when Chaereus and Calliroe made love for the first time in their marriage, they had matched each other in their eagerness for pleasure. The equality of their desire made their love-making fruitful, and so just before her collapse she had conceived, but because of the dangers and the hardship that came afterwards she did not immediately realise she was pregnant. It was now the start of her 3rd month, and her belly was beginning to swell. Plangon noticed it in the bath because of her experience with pregnancy, but she did not say anything right then because there were so many maids around. During a quiet moment in the evening, she sat next to Calliroe on her bed and said, "Child, I have to tell you, you are pregnant." Calliroe burst into tears. Bawling and pulling at her hair, she said, "Fortune, you have added this on top of my tribulations. I am to give birth to a slave." She struck her belly and said, "Poor thing, before being born, you've already been buried. You've already been given into the hands of pirates. What kind of life are you coming into? What kind of future am I bearing for you? You're without a father, without a city, a slave. You must die before you are born." Plangon restrained her arms and promised that the next day she would procure for her an easier way to abort the baby. When they were both by themselves, they thought about it in different ways. With the unborn child to advocate for her, Plangon felt that a perfect opportunity had arisen to secure love for her master. A hostage had been found to use as a bargaining chip. Motherly love would overcome wifely fidelity. She worked out how to sell it convincingly. Calliroe, meanwhile, at first wanted to destroy the child. She said to herself, "Am I to bear Hermocrates' grandchild for a master? Am I to have a child with no one knowing who the father is? Some malicious person will probably say Calliroe got pregnant while she was with the pirates. It is enough for me alone to suffer misfortune. There is no reason for you to enter into a miserable life, my child. A life you were bound to depart once born. Die free, untouched by troubles. I don't ever want you to hear any part of your mother's story." But then she changed her mind, and pity for her unborn child filled her. "Are you planning to kill your child?" You're the most godless of women. Are you crazy? Are you thinking like Medea? No, I think you're even more savage than that Scythian woman. Her husband was her enemy, but you're planning to kill Calliroe's baby and leave behind no reminder of your celebrated marriage. What if you have a son? What if he's like his father? What if he has a better fortune than me? Is a mother to kill a child saved from the grave and from pirates? How many children of the gods and of kings do we hear about being born into slavery only to later recover the status of their parents? Zethos and Amphion, and Cyrus. Child, you will sail on my behalf to Sicily. You will find your father and your grandfather, and you will tell them your mother's story. A fleet will sail from there to rescue me. You, child, will reunite your parents with each other. As she thought about this all night long, sleep gradually came over her. A vision of Calliroe appeared, like unto him in height and fair looks and voice, wearing garments like his on his body. Standing near her, he said, "My wife, I entrust our son to you." He wanted to say more, but Calliroe sprang up, wanting to embrace him. Believing that her husband had given her advice, she decided to keep the child. When Plangon came the next day, Calliroe revealed her decision to her. Plangon did not fail to point out the problem with her plan. "My lady, it is impossible for you to raise a child in this house. Our master is in love with you. Out of decency and restraint, he won't force himself on you if you're unwilling, but he will be too jealous to let you raise a child. He will think it an insult if you yearn strongly for a man who is not here and reject him when he is right here. I think it would be better for the child to die before it is born rather than after. You will spare yourself pointless labour pains and a futile pregnancy. I am being honest with you because I care about you." Calliroe was crushed to hear this. She fell at Plangon's knees, pleading with her to help her find some plan that would let her keep her child. Plangon refused again and again, putting off her answer for 2 or 3 days. She fired the girl up and reduced her to begging. Now that she was more trusted, she first had Calliroe swear that she would reveal the plan to no one. Then Plangon furrowed her brow and wrung her hands. "My lady, the biggest of problems work out right through big thinking. I'm going to betray my master out of my affection for you. You must realize that one of 2 things has to happen. Either your child must certainly die, or it must be born the richest child in Ionia and heir to the noblest of houses. And your baby will bring happiness to you as its mother. Choose whichever you want." "Just how much of an idiot does someone have to be," Calliroe answered, "to choose child murder over prosperity? But it seems to me that you're talking about something impossible and beyond belief. You'll need to explain it more clearly." Plangon asked, "How long do you think you've been pregnant?" 2 months, she said. "Then time is on our side. You can make it look like you've had Dionysus's child 2 months premature." At this Calliroe cried out, "Better the child die." Plangon pretended to go along. "You've got the right idea in preferring an abortion, my lady. Let's do it. It's less dangerous than trying to trick the master. Cut every last tie to your noble birth. Give up hope of going home. Come to terms with your present bad fortune and become a slave in every way." When Plangon suggested this, Calliroe was not at all suspicious. She was a high-born girl with no experience of slaves' trickery. But the more Plangon urged an abortion, the more Calliroe came to pity for her unborn child. "Give me a chance to think about it. The choice is between the 2 things I value most, my fidelity or my child." This time Plangon praised her for not making a choice hastily. It makes sense that the scale could go either way. One side holds wifely faithfulness, the other motherly love. Still, there's no time for a long delay. No matter what, you have to choose one by tomorrow. before your pregnancy is discovered." They agreed, and went their separate ways. After Calliroe went upstairs to her room and closed the door, she held the portrait of Kyrios against her belly and said, "Look, there are 3 of us, husband, wife, and child. Let's have a meeting to plan for our common good. I'll put forward my opinion first. I want to die the wife of Kyrios alone. This, not to know the touch of another man, means more to me than my parents, my home, and my child. Now you, child, what do you choose for yourself? To be killed by poison before you see the light of the sun, to be cast out along with your mother, perhaps not even deemed worthy of burial, or to live and have 2 fathers, one the leading man of Sicily, the other of Ionia. When you grow up, you'll easily be recognised by your relatives. I'm certain that when I have you, you'll look just like your father. You'll sail home on a Milesian trireme for all to see, and Hermocrates will be glad to have his grandchild back. By then, you'll be ready to become general yourself. You cast your vote against me, child, and won't allow us to die. Let's ask your father too. Actually, he's already told us. He came himself to me in my dreams and said, 'I entrust our son to you. I call you as a witness, Kyrios. You are giving me away in marriage to Dionysus.' She spent that day and night with such thoughts and was persuaded to live not because of herself, but because of her baby. Plangon came the next day. At first, she sat there dejectedly, projecting a sympathetic demeanour. Neither of them said a word, but after a long while Plangon asked, "What have you decided? What do we do? There's no time to waste." Calliroe could not answer right away because she was crying and upset, but eventually she said, "I'm opposed to it, but the child betrays me, Plangon. Do what's best. I'm just afraid that even if I submit and let him have his way with me, Dionysus will look down on me because of my present circumstances, and, since he'll think of me more as a concubine than a wife, he won't raise the child I bear. Then I'll be giving up my fidelity for no reason." The words were barely out of her mouth when Plangon interrupted, "I'm ahead of you there too. I've come up with a plan because I now care more for you than for my master. We've got to put our faith in Dionysus' character since he's a good man, but I'll still make him swear an oath, even if he is my master. We can't be too careful, and you, child, have to trust him once he's sworn his oath. I'm off to present him with your terms." Book 3. Having failed to obtain Calliroe's love and no longer able to stand it, Dionysus decided to starve himself to death. He wrote his last will and testament with instructions for his funeral, and in it he begged Calliroe to come to him, even if only after his death. Plangon wanted to go in to see her master, but his valet had orders to admit no one and stopped her. While they were arguing outside his door, Dionysus heard them and asked who was making the fuss. His valet said that it was Plangon, and Dionysus replied, "It's a bad time for her to be here." He no longer wanted to see even a reminder of his desire, but tell her to come in anyway. She opened the door and said, "Master, why are you wearing yourself out with grief, as if you've failed? Yes, Calliroe invites you to marry her. Change your clothes from black to white. Make sacrifice. Receive your bride, the woman you love." Dionysus was taken aback by the shock, and a mist poured down over his eyes. Utterly drained, he presented the very image of death. Plangon shrieked, causing a commotion, and throughout the whole house the master was mourned as if he were dead. Not even Calliroe was dry-eyed when she heard this. So great was everyone's grief that even she wept for Dionysus as a good man. At last he eventually came out of it, and in a weak voice said, "Which god is playing tricks on me, wanting to turn me back from the road that lies before me?" Did I really hear this, or was it a dream? Calliroe is willing to marry me, when she didn't even want me looking at her before? Plangon was standing nearby and said, "Stop torturing yourself for no reason. Quit disbelieving your own good blessings. I'm not fooling my master. Calliroe sent me as her ambassador to negotiate the marriage." "Then negotiate," said Dionysus, "and tell me her exact words. Leave nothing out and add nothing. Just remember them exactly." This is what she said. "I am from the leading family in Sicily. Although I have fallen on hard times, nevertheless I still retain my pride. I have lost my country, my parents. The one thing I have not lost is my nobility. So if Dionysus wishes to keep me as a concubine and gratify his own desires, I will hang myself before I surrender myself to being raped like a slave. But if he wishes to have me as his lawfully wedded wife, I for my part am willing to become a mother so that Hermocrates' line will have a successor. Dionysus must consider this matter, not alone and not quickly, but with his friends and family. I don't want anyone to say to him later, 'Are you raising children born from a slave woman and dishonouring your house?' If Dionysus isn't willing to become a father, let him not become a husband either." These words inflamed Dionysus more, and he conceived a misplaced hope that she loved him in return. Stretching forth his hand to the heavens, he said, "O Zeus and Helios, I pray that I see a child from Calliroe. Then I will think myself more blessed than the great king. Let's go to her. Lead me there, my sweet Plangon. You faithful slave, you." Running upstairs, his first instinct was to fall at Calliroe's knees. He nevertheless got himself under control and sat down calmly. "My lady," he said, "I have come to thank you for saving my life. I would never have forced myself upon you against your will. In fact, I had resolved to die if I could not have you. But thanks to you, I have been brought back to life. Although I'm most grateful to you, I do actually have one point of criticism. You didn't trust that I would take you as my wedded wife for the production of children, in accordance with Greek laws. If I weren't in love, I would never have prayed for such a marriage. I guess you had me pegged as a madman who thinks a noble-born woman is a slave and the descendant of Hermocrates is unworthy to be my own son. Consider the matter, you say. I have considered it. Are you afraid of my loved ones? You are the one I love most of all. Who will dare to call a child of mine unworthy when he has a grandfather even greater than his father?" He said that with tears in his eyes, then came close to her. She blushed and gave him a shy kiss. "You I trust, Dionysus, but I distrust my fortune. It has caused me to fall from greater blessings before. I'm afraid that my luck hasn't yet changed for the better. So even though you're a good and just man, you should call on the gods to witness, not for your sake, but for the sake of your fellow citizens and your relatives. That way no one can ever give you nasty advice about me. They'll know that you've sworn an oath. A woman alone in a foreign country is an easy thing to despise." "What sort of gods do you want me to swear by?" he asked. for I am ready to swear, were it possible, by climbing up to heaven and putting my hand on Zeus himself. Swear to me, she said, by the sea that brought me to you, by Aphrodite who showed me to you, and by Eros who is giving me away as a bride. That was agreed upon and quickly done. His passion goaded him on and permitted no putting off the marriage, for the ability to satisfy one's desire is a difficult thing to control. But Dionysus was a man of culture, and though he was overwhelmed by a storm and his soul was drowning, he nevertheless compelled himself to hold his head up, as it were, above a great wave of emotion. He thought about it in these terms: am I going to marry her out here in the middle of nowhere as if she really was a slave? I'm not such an ingrate that I won't have a ceremony to celebrate my wedding to Calliroe. I must honour my wife from the start, and it gives me some assurance regarding the future. Rumour is the fastest thing in the world. She travels through the air and nothing blocks her path. That's why it's not possible to keep something that's beyond belief a secret. She's already running, taking the novel tale to Sicily. Calliroe's alive. Tomb robbers opened her grave, took her, and sold her in Miletus. Any time now triremes from Syracuse will sail here and General Hermocrates will demand his daughter back. What are you going to tell him? Phreon sold her to me. But where is Phreon? And even if I convince him I'm telling the truth, I've received stolen goods from a pirate. Practice your defence speech, Dionysus. You might be delivering it before the great king. It would be best in that case to say, I don't remember how, but I heard a free woman was visiting the area. I married her legally and publicly in the city, and she agreed to the marriage herself. With this agreement, I'll also be more likely to persuade my father-in-law that I'm not unworthy of the marriage. Endure a short wait, my soul, so that you might enjoy for a longer time a secure pleasure. I'll be in a stronger position for the trial if I act before the law as a husband and not as a master. He made up his mind and summoned Leonas. Go to the city, make magnificent preparations for the marriage, let flocks of animals be brought in, have food and wine brought in by land and sea. I've chosen to throw the city a public feast. The next day, after carefully making all the arrangements, Dionysus made the journey by carriage. But Calliroe he ordered to be brought into the city by boat, since he was not yet ready to show her to the people of the city. She was taken by boat to his house, which was right on Decimius harbour. Plangon was trusted with the job of caring for her. Before she left the countryside, Calliroe first prayed to Aphrodite. After she went into the temple, she asked everyone else to leave and spoke to the goddess as follows. Mistress Aphrodite, should I rightly criticise you or thank you? When I was a maiden you united me with Chaereus, and now you are giving me as a bride to another man after him. I would never have agreed to swear oaths by you and your son if this baby here, she gestured to her belly, had not betrayed me. She continued, I beg you, not for me, for this child. Make sure my deceit stays a secret. Since the baby doesn't have his real father, let him pass for Dionysus's. When he grows up, he can find his true father. As she walked from the sanctuary to the sea, the sailors caught sight of her, and were gripped with fear since they thought Aphrodite herself was coming to get aboard. As one they moved to kneel in reverence. Due to the fervour with which they rowed, the ship sailed into the harbour faster than it takes to tell. First thing in the morning, the entire city was covered in garlands. Everyone sacrificed in front of their own house, not just in the temples. There was gossip about the identity of the bride. Because of the woman's beauty and the lack of information about her, the common people were convinced that a Nereid had risen from the sea or that a goddess had come from Dionysus's estate. The latter was what the sailors were saying. The one thing they all wanted was to see Calliroe. The crowd packed together around the Temple of Concord, where it was the tradition for the city's grooms to receive their brides. It was the first time since her funeral that Calliroe had gotten dressed up. Once she had decided to get married, she came to think of her beauty as a stand-in for her country and her family. After putting on a Milesian dress and a bridal garland, she faced the crowd. Everyone shouted, "Aphrodite is getting married." They spread cloth of royal purple in her path and threw down roses and violets. They sprinkled perfume as she walked. No one, young or old, was left inside the houses. Even the harbours themselves were empty. There was so little room that some of the crowd climbed up onto the roofs. On this day too, however, the resentful divinity once more bore his grudge. I will tell you how a little later. First, I want to tell you what had been happening in Syracuse during this time. The tomb robbers had not done a careful job of closing the tomb. After all, it was night and they had been in a hurry. Calliroe waited until exactly the crack of dawn and came to the spot. His excuse was that he was bringing flowers and libations, but in reality his intention was to kill himself. He could not bear to be parted from Calliroe and thought that death was the only thing that could soothe his grief. When he arrived, he found the stones had been moved and the entrance exposed. He was thunderstruck at the sight of it, and because of what had happened, he was overcome by a terrible inability to act. Rumour, the messenger, swiftly reported the incredible news to the Syracusans, and everyone ran down to the tomb. No one dared to go inside before Hermocrates gave the order. The man sent inside gave a complete and precise report. The fact that the dead girl was not inside seemed unbelievable, so Calliroe himself then decided to go in. He wanted to see Calliroe again, even as a corpse. Though he searched the tomb, he was unable to find anything. Full of doubt, many people went in after him, but all were overcome by helplessness, and one of the bystanders said, "The grave goods have been stolen, the work of tomb robbers. But where is the dead girl?" The crowd was full of many different theories, but Calliroe looked up to heaven and raised his hands. Which one of the gods was my rival in love? Which one has taken away Calliroe and keeps her now with him against her will, compelled by a fate too strong for her? That's why she died so suddenly, so she wouldn't suffer any illness. That's the way Dionysus took Ariadne from Theseus and Zeus took Semele. Perhaps I was married to a goddess and didn't know it, and she was too good for the likes of me. But even so, she wouldn't have had to leave the world of mortals so quickly, or by means of such a charade. Thetis was a goddess, but she stayed with Peleus, and he had a son with her, while I have been abandoned at the height of my love. What is to become of me? What am I to do now that my luck's run out? Kill myself? And who would I be buried with? After all, I had this hope in my adversity, that if I couldn't have a shared bedroom with Calliroe, I would find a shared grave with her. I'll give you my reason for living, mistress. You are forcing me to go on living, for I shall look for you across land and sea, and, if I am able, I will climb up to the sky. I beg this of you, my lady. Do not flee from me." At this the crowd broke out in lamentations, and everyone began to sing a dirge for Calliroe as if she had just died. Triremes were launched immediately, and many men split up to conduct the search. Socrates personally scoured Sicily and Calliroe North Africa. Some were sent to Italy, and others were ordered to cross the Ionian Sea. Human intervention was entirely powerless, but fortune brought the truth to light, fortune without whom no deed is accomplished, as one may learn from what happened. After the tomb robbers had sold their hard-to-sell merchandise, the woman, they left Miletus and made for Crete, having heard reports that it was a large and prosperous island. They hoped it would be easy for them to sell the rest of their cargo, but a strong wind took them off course and drove them into the Ionian Sea, and there they afterwards wandered on empty waters. Thunder and lightning and a long night came upon those godless men, Providence's demonstration that earlier they had had a good voyage because of Calliroe. Time and again they came close to a swift death, but the gods did not release them from their fear and drew out their shipwreck. Would not receive these godless men, and after being at sea for a long time they faced a shortage of necessities, particularly water. Ill-gotten wealth was of no help to them. They were dying of thirst, surrounded by gold. Slowly they came to regret what they had had the presumption to do, and hurled accusations at each other now that everything had gone wrong. So all the rest of them were dying of thirst, but Phreon was cunning in this crisis too. He was filching water, robbing his fellow robbers. He thought he was pulling a fast one, but it was the work of Providence. She was actually saving the man for tortures and crucifixion. The trireme carrying Kyrios encountered the ship as it drifted, at first keeping its distance in case it was a pirate ship. But after it became clear that there was no one at the helm, and it was simply moving erratically with the motion of the waves, one of the men on the trireme shouted, "It has no crew. No reason to be afraid. Let's pull up alongside and solve this mystery." The helmsman agreed on this plan. It was him because Kyrios was below deck with his head covered and weeping. Pulling alongside, they first called to those on board. When no one answered, one of the men from the trireme went on board and saw nothing but gold and corpses. He relayed this to the sailors. They were ecstatic, thinking themselves fortunate to have found a treasure at sea. Kyrios asked what the cause of the commotion was, and when he found out, even he wanted to see the strange sight. Recognizing the grave goods, he tore at his clothes and gave a loud piercing shout. "O Calliroe, these are your things. This is the crown I put on your head. Your father gave you this. Your mother gave you that. Here's your wedding gown. The ship has become your tomb, but although I can see your belongings, where are you? Of everything in the tomb, your body is all that's missing." Phreon heard this and lay still like one of the corpses. He was in fact half dead. He was determined not to make a sound or move, since he had a pretty good idea of what was in store for him. People are, however, by nature creatures that love life and do not abandon, even in their final misfortunes, hope of a change for the better. The God that created us planted the seed of this deception into all of us, so no one would run away from a life of hardship. Accordingly, the first words out of the mouth of Phreon, who was overwhelmed by his thirst, were, "Water." After they brought him some water and he had received all the care he needed, Kyrios sat down next to him and asked, "Who are you people? Where are you sailing from? Where did you get this stuff? And what have you done with the woman who owns it?" Phreon regained his composure and, clever man that he was, he said, "I'm from Crete. I was sailing to Ionia to find my brother who's soldiering there, when I was left behind in Cephallenia by the crew of the ship I was on. They departed ahead of schedule. Then I got on this ship when I got lucky, and it came sailing through. We were driven off course to this sea by strong winds, and then we were becalmed for a long time. Everyone else died of thirst. I alone was saved because of my piety." After listening to this story, Kyrios ordered the ship to be towed behind the trireme all the way back to the harbours of Syracuse. Rumour, however, being naturally swift, got there first, particularly eager on this occasion to report so much incredible news. Everyone ran down to the shore and various emotions were combined. People wept, marvelled, asked questions, disbelieved answers. The strange tale shocked them to the core. When Calliroe's mother saw the grave goods of her daughter, she wailed, "I see everything, but you alone are missing. What strange tomb robbers! They keep the clothes and the gold with them. The only thing they stashed away was my daughter." The beaches and harbours echoed with the sound of the woman striking themselves in mourning. They filled both land and sea with lamentations. Hermocrates, used to taking charge as a general and a master of practical affairs, said, "We shouldn't pursue this matter here. We ought to hold a more conventional hearing. Let's go to the assembly. Who knows? Perhaps we even need to select jurors." His entire word was not yet spoken, and already the theatre was full. The women, too, took part in this assembly. The citizens sat there in surprise. The first to come before the assembly was Calliroe, wearing black, pale, dishevelled, just as he had been when he followed his wife to her grave. He was unwilling to mount the speaker's platform, and stood just below it. At first he wept for a long while, and was unable to speak despite his desire to speak. The crowd shouted, "Courage, speak." Eventually he looked up and spoke. The present occasion should be more about grieving than speechifying, but I'll speak and go on living forced by necessity until I find out about Calliroe's disappearance. That's why I sailed from here and made my journey. Whether it was one of good fortune or bad, I don't yet know. You see, I spotted a ship adrift in fair weather, hampered by a storm all its own, and swamped amidst a calm. Surprised we got close. I thought I was looking at my poor wife's tomb. All her things were there, except her. Oh, it was full of bodies, but they all belonged to others. This one man, whoever he is, we found half dead among them. I revived him with all care and saved him for you. Some public slaves meanwhile brought Phryne in chains into the theatre along with a procession that suited him. Right behind him were a wheel, a catapult, fire, and whips. Providence awarding him the prizes for his exertions. When he had taken his place in the middle of the theatre, one of the magistrates asked him, "Who are you?" "Demetrius, from Crete." "What do you know? Tell us." "When I was sailing to see my brother in Ionia, I was left behind by a ship. Then I got on another ship that was passing through. I thought they were merchants at the time, but now I suppose they were tomb robbers. After being at sea for a long time, all the others died from a lack of water, but I alone have been saved because I've never done anything wicked in my life. Syracusans, you are a people famed for your compassion. Do not prove yourselves more cruel to me than thirst and sea were." He spoke movingly, and the crowd was filled with pity. Perhaps he would have persuaded them, maybe even persuaded them to give him passage home, if some god taking vengeance for Calliroe had not begrudged him his unjust persuasion. It would have been the wickedest of judgments for the Syracusans to be persuaded that the man had been saved because of his piety, when he was the only one saved because of his impiety, so that he could suffer even greater punishment. Someone sitting in the crowd recognised him and quietly told the people around him, "I've seen this guy before walking around in the harbour here." What he said was then passed along quickly to more people, and someone shouted, "He's lying." Then all the citizens turned around, and the magistrates ordered the man who had spoken first to come down. The fisherman's accusation was more convincing than Phryne's denial, and immediately they called for the torturers, and they used whips on the fiend. They burned and cut him, but he held out for a long time. He almost triumphed over the torture, but conscience is strong in all of us, and truth is all-powerful, and though it took a good long while, eventually Frion confessed and began his tale. I saw riches put into a tomb and I gathered pirates. We opened the grave and found the dead woman still alive. We sold everything and loaded it into our ship. We sailed to Miletus, where we sold only the woman. We were taking the rest of the stuff over to Crete, when we were driven off course into the Ionian Sea by the winds. What happened to us then you have seen for yourself." He told them everything except the name of the person who had bought Calliroe. At his words, joy and pain were felt by all. Joy because Calliroe lived, pain because she had been sold. Thrion received the death sentence, despite Chaereus' pleas that the man should not be killed yet. "That way," he said, "he can come with me, and show me the people who bought her. Take into account the compulsion I'm under. I'm pleading on behalf of the man who sold my wife." Hermocrates blocked this eventuality by saying, "It would be better to face a more laborious search than that our laws be broken. I beg you, Syracusans, remember my service as general and render your gratitude for my victories towards my daughter. Send emissaries for her. She is a free woman. Let's get her back." The words were barely out of his mouth when the people shouted, "Let's all sail," and the majority of the council stepped up to volunteer. "I thank you all for this honour, but 2 envoys from the people and 2 from the council should do, and Chaereus will sail as the 5th, said Hermocrates. This resolution was made and ratified, and then the assembly was called to a close. A large part of the crowd followed Phrion as he was taken away. He was crucified in front of Calliroe's tomb, with a view from his cross of the sea over which he had carried as a prisoner Hermocrates' daughter, a woman not even the Athenians had captured. The others thought it best to wait for the sailing season, and to set out at the first sign of spring, for it was then still winter, and they felt it was simply impossible to cross the Ionian Sea. But Chaereus was impatient to go. Because of his love he was ready even to build a raft and throw himself into the sea to be carried along by the winds. Out of respect for him, and especially for Hermocrates, the envoys certainly did not want to delay, so they prepared to sail. The Syracusans sent out the expedition at public expense so that this too would add to the mission's grandeur. They launched the flagship, which was still carrying the victory standards, and when the day of departure came, the people ran down to the harbour, not just men, but women and children too. Mixed together were tears, prayers, groans, encouragements, fear, bravery, pessimism, and optimism. Chaereus' father Ariston, who was being carried because he was extremely old and ill, threw his arms around his son's neck and hung on to him. There were tears in his eyes, and he said, "Why are you abandoning me now, my child? I'm old, half dead. Clearly I'll never see you again. So wait just a few days for me to die in your arms, bury me and then go." Chaereus' mother held on to his knees and said, "I beg you, my child, do not leave me here alone, but load me onto the trireme. I'm not a heavy piece of cargo, and if I do turn out to be too heavy, you all can throw me into whatever sea you're sailing across." As she spoke, she tore open her clothes and exposed her breasts to him, and said, "Child, respect these and pity me, if ever I offered you the comfort of my own breast." Chaereus broke down in tears at the pleas of his parents, and threw himself overboard into the sea, wanting to die so that he could avoid the choice between searching for Calliroe and distressing his parents. The sailors quickly dove in and eventually pulled him out. Then Hermocrates dismissed the crowd and ordered the helmsman to go ahead and set sail already. Another deed of friendship, and not an ignoble one, also occurred. Chaereus' friend, Polycarmos, did not right away make an appearance with everyone else. He had even told his parents, "Sure, Chaereus is a friend, but not such a good one that I'll risk my life with him. So I'm going to steer clear of him until he sails." But when the ship moved away from the shore, he bade them farewell from the stern, so they could no longer keep him from going. Once he was out of the harbour, Chaereus faced the open water and said, "See, lead me in the same course you took Calliroe on. I pray to you, Poseidon, either that she return with us, or that I do not return here without her. If I can't bring my wife back, I'm more than willing to be a slave with her." A favourable wind came up behind the trireme, and it ran along, practically on the track of Thrion's ship. It took them the same number of days to get to Ionia, and they anchored at the very same promontory on Dionysus's property. The others were exhausted, and after disembarking they saw to getting a bit of rest by pitching tents and preparing a meal. Chaereus, with Polycarmos at his side, took a look around and said, "How can we find Calliroe now? I'm really afraid that Thryon lied to us and that her luck ran out and she's dead. But if she really has been sold, who knows where? Asia is a big place." In their wanderings, they came to Aphrodite's temple and decided to show reverence to the goddess. Falling at her knees, Chaereus said, "Mistress, you first showed me Calliroe at your festival. Now return to me the one you favoured me with." While his head was raised, he saw next to the goddess a golden statue of Calliroe, an offering of Dionysus. His knees gave way, as did his dear heart. A wave of vertigo hit him and he collapsed. Temple attendant saw him and brought him some water. When she had revived him, she said, "Take heart, my child. The goddess has astonished many others besides you. She makes appearances and shows herself clearly, but this is a sign of great blessing. Do you see the gold statue? This woman was a slave, but Aphrodite has made her the mistress of all of us." "Who is she?" asked Chaereus. "She is mistress of this estate, my child, the wife of Dionysus, the leading man of Ionia." When Polycarmos heard this, he, being a man with his wits about him, did not let Chaereus say anything else. He helped him to his feet and got him out of there, not wanting their identities to be discovered until they had a chance to give serious thought to everything and come up with a plan of action. While the attendant was nearby, Chaereus said nothing. He forced himself to keep quiet, although tears burst forth from his eyes of their own accord. But after he went off a ways by himself, he threw himself to the ground and said, "Kindly see, why did you save me? So that I could have a good voyage and see Calliroe as the wife of another. That's something I hoped would never happen, not even if Chaereus died. What am I to do now that my luck's run out? I was hoping to get you back from a master. I believed that with the ransom money I could persuade the man who bought you. But now I've found that you're rich, perhaps even royalty. I would have been so much happier if I'd found you a slave. Am I supposed to go up to Dionysus and say, 'Give me back my wife'? Who says that to a married man? But even if I ran into you, I couldn't approach you, or even greet you as a fellow citizen, that most routine of courtesies. I'd probably be in danger of being put to death for seducing my own wife." Polycarmos tried to comfort him as he made this lament. In the meantime, Dionysus' estate manager Phocus spotted the battle-ready trireme and was rather apprehensive. Getting in good with one of the sailors, Phocus found out from him the truth of who they were, where they came from, and why they were making their voyage. Then he realised that the trireme was bringing a great disaster for Dionysus, who would not survive being separated from Calliroe. Since he loved his master, he wanted to forestall the danger and snuff out a war that might not have been big or even between whole countries, but which would affect Dionysus' house alone. For this reason, he got on a horse and rode to a Persian fort and reported that an enemy trireme had slipped through, perhaps on a scouting mission, perhaps also lying in wait before a pirate raid. He said it was in the king's interest that it be captured before it could do any harm. He convinced the barbarians, and once they were ready for action, he showed them the way. In the middle of the night they attacked. They hurled fire upon the ship and destroyed it. They captured all the survivors and took them back to their fort in chains. The prisoners were divided up, and Kyrios and Polycarmos begged to be sold to the same master. The man who got them sold them in Caria, where, wearing heavy shackles, they worked on the estate of Mithridates. Kyrios appeared to Calliroe in a dream. He was in chains, but wanted to approach her, though he was unable to. In her sleep, she gave a loud and clear shout, "Over here, Kyrios." That was the first time Dionysus had heard Kyrios' name. His wife was distraught, and he asked her, "Who was the man you were calling?" Her tears betrayed her, and unable to contain her grief, she gave voice to an emotion. "An unfortunate person, the man I married as a girl. He is no more fortunate in my dreams, for I saw him in chains. Oh, you, poor thing, you died looking for me. The chains reveal your death. But I live in the lap of luxury, lying on a golden bed with another husband. But it won't be long before I come to you. Even if we couldn't enjoy each other's company while we were alive, we will have each other after death." Dionysus heard these words and experienced a swirl of opinions. Jealousy took hold of him, because Calliroe loved Kyrios even though he was dead, but a fear that she would kill herself also gripped him. On the whole, he was encouraged by the fact that his wife thought her first husband was dead, for she would not abandon Dionysus now that Kyrios was no more. So he comforted his wife as much as he could, and watched her closely for several days to make sure she did not do herself any serious harm. She was diverted from her grief by a hope that perhaps Kyrios was alive, and her dream had been wrong. Her pregnancy was an even more effective diversion, for in the 7th month after her marriage she gave birth to a son, supposedly Dionysus's, but really Kyrios's. The city threw a festival, and envoys came from all over to share the Milesians' delight at the growth of Dionysus's family. Overjoyed, Dionysus agreed to Calliroe's every request and declared her the mistress of his house. He filled the temples with dedicatory offerings and provided a feast for the whole city with his sacrifices. Anxious that her secret would be divulged, Calliroe requested freedom from Plangon, the only one who knew that she had come to Dionysus already pregnant. That way, she could claim her loyalty not only because of her inclination, but also because of her rise in station. "I'll happily reward Plangon for her service in love," said Dionysus, "but we are making a mistake if we honour our servant and do not properly thank Aphrodite, in whose temple we first saw each other." Calliroe replied, "I want that even more than you do, since I owe her a greater debt of gratitude. Right now, I'm still confined to bed, but let's wait a few days until it's safer and then go to the country." She recovered swiftly from the delivery and grew more striking and lovely, no longer a girl but now a woman. When they got to the estate, Phocus had prepared magnificent sacrifices because a large crowd had come with them from the city. As he began the great sacrifice, Dionysus said, "Mistress Aphrodite, you are responsible for all my blessings. From you I have Calliroe, from you I have my son. I am a husband and a father thanks to you. Calliroe was enough for me, sweeter than country and parents. But I love my child because he has bound his mother to me more securely. He is my guarantee of her affection. I beg you, mistress, keep Calliroe safe for me, and our son safe for Calliroe. The crowd of people standing around gave a shout of approval and showered them with enough roses, violets, and whole garlands to fill the sanctuary with flowers. Dionysus had delivered his prayer with everyone listening, but Calliroe wanted to speak with Aphrodite privately. First, she took her son in her arms, and it was the most beautiful sight ever seen. Like none a painter ever painted, or a sculptor ever sculpted, or a poet ever told, until now. For none of these artists has ever portrayed Artemis or Athena carrying a baby in her arms. Dionysus wept with joy when he saw this and quietly bowed in reverence to Nemesis. Calliroe told only Plangon to stay with her, and sent the rest on ahead to the villa. When they were gone, she stood near Aphrodite and held up the baby in her hands. Mistress, I am grateful to you for this child, not for myself. I would have felt grateful to you for myself if you had kept watch over Chaereus, but you have given me the exact likeness of my beloved husband, so you haven't deprived me entirely of Chaereus. Grant me that my son be more fortunate than his parents, and like his grandfather. May he too sail on a flagship, and when he is in a battle at sea, may someone say, Hermocrates' grandson is greater than he. His grandfather will be happy to have someone to succeed him in valour. We, his parents, will be happy even if we are dead. I beg you, mistress, give up your grievance against me. I have suffered enough misfortune. I have died, I have come back to life, I have been taken by pirates, lost my country, been sold, and become a slave. And I think of my second marriage as weighing upon me more heavily than those other things. But to make up for all of it, I ask a single favour from you, and through you from the rest of the gods. Keep my fatherless child safe for me. She wanted to say more, but her tears stopped her. After waiting a bit, she called for the priestess. The old woman came and asked, My child, why are you crying in the midst of such blessings? Why even foreigners show reverence to you as a goddess? Yesterday 2 handsome young men who were sailing by came here. One of them saw your statue and nearly breathed his last. That's how famous Aphrodite has made you. This struck Calliroe's heart. Like a woman possessed, she fixed her eyes on the priestess and cried, Who were the foreigners? Where were they sailing from? What did they say to you? Alarmed, the old woman at first stood there speechless, but eventually she answered, I only saw them, I heard nothing. What did they look like? Try to remember their faces. The old woman could not tell her accurately, but Calliroe suspected the truth anyway. For what people want to be true, that is what they believe to be true. Looking at Plangon, she said, My unfortunate Chaereus might have come here as he wandered. So what became of him? Let's look for him, but let's do so discreetly. When she went to Dionysus, she told him only what she had heard from the priestess, for she knew that love is naturally curious and that Dionysus would investigate what had happened for himself. That is exactly what occurred. As soon as he found out, Dionysus was filled with jealousy. He did not have the slightest suspicion that it was Chaereus, but he was afraid that someone in the countryside was secretly plotting to seduce his wife. Her beauty made him suspicious and scared of everyone, and he was afraid not just of the plots of mortal men, but he thought that perhaps a god had descended from heaven to be his rival in love, so he summoned Focus and questioned him. Who were the young men? Where were they from? Were they rich and handsome? Why were they worshipping my Aphrodite? Who told them about her? Who let them? Focus concealed the truth not because he was afraid of Dionysus, but because he knew that Calliroe would destroy him and his family when she found out what had happened. When he denied that anyone had visited the area, Dionysus, unaware of why he was lying, suspected that Focus was part of a more serious plot against him. He flew into a rage and asked for whips and a wheel to use on Focus. And not just him, but he summoned everyone on the estate, convinced he was looking into a case of adultery. When Focus realised how much trouble he was in, regardless of whether he spoke or kept silent, he said, "Master, I'll tell you, and only you, the truth." Dionysus dismissed everyone else and said, "Now we're alone. No more of your lies. Tell me the truth, even if it's bad." "It's not bad at all, Master," said Focus. "I bring you news of great blessings. If it starts out a little gloomy, that's no reason for you to feel agony or misery. Just wait until you hear the whole story. It has an ending that's a happy one for you." This news set Dionysus on edge, and he hung on every word. "Don't wait. Tell me already." Then Focus began to speak. "A trireme arrived here from Sicily, with Syracusan envoys to demand Calliroe back from you." Dionysus could have died when he heard that, and night poured down over his eyes. He had a vision of Calliroe standing there and dragging Calliroe away from him. Laying there, his appearance and colour were that of a corpse. Focus had no idea what to do. He did not want to call anyone, since that would mean there would be a witness to his secrets. He managed to revive his master gradually and told him, "Don't worry, Calliroe is dead. The ship has been destroyed. There's no reason to be afraid anymore." These words instilled life into Dionysus, and gradually he came back to himself. He asked in detail about everything, and Focus told him about the sailors who had revealed to him where the trireme was from, why they were sailing, and who they were, as well as the trick he had played on the barbarians, and about the night, the fire, the destruction of the ship, the killing, the chains. Dionysus lifted a cloud or shadow off his soul, so to speak, and embraced Focus. "You are my benefactor. You are my true protector, the one I most trust with my secrets. Thanks to you, I have Calliroe and our son. I wouldn't have ordered you to kill Calliroe, but I don't blame you for having done it, since your crime was motivated by love of your master. In one way, you were careless, though. You didn't dig around to find out whether Calliroe was one of the dead or one of the prisoners. You should have looked for his body. He would have had a burial, and I would have had a better reason not to worry. As it is now, because of the prisoners, I cannot relax and enjoy my good fortune. We don't know where any of them were sold." He told Focus to go ahead and openly talk about most of what had happened, but to keep quiet about two matters: his own trick and the fact that there were some men from the trireme who survived. Dionysus went to Calliroe with a gloomy look on his face, and then called in the peasants he had co-opted into his scheme, so that his wife, when she found out what had happened, would then come to accept with more certainty that she had lost Calliroe. They came and told her everything they knew. Barbarian pirates came out of nowhere during the night and attacked and burned a Greek trireme that had anchored the day before at a promontory. When day came, we saw blood in the water and bodies floating on the waves. The woman tore her clothes when she heard this. She struck her eyes and cheeks and ran off to the room she had first gone into after being sold. Dionysus gave free rein to her emotion, afraid there would be a distasteful scene if he went to her before she was ready. Ordered everyone to leave, but told Calliroe to stay by her so she would not do herself any harm. When Calliroe was alone, she sat on the floor and poured dust over her head. Tearing out her hair, she began the following lament. I had prayed to die either before you or with you, Calliroe. There's no doubt that I must die, even if it will be after you. What hope is left to keep me alive? Unfortunate though I was, up until now I could think, I'll see Calliroe one day and tell him everything I've suffered on his account. It will make him honour me more. How full of joy he will be when he sees our son. Now it's all been rendered pointless, and I've got the child on top of it all. Without a father he's just another addition to my troubles. Aphrodite, unjust goddess, you alone saw Calliroe, but you didn't show him to me when he came. You delivered his handsome body up to the hands of pirates. You didn't pity him, though it was your fault he was making this voyage. Who could pray to such a goddess, one who killed her own supplicant? You didn't help during that fearful night you watched a handsome young man, a lover, get murdered right next to you. You deprived me of my companion, my fellow citizen, my lover, my beloved, my husband. Return him to me, even if only his body. I grant that we were born the unluckiest people in the world, but what crime did the trireme commit that barbarians had to burn it? Not even the Athenians defeated it. Now our parents are sitting by the sea, waiting for us to sail home. Whenever they see a ship far off, they say Calliroe is coming with Calliroe. They're preparing our marriage bed. They've decorated a room for us, though we don't even have a tomb. Foul sea. You brought Calliroe to Miletus, so he could be killed, and me, so I could be sold. Book 4. Calliroe passed this night in lamentation, mourning for Calliroe though he was still alive. She had just nodded off, when she dreamed that she saw a band of barbarian pirates carrying torches, a trireme being set on fire, and herself helping Calliroe. As he watched his wife wearing herself out, it pained Dionysus to think that her beauty might somehow be diminished as well. But he thought it could only help his own love, if she accepted with certainty that she had lost her first husband. So, wanting to demonstrate his love and his generosity, he said to her, "Get up, my dear, and prepare a tomb for the poor man. Why do you worry about what is impossible while ignoring what is indispensable? Imagine he was here, telling you, 'Bury me so that as soon as possible I may pass beyond Hades' gates.' Even if the unfortunate man's body hasn't been recovered, still, we Greeks have an old custom of honouring with tombs even those who have disappeared." He quickly won her over since his advice was to her liking. The idea made an impression on her, and her grief subsided. Rising from her bed, she began to look for the place where she would have the tomb built. She settled on a spot near Aphrodite's temple, so the people there might have a monument of love. Out of jealousy, Dionysus did not want Calliroe so close, and he had been saving this spot for himself. At the same time, he also wanted something to occupy her thoughts, so he said, "My dear, let's go to the city. There in front of the city let's build a tomb high enough to be seen for miles, so that from the open sea it may be conspicuous to men. Miletus has excellent harbours, and even Syracusans often come to anchor in them. This way your munificence will become known also among your fellow citizens." Calliroe liked his proposal, but restrained her eagerness for the moment. Once she arrived at the city, however, on a high spot on the coast, she began to build a tomb in every way like her own in Syracuse. in plan, in size, and in richness of decoration. This one, like the other, was for someone who was still alive. No expense was spared and many hands worked on it, so it was completed quickly. Then Calliroe replicated the funeral that had been held for her. A day was set and announced in advance, and not only did the people of Miletus come out for the funeral, but so did nearly the whole population of Ionia. There were even 2 satraps who took this opportunity to visit, Mithridates the satrap of Caria, and Pharnaces the satrap of Lydia and Ionia. Ostensibly they came to honour Dionysus, but really they came to see Calliroe. The woman's fame was great throughout Asia, and the name Calliroe had gone inland to reach the great king, further than the names of Ariadne or Leda. On this occasion she was found to exceed even her reputation, for she appeared in mourning black, her hair loose and her face radiant, her arms and lower legs were bare, and she seemed to surpass those white-armed and fair-ankled goddesses in Homer. No one there was unmoved by her scintillating beauty. Some turned their faces as if a sun ray fell on them, others actually knelt in reverence to her. Even children were not immune. Mithridates, the governor of Caria, fell slack-jawed, like a man unexpectedly hit by a stone from a sling. His attendants eventually had to lift him up and help him along. A statue of Kyrios, modelled on the seal stone in Calliroe's ring, was led in procession. But though this image was quite beautiful, no one looked at it, with Calliroe present. She alone mesmerised the eyes of all. How could anyone fittingly tell how the procession ended? When they came near the tomb, the men carrying the bier put it down, and Calliroe climbed on it by herself, embraced and kissed the statue, and said, "You buried me first in Syracuse. Now it's my turn to bury you in Miletus. It's not just that we suffer misfortunes that are serious. They are unbelievable. We've buried each other, but neither of us even has the other's body. Resentful fortune, even in death, you've denied that we might be covered together by the same earth. You've driven even our corpses into exile." The crowd broke out in lamentations, and everybody pitied Kyrios, not because he was dead, but because he had lost a wife like her. While Calliroe was burying Kyrios in Miletus, Kyrios was slaving away in chains in Caria. As he dug, he was quickly wearing himself out physically, because many things were weighing on him. Beatings, neglect, his chains, and even more than these, his love. A certain slender hope that he would perhaps one day see Calliroe would not let him die, though he wanted to. When Polycarmos, Kyrios' friend, who had been taken captive with him, saw that he was unable to work and was being beaten and cruelly abused, he spoke to their foreman, "Give us a separate section all to ourselves. That way the laziness of the other prisoners won't be counted against us. The 2 of us by ourselves will do our own share of the work every day." The foreman agreed and gave his permission. Since Polycarmos was physically strong and not a slave to that harsh tyrant Eros, he did practically both their shares by himself, happy to take a larger part in the work if it kept his friend alive. Such was their plight, as at last they realised what it meant to lose their freedom. The satrap Mithridates returned to Caria a different man than the one who had set out for Miletus, now pale and thin, as if he had a piercing, hot wound in his soul. Melting with love for Calliroe, he doubtless would have died if he had not obtained the following relief. Some of the workers shackled with Kyrios, there were 16 of them cooped up in a dark little cell, broke through their chains at night, slit the foreman's throat, and then ran for it. They did not make it because the dogs barked and gave them away. After they were caught, They were all bound more securely in wooden stocks for that night. At daybreak, the estate manager went and informed his master of what had happened. Mithridates neither saw the prisoners nor listened to any defence, but immediately ordered the 16 cellmates to all be crucified. They were brought forth bound together by their feet and necks, each of them bearing his own cross. The men in charge of the punishment added this gloomy public spectacle to the strictly necessary penalty as an example to frighten the other slaves. As he was led away with the others, Calliroe said nothing, but Polycarmos, when he picked up his cross, said, "Calliroe, it's your fault we're going through this. You're responsible for all of our troubles." When the estate manager heard him say this, he thought some woman had been in on the crime, so that she could also be punished, and an investigation made into the plot. The manager quickly took Polycarmos off the chain that bound the prisoners together, and took him to Mithridates. He was sitting alone in a garden, depressed, painting a picture of Calliroe in his mind, as she had been, when he had seen her in mourning. He was entirely absorbed in that thought, and was none too happy to see his servant. "Why are you bothering me?" he asked. "I had to, master," the estate manager said. "I've discovered the source of their daring crime, and this damned guy knows a nasty woman who helped commit the murder." Mithridates furrowed his brow when he heard this, and gave Polycarmos a dangerous look. "Tell me the name of the woman who knew about this and was your accomplice in your crimes." Polycarmos said that he did not know, since he had not been involved in any way in what had happened. Whips were called for, and fire brought, and implements of torture were readied. One of the men grabbed him bodily and said, "Tell us the name of the woman and the one you admitted was the cause of your trouble." Polycarmos said, "Calliroe." The name struck Mithridates, and he thought the fact that the woman had the same name was a bit of bad luck. He was no longer willing to eagerly pursue the interrogation, afraid that he might at some point be forced to sully that most pleasing name. His friends and servants, however, were urging him to investigate the matter more carefully, so he said, "Have Calliroe come here." Then they beat Polycarmos and asked him who she was, and where they could go get her. The poor man did not know what to do, but he was unwilling to falsely accuse some woman. "Why are you wasting your time by making such a big deal about finding a woman who isn't even here? I was talking about Calliroe of Syracuse, the daughter of the general Hermocrates." When Mithridates heard this, he turned bright red, and a sweat built up inside him. At one point, a tear slipped out of his eye in spite of himself. That made Polycarmos stop talking and baffled everyone else who was there. Eventually, Mithridates managed to pull himself together and said, "What's your connection with that Calliroe, and why did you mention her name when you were about to be executed?" "It's a long story, master, and it won't do me any good at this point. I won't bother you by rambling on about it. It's not really the right time for it. Besides, I'm afraid that if I take too long, my friend will go before me, and I want to share his death as well." The anger of those who heard this reversed direction as their feelings switched to pity. Of all of them, Mithridates was the most moved, and he said, "Have no fear. You won't be bothering me with your story. I have a compassionate heart. Don't worry. Tell me everything and leave nothing out. Who are you? Where are you from? How did you get to Calliroe? And why were you in chains on a digging crew? Above all, tell me about Calliroe, and who your friend is." Polycarmos began his story. "We, the two prisoners, are Syracusans. The other young man was once the outstanding man in Sicily for reputation, wealth, and good looks. I, on the other hand, was no one special, just a friend of his from school. We left our parents and sailed from our country. I came because of him, while he came because of his wife. Her name is Calliroe. Thinking she was dead, he had given her a splendid funeral, but tomb robbers had found her alive and sold her in Ionia. This information was given to us by Phreon the pirate when he was being tortured in our public assembly, so the city of Syracuse sent a trireme and envoys to try and get the woman back. While the ship was anchored at night, barbarians burned it. They killed many, but tied up my friend and me and sold us here. We were trying to bear our misfortune with composure, but some of our fellow prisoners, men we didn't know, broke their chains and committed murder. On your orders, we were all being taken to be crucified. My friend wouldn't blame his wife even when he was about to die, but I couldn't help mentioning her and saying she was the cause of our troubles since we'd set sail because of her. The words were barely out of his mouth when Mithridates shouted, "You mean Calliroe?" "Yes, my friend Calliroe," said Polycarmos. "But I beg you, master, order your executioners not even to separate our crosses." Tears and groans followed his story, and Mithridates sent all the men after Calliroe so they could get him before he died. They found the others already hung up, but Calliroe was just going up on his cross. Still far away, they all shouted different things. "Spare him! Get down! Don't hurt him! Let him go!" The executioner checked his eagerness, and Calliroe came down from the cross disappointed. He had been happy to escape a miserable life and an unhappy love. He was led off, and Mithridates met him on the way and embraced him. "Brother, friend, with this impressive but inappropriate silence of yours you've almost tricked me into committing an impious deed." He immediately ordered his servants to take the young man to the bathhouse and to take care of their physical needs. He also ordered them, once the men had washed, to dress them in nice Greek clothes. Mithridates himself invited some friends to a dinner party and made sacrifices in thanks for Calliroe's rescue. The drinking went on for a long time, the hospitality was pleasant, and there was no lack of good cheer. As the festivities proceeded, Mithridates, warmed by wine and love, said, "Calliroe, I don't so much pity you for the chains and cross, but because you've lost such a beautiful wife." Stricken, Calliroe shouted, "Where did you see my Calliroe?" "Yours no longer," said Mithridates. "She's the lawful wife of Dionysus of Miletus. Now they have a son too." When he heard that, Calliroe could not restrain himself and threw himself at Mithridates' knees. "I beg you, master, give me back my cross. You're torturing me worse by forcing me to go on living after telling me a story like that. Faithless Calliroe, you are the most unholy of all women. I was sold into slavery because of you. I dug. I bore a cross. I was handed over to an executioner. Meanwhile, you lived in luxury and celebrated a marriage while I was in chains. It was not enough that you became another man's wife while Calliroe was still alive. You also became a mother. Everyone began to weep, and the party turned into a gloomy drama. Mithridates alone was happy at this turn of events, conceiving a certain lover's hope, since he would now be able to talk and do something about Calliroe while seeming to help a friend. "For the moment," he said, "let's break things up. It's night time now, but when we're sober tomorrow, let's talk things over. We'll need more time to give this our full consideration." After that he got up and ended the party. He retired as he usually did, but he made it known that the young men from Syracuse were to be taken care of and have their own room. That night was full of anxieties for them all, and no one could sleep. Calliroe was angry, Polycarmos was trying to confront him, and Mithridates was taking pleasure in the expectation that, like a contestant who has drawn a bye in the athletic competitions, if he waited while Calliroe and Dionysus fought it out, he would walk off with the prize of Calliroe without breaking a sweat. The next day, when the matter came up for discussion, Calliroe thought he should head to Miletus right away and demand his wife back from Dionysus, for Calliroe would not stay there once she had seen him. "If it were up to me," Mithridates said, I'd say go ahead. I don't want you to be apart from your wife even one more day. You should never have left Sicily. Nothing bad should ever happen to the two of you. But now that Fortune, who loves novelty, has arranged this gloomy drama around you, you must give very careful consideration to what comes next. Right now you're in a rush because you're motivated by your emotions rather than your reason. You're not at all looking ahead to what's going to happen. Alone and a foreigner, you're going off to the big city. Your goal is to take from a rich man, the leading man in Ionia in fact, his wife, who is bound particularly close to him. How exactly are you going to persuade him? Your Hermocrates is far away, so is Mithridates. They're your only two allies. They're in a better position to mourn you than help you. I'm also afraid of your luck in that place. You have already suffered terribly there, but that experience will one day seem golden to you. Miletus was kinder then. You were put in chains, but survived. You were sold, but sold to me. But which of the gods will be able to save you now if Dionysus learns that you're plotting against his marriage? You'll fall into the hands of a tyrannical rival. Maybe he won't even believe you're Calliroe, though you'll be in more danger if he does think you're really you. Are you the only one who doesn't know the nature of Eros? The god delights in deceits and tricks. I think it would be best for you to gauge your wife's reaction by letter. See if she remembers you. See if she's willing to leave Dionysus or wishes to prosper the house of him who weds her. Write her a letter. Let her regret. Let her rejoice. Let her seek you out. Let her summon you to her. I'll come up with a plan to get the letter to her. You go and write it. Calliroe was persuaded, and when he was alone in a quiet place, he tried to write the letter but was unable because his tears were pouring out, and his hand was shaking. But after weeping for his misfortunes, he eventually began to write the following letter. To Calliroe from Calliroe. I'm alive. Alive thanks to Mithridates, my benefactor, and, I hope, your benefactor also. I was sold in Caria by barbarians, the ones who burned my fine ship, the flagship, your father's. The city sent an embassy on it for you. I don't know what happened to the rest of our fellow citizens, but my friend Polycarmos and I were saved by our master's pity when we were about to be killed. But though Mithridates did me all these services, he undid them all with the pain he caused me when he told me about your marriage. Being human, I expected to die, but I didn't expect you would get married. I beg you, change your mind. I pour out offerings of tears and kisses over my words. I am Calliroe, the man you saw when you as a maiden made your way to Aphrodite's temple, the one you lay awake for. Remember our wedding chamber and the mystical night on which we first had experience of each other, you of your husband and I of my wife. But I was jealous. That's what happens to people in love. But I've made it up to you. I've been sold. I've been a slave. I've been in chains. Don't hold a grudge against me for that rash kick. For you I've even been put up on a cross, uttering not a word of reproach in your direction. So if you were still to remember me, my sufferings mean nothing. But if you feel otherwise, you'll be sentencing me to death. He gave this letter to Mithridates, and Mithridates gave it to Hyginos, his most trusted servant, the one he employed also as the administrator of all of his property in Caria, and he revealed to him his own love as well. In fact, he himself wrote a letter to Calliroe in which he pointed out his goodwill and solicitude towards her because he had saved Calliroe for her sake. He advised her not to spurn her first husband and promised her that he would soon come up with a strategy for them to be reunited so long as she too approved of the idea. he sent free servants with Hyginos, as well as rich gifts and a great deal of money. To allay suspicion, the rest of the servants were told that he was sending these things to Dionysus, but he ordered Hyginos to leave the others behind when he got to Pyrene. Hyginos was to make his way alone to Miletus disguised as an Ionian, as he could speak Greek, to scout things out. Then, when he had figured out how he would handle the situation, he was to bring the men in Priene to Miletus. He went off and started to carry out his orders, but fortune did not opt for an outcome in line with the intended one. Instead, she kicked off a series of greater troubles. When Hyginos left Priene for Miletus, the slaves, now left alone and deprived of their leader, began to live the high life with all that money. In a small city full of Greek nosiness, strangers spending a lot of money drew everyone's attention. Unknown individuals indulging themselves in luxury, the townspeople decided, were certainly thieves and doubtlessly runaway slaves. So the general of the city went to their hotel, made a search, and discovered money and extravagant clothing. Believing it to be stolen property, he questioned the slaves about who they were and where the goods had come from. Afraid of being tortured, they divulged the truth, that Mithridates, the governor of Caria, had sent gifts to Dionysus, and they produced the letters as proof. The general did not open the letters because they were sealed on the outside. Instead, he gave them to some of his men and sent everything, including the slaves, to Dionysus, believing that he was doing him a favour. Dionysus happened to be entertaining the city's most eminent citizens. It was a splendid dinner party. At just about this point, a flute was playing, and the sound of people singing could be heard. In the midst of this, someone handed him the letter. Bias, general of Priene, sends greetings to his benefactor Dionysus. Gifts and letters were being brought to you from Mithridates, the governor of Caria. Some good-for-nothing slaves were ruining them, so I arrested them and sent them on to you. Dionysus read this letter out in the middle of the banquet, taking pride in the princely gifts. He ordered the seal to be broken and began to read the letters. Then he saw it. To Calliroe from Kyrios, I'm alive. His knees gave way, as did his dear heart, and then darkness poured down over his eyes. Still, even though he fainted, he kept his grip on the letters, afraid that someone else would read them. There was an uproar, and people ran to him, and he came around. Fully aware of his calamity, he ordered his servants to carry him to another room. He pretended he just wanted to get a bit of rest. The party broke up gloomily. The spectacle of an apparent attack put a dampener on their spirits. Dionysus, when he was alone, read the letters over and over again. He was overcome by various emotions: anger, despair, fear, disbelief. He could not believe that Kyrios was alive. That was, after all, the last thing he wanted. Instead, he suspected it was some adulterous scheme of Mithridates, who wanted to seduce Calliroe with hopes for Kyrios. The next day, Dionysus had closer watch kept on his wife so that no one could approach her or tell her any stories of what had happened in Caria. He himself came up with the following plan to get revenge. It just happened that Pharnaces, the satrap of Lydia and Ionia, was in town at that time. He was considered the most important of the officials sent by the king to the coastal regions. Dionysus went to him, they were friends, and asked him to speak with him privately. When it was just the two of them, Dionysus said, "Master, help me and yourself. Mithridates, the most evil man alive, a man who bears you a grudge, although he is my guest friend, is plotting against my marriage and has sent letters of seduction, as well as money, to my wife." He then read out the letters and explained Mithridates' scheme. Pharnaces was happy to hear what he had to say, perhaps partly because of Mithridates. There was a fair amount of friction between them because their territories were adjacent, but more because of love. Yes, he too burned with love for Calliroe, and it was because of her that he visited Miletus so frequently and invited Dionysus and his wife to dinner so often. So he promised to help in whatever way he could, and composed a letter for the king's eyes only. Pharnaces, satrap of Lydia and Ionia, sends greetings to his master the king of kings, Artaxerxes. Dionysus of Miletus is your slave, loyal and devoted to your house, as his ancestors were. He was complaining bitterly to me because Mithridates, the governor of Calliroe, is trying to seduce his wife, though he is his guest friend. This has the potential to bring great dispute to your government, and, more importantly, to lead to unrest and upheaval. Every misdeed of a satrap is to be condemned, but especially this one. Dionysus is one of the most powerful of the Ionian Greeks, and the beauty of his wife is so famous that we will not be able to keep the insult under wraps. When this letter was delivered, the king read it out loud to his friends and sought their counsel about what he should do. Different opinions were put forward. Those who resented Mithridates or wanted to replace him as satrap thought that the king should not turn a blind eye to a plot against an eminent man's marriage. Those with more tolerant personalities or who held Mithridates in esteem, and he had many defenders, were not pleased with the idea of a noble man being arrested on the basis of a slave's slander. Since these opinions were evenly divided, the king put off his deliberation of the matter and made no decision that day. When night fell, he was overcome with revulsion as he thought about the threat to the decency of his kingdom, but also with caution about what was going to happen. Mithridates, he thought, was starting down the road of ignoring his authority, so he became determined to summon him to trial. Another impulse urged him to send also for the beautiful woman. In his solitude, night and darkness became his counsellors and reminded him of the part of the letter about her, and a rumour that a certain Calliroe in Ionia was the most beautiful woman also roused him. That was the one thing he found fault with Pharnaces for. He had not included the name of the woman in his letter. Uncertain whether another woman could possibly be even more beautiful than the one in the rumours, he decided to send for the wife as well. He wrote to Pharnaces, "Send Dionysus, my slave from Miletus." Send his wife along too. To Mithridates he wrote, "Come and prove that you did not plot against Dionysus' marriage." Mithridates was stunned by this and baffled about the source of the accusation, until Hygenos returned and told him what had happened with the slaves, and so, betrayed by the letters, he considered not making the journey inland. Instead, he would capture Miletus and kill Dionysus, the man responsible. Once he had gotten Calliroe, he would revolt from the king. Why be so eager to place your freedom into a master's hands? Perhaps you'll even prevail if you stay put. After all, the king is far away and he has worthless generals. And even if he should break faith, nothing worse can happen to you. In the meantime, do not give up the two finest things, love and power. Authority is a glorious shroud, and death with Calliroe a sweet thing. While he was still making these plans and preparing for rebellion, a messenger came with word that Dionysus had set out from Miletus and had Calliroe with him. This was more painful for Mithridates to hear than the command summoning him to the trial, and he lamented his misfortune. Am I to continue waiting? Hoping for what? Fortune is forsaking me on every side. Perhaps the king will take pity on me since I've done nothing wrong. And if I have to die, I'll get to see Calliroe again. And if I have Kyrios and Polycarmos with me at the trial, they won't just be on my side, they'll also be my witnesses. He gave orders for his whole retinue to accompany him, and then he set out from Calliroe, confident that he would be found innocent of wrongdoing. As a result, the people sent him on his way not with tears but with sacrifices and pageantry, and so Eros was dispatching both this first company from Calliroe and also a second from Ionia. The latter was more notable, for its beauty was both more remarkable and more regal. Rumour ran ahead of the woman, announcing to everyone that Calliroe was coming, that famous name, that great achievement of nature, like Artemis or golden Aphrodite. Report of the trial also increased her renown. Whole cities turned out to meet her, and the people who came thronged the roads to get a good look. Everyone thought that the rumour did not do the woman justice. The more they congratulated Dionysus, the worse they felt, and the magnitude of his good fortune made him more miserable, for as an educated man he was well aware that Eros is capricious. This is why poets and sculptors outfit him with bow and fire, the lightest and least stable of things. Dionysus kept thinking of old stories of all the infidelities of beautiful women, and so everything frightened him. He saw everyone as a rival in love, not just his opponent in the trial, but the very judge himself, and as a result he also regretted so rashly telling Pharnaces about it, when he could have been sleeping with his beloved. Keeping watch over Calliroe in Miletus was nothing like trying to do so in the whole of Ionia, but he managed to keep his secret until the end, not revealing to his wife the reason for their journey. His explanation was that the king had sent for him because he wanted to consult him about affairs in Ionia. Calliroe was distressed to travel so far from the Greek sea, for she thought of herself as being near Syracuse so long as she could look upon the harbours of Miletus, and she also had Chaereas' tomb there as a great source of comfort. Book 5. How Calliroe, the most beautiful woman, married the most handsome of men, Chaereas, after Aphrodite arranged their marriage. How out of jealousy Chaereas struck her, and she was thought to be dead. How, after she was buried in a lavish funeral, and then regained consciousness in the tomb robbers took her away from Sicily at night, sailed to Ionia, and sold her to Dionysus. Dionysus' love, Calliroe's faithfulness to Chaereas, her being forced to marry because of her pregnancy, Phryon's confession, Chaereas' journey in search of his wife, his being captured and sold into slavery in Caria with his friend Polycarmos, how Mithridates discovered who Chaereas was when he was about to be executed, how he was eager to reunite the lovers with each other, but Dionysus discovered his plans through some letters, and accused him to Pharnaces, who made an accusation to the king, and the king summoned them both to a trial. These things have been described in the preceding narrative. I will now tell the rest of the story. Calliroe coped well with the journey through Syria and Cilicia, since she could hear Greek spoken and look upon the sea that led to Syracuse. However, when she reached the Euphrates River, beyond which lies a vast continent, the gateway into the bulk of the king's territory, then longing came over her for her country and family, as well as despair of ever going back. She stood on the bank of the river, ordered everyone to withdraw except for Plangon, the one person she trusted, and began to speak. Resentful fortune, so insistent on waging war on one woman, you shut me up alive in a tomb, and then you got me out, not because you pitied me, but so you could hand me over to pirates. The sea and Phreon share responsibility for my exile. I, the daughter of Hermocrates, was sold, and far worse than slavery. Someone fell in love with me, so I had to marry another man although Calliroe still lived. Even this you now begrudge me. You no longer keep me in exile in Ionia. That was a foreign land you allowed me, but a Greek one. I took great comfort because I was near the sea. Now you are casting me out of the very air I know, and I'm a world away from my country. You've deprived me of Miletus just as you earlier did Syracuse. I'm being taken beyond the Euphrates and, though a girl from an island, I'm being imprisoned in the furthest reaches of barbarian lands, where the sea does not extend. Now what sort of ship am I to hope will come sailing from Sicily? I'm also being torn away from your tomb, Kyrios. Who is supposed to pour out libations for you, my dear departed? Bactra and Susa, that's where I'll live from now on, and die. I'll cross you just once, Euphrates. I'm not so much afraid of the length of the journey as I am afraid that someone will think me beautiful there too. As she said this, she kissed the ground. Then she stepped onto the ferry and made the crossing. Now Dionysus had a large retinue since he was making the richest possible show of his means for his wife, but their treatment by the local inhabitants made their journey even more regal. The people of one town would escort them to the next. The satraps delivered them to the next in line. Her beauty won over everyone. Another hope that the woman would gain great power also burned inside the barbarians, and because of this each was eager to give her hospitality or to curry favour with her for the future, in whatever way they could. So that was how things stood with them. Mithridates, on the other hand, was travelling the quicker route through Armenia. More than anything else, he was concerned that the king would also find fault with him for following in the woman's footsteps, but he was also eager to get there first and prepare his defence for the trial. When he arrived in Babylon, that is where the king was in residence, he passed the day quietly in his quarters. All the satraps have individual lodgings assigned to them. The next day, however, when he went to the king's doors, he greeted the Persian peers and also Artaxerxes, who was the most important and powerful eunuch in the king's court. First he honoured him with gifts, and then he said, "Make an announcement to the king. Mithridates, your slave, has come to refute the accusation of some Greek person and to show reverence." A little while later the eunuch came back out and replied, "It is the king's hope that Mithridates is innocent, but he will pass judgment when Dionysus has also arrived." Mithridates then departed after bowing in reverence. When he was alone, he called for Kyrios and said to him, "I am on trial, charged with trying to restore Calliroe to you. That letter you wrote to your wife, Dionysus says that I wrote it and supposes that he has proof that I wanted to seduce her because he believes that you are dead. Let him go on believing that until the trial, when you can make a surprise appearance. This is how I am asking you to repay the favour I did you. Do not reveal yourself. You need to wait to see Calliroe or find out anything about her." Kyrios agreed reluctantly, and though he tried to hide his tears, they streamed down his cheeks. "I'll do what you've told me to," he said, then went off to the room where he was staying with his friend Polycarmos. He threw himself on the floor and tore his clothes. Taking dark dust in both of his hands, he poured it over his head, sullying his fair countenance. Then, weeping, he said, "We are close, Calliroe, but we cannot see each other. You're doing nothing wrong, for you don't know that Kyrios is alive. I, on the other hand, am the most ungodly person in the world. I've been ordered not to see you, and I, too much in love with life, coward that I am, submit to the tyranny of it all. If someone had ordered you to do that, you wouldn't have gone on living. Polycarmos tried to comfort him. In the meantime, Dionysus was also near Babylon, and rumour went to the city ahead of him, spreading word to all that a woman was coming, the likes of whom the sun did not look upon anywhere on earth, a beauty not mortal but divine. Barbarian culture is by nature woman-crazy, and the result was that every house and every street was filled with anticipation. Word got as far as the king himself, and he asked Artaxerxes, the eunuch, if the woman from Miletus had arrived. For a long time his wife's celebrity had been a source of insecurity for Dionysus, and now that he was about to enter Babylon he grew more aggravated. He groaned to himself, "Dionysus, you're not in Miletus anymore. That was your city, and you could keep on guard against schemers. You were too impulsive, you didn't think about what would happen. Now you're taking Calliroe to Babylon, where there are so many more men like Mithridates. Menelaus couldn't keep watch over Helen in Sparta. No, a barbarian shepherd won out over him, though he was a king. There are many Parises in Persia. Can't you see the risks? Can't you see where this is headed? Cities have been coming out to meet us. Satraps have been paying court to us. She's already gotten conceited, and the king hasn't even seen her yet. Well, my one hope of salvation is to keep my wife hidden. She'll be safe if she can't be seen." Having made this calculation, he mounted his horse, left Calliroe in the carriage, and drew the curtain closed. Perhaps things might have gone the way he wanted if the following events had not occurred. The wives of the most important Persians came to Statira, the king's wife, and one of them said, "Mistress, a Greek girl is on the march against our women, who everyone has since olden times admired for their beauty. There's a risk that the reputation of Persian women will come to an end in our time. We'd better get busy figuring out how not to be beaten by this foreign woman." The queen laughed, disbelieving the rumour, and said, "The Greeks are full of it, and they're poor. That's why they're so impressed by the insignificant. They talk about Calliroe being pretty in the same way they say Dionysus is rich. So let one of us be seen with her when she enters the city. That'll put an end to the penniless slave." They all knelt in reverence to the queen and expressed their admiration of her idea. At first, as if from one mouth, they cried out, "If only it were possible for you to make an appearance, mistress." But after that they could not agree on anything and began to name those women most famed for their beauty. There was an election, just as in an assembly. Androdagouni was selected. She was the daughter of Zopyros and the wife of Megabyzos, and a very celebrated beauty. What Calliroe was to Ionia, Rhodogoune was to Asia. The women took her and dressed her in fine clothes, each of them contributing something of her own to the outfit. The queen donated bracelets and a necklace. Then, after they had outfitted her well for the contest, Rhodogoune made her appearance, giving the impression that she was there to welcome Calliroe. She had a perfectly suitable excuse for this, since she was in fact the sister of Pharnaces, the man who had written the king about Dionysus. All of Babylon poured out to get a look, and the people formed a huge crowd at the city gates. Rhodogoune waited in the most conspicuous spot, surrounded by attendants like a queen. There she stood, lovely, proud, practically throwing down the gauntlet. Everyone looked at her and said, "We've won. Our Persian women will put an end to the foreigner. Let her show herself if she can. Let the Greeks finally find out they're full of it." Just then Dionysus showed up, and when he was told that Pharnaces' kinswoman was there, he leapt down from his horse, approached her, and made his greeting. She blushed and said, "I wish to welcome my sister," and at the same time drew near the carriage. Calliroe could not very well remain behind the curtain after that. Reluctantly, his voice full of embarrassment, Dionysus asked Calliroe to come out. At once everyone strained not only their eyes but their very souls, and practically fell over one another, each wanting to catch a glimpse before anyone else could, and get as close as possible. Calliroe's face shone forth, and it dazzled everyone's eyes, like a bright light suddenly appearing in the depths of night. Stunned, the barbarians knelt in reverence, and no one noticed that Rhodigune was even there. Recognizing her defeat, Rhodigune was unable to leave but unwilling to be looked at, so she slipped behind the curtain with Calliroe, surrendering herself to the superior force to be carried away captive. The carriage moved forward with the curtains closed, and the people, no longer able to see Calliroe, kissed the vehicle instead. When the king heard that Dionysus had arrived, he ordered Artaxerxes the eunuch to relay to him the following message. Since you make accusations against a man entrusted with an important office, you ought not to have delayed, but I will not hold this against you because you were travelling with your wife. I am at present celebrating a festival and am busy with the sacrifices. I will hear the case 30 days hence. Dionysus knelt in reverence and departed. Preparations for the trial were being made on both sides as if for the greatest of wars. The barbarian public split into two factions. All those of the ruling class backed Mithridates, for he was originally from Bactra and had moved to Calliroe only later. On the other hand, Dionysus had the favour of the common people, for they thought that he had been injured contrary to the laws through a plot aimed at his wife, and more importantly, what a wife. The harem of the Persians was not uninterested in the matter either, and there too passions were divided. Those that prided themselves on their beauty were jealous of Calliroe and wanted her to be humiliated by the trial, but the bulk of them were jealous of the other local women, and prayed for the foreign girl to have honour heaped upon her. Each of the litigants thought victory was already his. Dionysus put his confidence in the letters that Mithridates had written to Calliroe using Kyrios' name. He did not for 1 minute suppose that Kyrios could actually be alive. Mithridates was able to produce Kyrios, and so he was convinced nothing could go wrong. Still, he pretended to be frightened and summoned advocates. His intention was to make his defence more spectacular through the element of surprise. In those 30 days the Persians, men and women alike, talked about nothing but the trial, so much so that, if truth be told, all of Babylon was a courtroom. Everyone thought the delay was too long, even the king himself, not just the other people. What Olympic Games or Elysian Nights ever generated such anticipation? When the designated day arrived, the king took his seat. In the palace there is a special chamber, distinguished both in size and appearance, which is set aside as a courtroom. In the middle of this sits a throne for the king, and on either side of him chairs for his friends and all those who, by virtue of their rank and service, are leaders of leaders. In a circle around the throne stand captains, commanders, and the most highly valued of the king's freedmen. As a result, in speaking of this council, one might well say, and the gods seated by Zeus' side met in council. Those on trial are brought in amidst an atmosphere of fearful silence. On this day Mithridates came in first, at dawn, escorted by friends and family, and looking not too happy or cheerful, but rather pitiful, as suits a man giving an account of himself. Dionysus came in after him. He was dressed in Greek fashion with a Milesian robe, and was gripping the letters in his hand. Brought forward, they knelt in reverence. Then the king ordered the clerk to read the letters, both the one from Pharnaces and his own reply, so that his fellow judges could find out how the case had come about. After the king's letter was read out, a loud exclamation of approval broke out amongst the crowd as they admired his self-restraint and sense of justice. When silence was restored, it was up to Dionysus the accuser to begin, and all turned their eyes to him, but Mithridates preempted him and said, "Master, I am not trying to give my defence speech ahead of time. No, I am aware of the order of things, but all of the necessary parties have to be present for the trial before the speeches. So where is the woman that we're having this trial about? You thought her necessary in your letter, and you wrote for her to come, and she came. You cannot allow Dionysus to hide away the crux and root of the whole business." Dionysus objected. "It is just like an adulterer to drag another man's wife before a crowd against her husband's will, when she herself is neither the accuser nor the defendant. Now, if she had actually been seduced, then it would be necessary for her to be present to give an account of her actions. But as it is now, you laid your snares for a woman who did not even know it was happening, and I am calling my wife neither as a witness nor as a supporter. So why is it necessary for her to be here when she has no part in the case?" What Dionysus said was technically correct, but he convinced no one. They all wanted to see Calliroe. When the king proved too embarrassed to give the order, his friends brought up his letter as a pretext, for she had been summoned as a necessary party. "How does it make any sense," one of them said, "for her to come from Ionia and be in Babylon, but not be present?" Now that it had been ruled that Calliroe also needed to be present, Dionysus, who had said nothing to her earlier but had all along kept the reason for their journey to Babylon a secret, was alarmed at the prospect of bringing her suddenly into the courtroom without any idea of what was going on. Anger was his wife's likely response at finding out she had been tricked, so he requested a recess until the next day. And so they adjourned on that day, and Dionysus went back to the house. Being a rational and cultured man, he addressed his wife with words as convincing as possible in the situation, coolly and calmly going through every detail. To be sure, Calliroe did not listen without shedding a few tears, but she wept a great deal at the name of Chaereas, and was appalled about the trial. "That was all I needed to complete my misfortune," she said. "To go to court. I've died. I've been buried. I've been robbed from my tomb. I've been sold. I've become a slave. Look, fortune, now I'm on trial too. It wasn't enough for you to unjustly accuse me to Chaereas. No, you've also made it look like I'm cheating on Dionysus. The first time you topped off your slander with a tomb. This time it's a king's courtroom. I'm the scandal of both Asia and Europe. How will I face the judge? What sort of things will I have to listen to? Treacherous beauty. That's why you were given to me by nature, so that you could get your fill of false accusations against me. Hermocrates' daughter is on trial and she doesn't even have her father to support her. Everyone else praised for goodwill and kindness when they go into court. Not me. I am afraid that the judge is going to end up liking me." With such lamentations, she spent that whole day feeling depressed, and Dionysus was even worse off than her. When night fell, she had a dream in which she saw herself as an unmarried girl in Syracuse entering the sanctuary of Aphrodite, leaving to go back home, seeing Chaereas, then her wedding day, the whole city garlanded, herself being escorted by her father and mother to the groom's house. She was just about to kiss Chaereas when she bolted awake from her dreams, called for Plangon. Dionysus had gotten out of bed much earlier to prepare for the case, and told her about the dream. Plangon said, "Take heart, mistress, and be happy. You had a good vision. You will be freed of all worry, for as you saw things in your dream, so will it be in real life. Go off to the king's courtroom as if you were going to Aphrodite's temple. Remember who you are. Regain the beauty you had on your wedding day." As she spoke, she dressed and adorned Calliroe, and Calliroe had a spontaneous improvement of her mood, believing she had foreseen what was going to happen. At dawn, it was standing room only near the palace, and the streets were packed all the way beyond the city limits. Everyone was gathering supposedly to listen to the trial, but really to see Calliroe. Previously she had surpassed all other women in beauty, and now she seemed to surpass even herself. She entered the courtroom just as the divine poet says Helen appeared to those around Priam and Panthus and Thymotes, the elders of the city. When she appeared, she created a silent wonder, and all prayed to lie beside her in bed. If Mithridates had had to speak first, he would not have been able to find his voice, for it was as if on top of his old wound he received another, more violent blow. But it was Dionysus who spoke first. "I am grateful to you, sire, for the honour you have paid to me, to the faithfulness of this woman here, and to the marriages of all. You did not look the other way when a private citizen was the object of a plot by a man in a position of power. No, you summoned that man to trial so you could punish his immorality and depravity in my case, and provide a deterrent in other cases. The crime, it turns out, warrants a greater penalty because of who committed it, for Mithridates was not my enemy, but my guest and my friend. He plotted to get what was mine, and not just any old possession, but that which is more valuable to me than my body and soul, my wife. And he is someone who, if anyone else had perpetrated this against me, should have been the one helping me out. Not just for my sake as his friend, but for your sake as his king, for you entrusted him the most important office, and he has shamed it by proving to be unworthy of it. Moreover, he has betrayed the one who trusted him with the position. Mithridates' appeals, his power, his preparation for the trial. I am fully cognizant that we are not on equal footing here, but I have confidence, sire, in your sense of justice and in the laws, which you preserve for all equally. For if you were going to let him get away with it, it would have been far better not to have summoned him at all. Prior to this, everyone was afraid to go on trial, because their immorality would be punished. However, if someone is tried before you and is not punished, in the future they will think they have nothing to fear. My argument is clear and concise. I am the husband of Calliroe here. I have already had a child with her. I was not her first husband, but she had another before, named Chaereus, long dead. He even has a tomb back home in Miletus. Mithridates came there and saw my wife, all perfectly proper since he was our guest. But in what followed he acted neither as a friend nor as a self-controlled decent man, the sort you want those to whom you entrust your cities to be. But he showed himself to be debauched and autocratic. Becoming aware of my wife's faithfulness and her love for her husband, he decided it was impossible to persuade her with words or money, so instead he came up with a devious plot that could not fail to win her over, or so he thought. He pretended that her first husband Chaereus was still alive and fabricated letters in his name and sent them to Calliroe via some slaves. But your divine fortune, sire, appointed a good man, and the providence of the other gods caused the letters to be uncovered. You see, Bias, the general of Priene, sent the slaves with the letters to me, and I, upon discovering the plot, informed Pharnaces, the satrap of Lydia and Ionia, and he informed you. That is the story of the affair about which you are sitting in judgment. The evidence is inescapable, for one of two things must be true. Either Chaereus is alive, or Mithridates has been proven an adulterer. After all, he cannot even deny that he was unaware that Calliroe was dead. No, he was in Miletus when we raised the tomb for the man. He joined us in our mourning. But when Mithridates wants to seduce another man's wife, he can raise the dead. I will end by reading the letter that this man sent from Calliroe to Miletus with his own slaves. Take it and read what it says. From Calliroe, I am alive. Let Mithridates exonerate himself by proving that. Consider, sire, just how brazen an adulterer has to be when he is even willing to forge a letter from a dead man. Dionysus' speech moved his listeners, and right away he had their vote. Infuriated, the king gave Mithridates bitter, severe looks. Then, completely unfazed, Mithridates said, I beg you, sire, since you are a just and compassionate man, not to condemn me before you hear the arguments of both sides, and do not let this Greek here, who has cleverly concocted false accusations against me, be found more convincing in your eyes than the truth. I am aware that his wife's beauty gives weight to suspicions against me, for it will seem perfectly believable to everyone that a man would want to seduce Calliroe. But I have lived the rest of my life in moderation, and this is the first accusation I have had levelled at me. Even if my lusts were really so uncontrollable, the fact that you have entrusted so many cities to me would have reformed me. Who is such a fool that he would choose to lose so great an advantage for the sake of a single pleasure, and such a reprehensible pleasure at that? Besides, if I were actually aware of having done something wrong, I could just have the case dismissed as inadmissible. Dionysus is not bringing this accusation on behalf of a wife who is legally married to him. No, he bought her when she was up for sale, and the law of adultery does not cover slaves. Let him first have the registration of her manumission read into evidence, and then, and only then, let him talk about marriages. You, Dionysus, have the gall to call wife the woman that Phreon the pirate sold to you for a talent after he kidnapped her from her tomb. Well, he says, she was free when I bought her. In that case, that makes you a slave trafficker, not a husband. No matter, I will now defend myself against you as if you were her husband. Pretend her sale was her wedding, and the price you paid was her dowry. Let the woman from Syracuse be considered a Milesian for today. Sire, know that I have not wronged Dionysus either in his capacity as husband or master. First of all, he charges me not with a seduction that happened, but one that was going to happen. He cannot say anything about actual acts, so he reads out worthless notes. But the law's exact punishments for deeds. You show a letter. I could say, I did not write it. That is not my handwriting. Calliroe is looking for Calliroe, so put him on trial for adultery. Fine, he says, but Calliroe is dead, and she tried to seduce my wife by using the name of the dead man. Dionysus, you're challenging me in a way that won't do you any good. I swear it. I'm your friend and guest. Drop the indictment for your own benefit. Ask the king to dismiss the case. Retract your accusation. Say Mithridates is guilty of nothing. I accused him wrongly. If you persist, you will regret it. You will end up condemning yourself. I warn you, you will lose Calliroe. The king won't find that I am an adulterer. He will find that you are. He fell silent at the end of this speech, and everyone looked back at Dionysus, wanting to know whether, given a choice, he would drop the indictment or stand his ground. They themselves had no clue what in the world the riddle posed by Mithridates meant, but they supposed that Dionysus knew. But he was also in the dark and never would have suspected that Calliroe was alive, so he said, Say whatever you want. You won't trick me with your funny business, or your barely credible threats. Dionysus will never be found to be making a false accusation. Picking up from there, Mithridates raised his voice and, as though receiving divine inspiration, said, "Gods of the royal house, both above and below the earth, aid a godly man who has many times prayed righteously and sacrificed lavishly to you. Render unto me the deserts of my piety now that I am falsely accused. Lend me the use of Calliroe, even if only for this trial. Appear, dearly departed spirit. Your Calliroe calls you. Stand right here in the middle, between me and Dionysus, and tell the king which of us is the adulterer." As he finished speaking right on cue, Calliroe himself came forward. When Calliroe saw him, she cried out, "Calliroe, are you alive?" and started to run to him, but Dionysus held her back, and got between them, and would not allow them to embrace. Who could fittingly describe that scene in the courtroom? What poet has brought such an incredible story on stage? You would have thought you were in a theatre filled with every sort of emotion. It all happened at once. Tears, delight, amazement, pity, disbelief, prayers. They congratulated Calliroe, celebrated with Mithridates, grieved with Dionysus, were at a loss about Calliroe. She stood there utterly bewildered and speechless, just looking at Calliroe, her eyes wide open. I think that at that moment even the king would have wanted to be Calliroe. Between all rivals in love, conflict is expected and can break out for any reason at all. In the case of these two, the prize was in plain sight and ignited their rivalry with each other, so much so that they would have come to blows, if it had not been for the reverence they felt towards the king. "I'm her first husband," Calliroe said. "I'm a more steadfast one," Dionysus replied. "How so? I never divorced my wife, did I?" "No, you buried her." "Show me the divorce decree." "You can see her tomb." "Her father gave me her hand in marriage. She gave herself to me." "You don't deserve Hermocrates' daughter." "You deserve her less, after being in chains on Mithridates' estate." "I'm demanding Calliroe back, and I'm keeping her." "You're in possession of another man's wife." "You killed yours." "Adulterer." "Murderer." As they argued back and forth like this, everyone else listened and quite enjoyed themselves. Calliroe stood with her eyes downcast, loving Calliroe, feeling sorry for Dionysus. The king dismissed everyone from the room and consulted with his friends, no longer about Mithridates, who had proved his innocence beyond a shadow of a doubt, but about whether he ought to hand down a ruling regarding the woman. Some thought that the dispute did not fall under the royal purview. They assured him, "It was natural for you to hear the accusation against Mithridates since he was a satrap," but pointed out that everyone involved now was a private citizen. But most gave the opposite advice, both on behalf of the woman's father, who had proven himself quite useful to the king's house, and because the king was not transferring the trial from another jurisdiction to his own. It was more or less a part of the case he was already judging. They were now willing to admit the real reason. It was hard for those who saw Calliroe's beauty to tear themselves away from it. The king called back those who he had sent out and said, "As for Mithridates, I find him not guilty. Tomorrow, after receiving gifts from me, he can leave for his own satrapy. As for Calliroe and Dionysus, each is to argue the legal claims he has to the woman. It is my obligation to take care of the daughter of Hermocrates, the man who defeated the Athenians, the arch-enemies of me and Persia." When the verdict was announced, Mithridates knelt in reverence, but the other two men were overcome with confusion. The king noticed their perplexity and said, "I am not forcing you to speak now. I will allow you to prepare and then come to trial. I am granting a 5-day recess. In the meantime, my wife Statera will take custody of Calliroe. It is not fair to have the woman come to court with a husband if she is coming to court to have it decided who her husband is." Then they left the courtroom, all of the rest despondent, but Mithridates alone happy. He received his gifts, stayed the night, and set out at dawn for Calliroe. more renowned than before. Eunuchs collected Calliroe and took her to the queen without giving any advance notice. When the king sends someone, there is no announcement, so Statira was surprised to see Calliroe, and she bolted up off the couch, thinking Aphrodite, a goddess she especially honoured, was appearing to her in a vision, but then the other women knelt in reverence. The eunuch took note of the queen's consternation and said, "This is Calliroe. The king has sent her so that she might be under your protection until the trial." Statira was pleased to hear this, and let all feminine rivalry drop away. The honour of the responsibility disposed her more kindly to Calliroe, since she was thrilled at having her entrusted into her care. She took her by the hand and said, "Take heart, my dear, and stop crying. The king is a good man. You'll have the husband you want. After the trial you will be married with greater honour. But go and get some sleep now. From what I can see, you're worn out, and your spirit is still shaken." Calliroe was happy to hear this, since she longed for peace and quiet. When she lay down and they let her rest, she put her hands to her eyes and said, "Do you really see Kyrios? Was that my Kyrios, or have I been deceived about that too? Maybe Mithridates produced a phantom for the trial. They do say there are sorcerers in Persia." No, Kyrios talked, and he really seemed to know about everything he said. But then how could he stand not to hold me in his arms? We parted without even kissing each other. While she was going through this in her mind, she heard footsteps and the loud voices of women. All of them were hurrying to the queen, thinking it was a great chance for them to see Calliroe. But Statira said, "Let's leave her be. She's feeling poorly, and we have 5 days to see her and listen to her and talk to her." They left disappointed, but returned at sunrise the next day. On each of the subsequent days they did this so eagerly that the population of the king's house swelled. Even the king visited the women more frequently, supposedly to see Statira. Extravagant gifts were made to Calliroe, but she accepted them from no one, maintaining the attitude of a woman who has suffered adversity, sitting dressed in black, with no makeup or jewellery on, all of which just made her more radiant. When the queen asked her which husband she would prefer, she said nothing in response but just wept. That was Calliroe's situation. Dionysus, meanwhile, was trying to bear his misfortune valiantly, relying on the equanimity of his nature and the discipline of his education, but such unbelievable misfortune was enough to break even the bravest of men. He burned more fiercely than he had in Miletus. In the beginning stages of his desire he had been a lover merely of her beauty, but by this point many things fueled the fire of his love: intimacy, having children together, kindness, lack of gratitude, jealousy, and above all, the unbelievable turn of events. All worked up, he shouted, "What Protesilaus is this, who's come back to life to oppose me? Which of the gods below the earth did I offend to find myself with a dead man as my rival in love, a man whose tomb I built? Mistress Aphrodite, you double-crossed me after I built a shrine for you on my property, and made so many sacrifices to you. Why did you show me Calliroe, when you weren't going to let me hold on to her? Why did you make me a father when I wasn't even a husband?" Then he took his son in his arms and tearfully said, "My poor son, I used to think it was good fortune that you were born, but now I think it's bad. Your mother bequeathed you to me as a memento of ill-starred love. You're just a little boy, but surely you can sense some of the misfortune your father is going through. You've come on a terrible journey. We shouldn't have left Miletus. Babylon has destroyed us. I've been beaten in the first case, which Mithridates turned around against me, and I'm even more afraid of the second case. This time the danger is greater, and the preliminaries to the trial have robbed me of hope. Without so much as a hearing, I've had my wife taken away from me, and now I've got to compete for her with another man. What's worse, I don't know which of us Calliroe wants. But you could find out, son. She's your mother. So off with you now. Go beg on your father's behalf. Kiss. Cry. Say, Mummy, my daddy loves you. But no accusations. What's that, slave? They aren't allowing us to enter the palace? How terrible tyranny is. They're keeping a son from visiting his mother as an ambassador for his father. So while Dionysus spent the time leading up to the trial waging a battle between love and reason, Chaereas was inconsolably overcome with grief. Pretending to be sick, he told Polycarmos to go see Mithridates off, since he had helped them both. When he was alone, he tied a noose and got ready to hang himself with it. I would be dying happier, he said, if I were going up on that cross that was set up for me back when I was falsely accused as a slave in Caria. In that case, I would be departing this life mistakenly believing that I was loved by Calliroe. As it is now, I've lost not only my life but even the comfort of death. Calliroe saw me, but she did not come to me, did not kiss me. I was standing right there, and she was worried about the feelings of another man. There's nothing for her to feel bad about. I'll preempt the trial. I won't wait around for a humiliating conclusion. I know that I'm no match for Dionysus. I'm foreign. I'm poor. The underdog from the get-go. May you be happy, dear wife. Yes, I call you wife even though you love him. As for me, I'm going away and won't interfere with your marriage. Be rich. Live the high life. Enjoy the luxury of Ionia. Have the husband you want. But now that Chaereas is truly dying, I'm begging you for one last favour, Calliroe. When I'm dead, visit my body and, if you can, weep. I will consider this even better than immortality. Get up close to my gravestone and say, and I don't care if your husband and child can see. Now you're truly gone, Chaereas. Now you're dead. I was going to choose you in the presence of the king. I'll hear you, my wife. Perhaps I'll even believe you. You'll increase my honour with the gods below. Even if in the house of Hades men forget the dead, yet will I even there remember you, dear one. He made that lament, then kissed the noose and said, You are my comfort, my support. Victory is mine because of you. You have loved me more than Calliroe. As he was climbing up and putting the noose around his neck, his friend Polycarmos came back in, unable to console Chaereas any longer. He had to physically restrain him as one would a lunatic. And then the day of the trial was upon them. Book 6. Now that the king was one day away from rendering his decision about whether Calliroe should be the wife of Chaereas or Dionysus, all of Babylon was on tenterhooks. As they talked to each other at home and met people on the streets, people were saying, Tomorrow is the wedding of Calliroe. Who will be the lucky man, do you think? The city was split down the middle. Chaereas backers argued this way. He was her first husband. He married her when she was a girl, and they were mutually in love. Her father gave him her hand. Her country buried her. He didn't leave her, and she didn't leave him. Dionysus didn't buy her, and he didn't marry her. Oh, the pirates put her up for sale, but it wasn't legal to buy her, because she's a free woman. Dionysus backers countered this way. He got her away from a band of pirates when she was going to be killed. He gave a talent to save her life, First he saved her, then he married her. When Calliroe married her, he killed her. Calliroe should remember her tomb. And the greatest thing in favour of Dionysus's winning is that they have a child together. Those were the arguments of the men. The women, meanwhile, were not just setting forth their views, but actually giving advice to Calliroe as if she was there. Don't let the man you married as a maiden slip away. Choose the one who loved you first, the one who's from your hometown, because that way you'll also see your father again. If you don't, you'll live as an exile in a foreign land. But their counterparts said, choose your benefactor, the one who saved you, the one who didn't kill you. What if Calliroe gets angry again? Another tomb? Don't desert your son. Honour the father of your child. You could hear so many people talking it over like this that you might have said all of Babylon was a courtroom. That night was the last before the trial. The king and queen lay in bed, thinking very different thoughts. She was praying for the day to come quickly so she could be rid of her somewhat burdensome charge. The woman's beauty was depressing, when it could be compared side by side with her own. She was also suspicious of the king's flurry of visits and unusual sociability. Earlier he had rarely come into the woman's quarters, but from the moment she had Calliroe in there with her, he made routine visits. Even in the middle of their conversations, she caught him glancing at Calliroe on the sly, his eyes stealing looks at her, drawn there as if they had a mind of their own. Whilst Statira was looking forward to the day with pleasure, the king felt very differently and lay awake all night long, now lying on his side, now again on his back, now on his stomach, turning it over in his mind. The day of judgment is here. I was reckless when I granted a short recess. So what am I going to do tomorrow? Calliroe will go away to Miletus or Syracuse for good. Unlucky eyes of mine, you have only one more chance left to enjoy the loveliest sight in the world. After that, one of my slaves will be more fortunate than I. Think about what you have to do, my soul. Come to your senses. You have no one else to give you advice. Eros himself is a lover's adviser. First, make a choice for yourself. Who are you? Are you Calliroe's lover or arbiter? Don't fool yourself. You're in denial, but you're in love. You'll be convicted on this charge more definitively when you cannot see her. Why are you willing to cause yourself grief? Your ancestor the sun has chosen this creature for you, the loveliest of those under his gaze. Are you going to drive away the god's gift? Am I so very worried about Calliroe and Dionysus, my lowly slaves, that I'm rendering judgment about their marital status while I, the great king, am performing the duties of a matchmaker like some old woman? But I fell over myself to accept the case, and everyone knows it. I'm particularly worried about what Statira must think. Well then, don't reveal your love, and don't let the case come to a conclusion. It's enough for you just to see Calliroe. Put off the trial. Even a regular judge is permitted to do that. When the day arrived, the servants prepared the royal courtroom as the people flocked to the palace. All of Babylon was astir. At the Olympics, one can see the athletes arriving at the stadium escorted by crowds of fans. That is just how it was with Calliroe and Dionysus. The elites of Persian society surrounded Dionysus, the common people Calliroe. There was no end of prayers and shouts for each man from his supporters, who called out, "You're the better man, you'll win." But the prize was not wild olive, or apples, or pine. but the greatest beauty, over which even the gods would have contested. The king summoned the eunuch Artaxerxes, the most powerful man in his court, and said, "The gods of the royal family have appeared to me in a dream and demanded sacrifices. I must discharge my religious duties before anything else. I want you to make a proclamation. All Asia is to celebrate a holy month of 30 days, and is not to conduct any legal or business affairs." The eunuch announced the king's directive, and immediately the whole city was full of garlanded crowds making sacrifices. Flutes trilled, panpipes warbled, and the sound of singing could be heard. Incense was burned in doorways, all the city streets turned into a celebration, and the savour of meat rose heavenward, entwined with the smoke. The king furnished the altars with lavish sacrifices. For the very first time he even sacrificed to Eros, and earnestly begged Aphrodite to intercede for him with her son. While everyone else was in this festive mood, 3 people alone were troubled: Calliroe, Dionysus, and even more than these 2, Chaereas. Calliroe could not openly express her grief in the palace, but she would softly and discreetly sigh and curse the festival. Dionysus cursed himself for ever leaving Miletus. Stubborn fool, now you'll have to deal with the disaster you brought on yourself. There's no one to blame but you. You could have held on to Calliroe even with Chaereas alive. You were in charge in Miletus. There was no way the letter could have been given to Calliroe without your say-so. Who would have seen her? Who would have gotten close to her? But you went and threw yourself into the middle of your enemies. If only it was just yourself. But now the one thing you have that means more to you than your own soul is at risk. Thanks to that, battle is brewing all around you. You idiot. Do you still think that Chaereas is your opponent in this trial? You've made your master your opponent in love. Now the king is even seeing dreams, and the gods are demanding sacrifices from him, when he already sacrifices to them every day. What shameful behaviour for someone to keep putting off the trial, when he has another man's wife in his house, and for a man like that to call himself a judge. This was the lament of Dionysus. Meanwhile Chaereas, who had absolutely no desire to go on living, would not touch food. His friend Polycarmos tried to keep him from starving himself, but Chaereas just said, "On the outside you seem like a friend, but really you're my greatest enemy in the world. While I'm being tortured you keep me from doing anything, and you like to watch while I'm being abused. If you were really my friend, you wouldn't begrudge me my freedom while I'm being persecuted by a cruel god. How many chances at good fortune have you lost for me? I would have been happy if I'd been buried with Calliroe in her tomb in Syracuse, but you kept me from dying then, even though I wanted to, and you robbed me of a happy reunion. Maybe she wouldn't have abandoned my body and left the tomb, but even if she had, I'd be lying there and would have avoided what came later, being sold, pirates, chains, the cross, the king. Who's worse than the cross? Sweet death. If I'd died, I wouldn't have heard about Calliroe's second marriage. And you also destroyed a perfectly good chance for me to starve myself after the trial. I saw Calliroe, but I didn't go to her. I didn't kiss her. What a strange thing. It's hard to believe there's a trial to decide if Chaereas is Calliroe's husband. But the envious god isn't even letting that trial, such as it is, come to a conclusion. In both dreams and in real life, the gods hate me. With that he made a move for his sword, but Polycarmos grabbed his hand and did everything but tie him up to keep him safe. The king called the eunuch, who was the person he most trusted in the world. At first, he displayed some embarrassment in front of him, but when Artaxerxes saw that he was blushing deeply and wanted to say something, he asked, "Master, what are you hiding from your slave? I am on your side, and I can keep a secret. What has happened that could be so bad? I am so worried that a conspiracy—" "A conspiracy, all right," interrupted the king, "and a vast one. Not a conspiracy of men, but of a god. I used to hear what Eros was like in myths and poetry, how he ruled all the other gods, even Zeus himself. Even so, I refused to believe that anyone could lord it over me in my own court. But the god has beat me. He has lodged powerfully and tenaciously in my soul. And while it's hard to admit it, in truth, I have succumbed to him." As he spoke, he became so choked up with tears that he was unable to go on. He fell silent, and Artaxerxes immediately understood the source of his wound. Of course, he had had his suspicions before, aware of the fire that was smouldering, and, for that matter, he was absolutely certain that with Calliroe around, the king could not have fallen in love with anyone else. All the same, Artaxerxes feigned ignorance. "What sort of beauty," he asked, "can overcome your soul, master, when all beautiful things are subject to you? Gold, silver, clothes, horses, cities, whole nations. You have countless beautiful women, not least Statira, the most beautiful woman under the sun, whom you alone enjoy. Abundance puts an end to love, unless that is one of the goddesses has descended from heaven, or a second Thetis has emerged from the sea. After all, I am certain even goddesses desire your company." "You may be onto something when you say that this woman is one of the gods," the king replied. "Her beauty is too great to be human, only she doesn't admit it. She's pretending to be a Greek woman, a Syracusan. That, too, is a mark of her deception. I mean, she doesn't want to be caught in a lie by saying she's from one of the cities within our empire, so she sets the story she tells about herself on the other side of the Ionian and Mediterranean seas. She used the trial as a pretext to get to me. She arranged the whole drama. I'm surprised at you when you call Statira the most beautiful woman in the world. You've seen Calliroe, so we must figure out how to alleviate my distress. Leave no stone unturned to see if, in fact, it is possible to find a remedy." "This remedy you are asking for, my king, has already been discovered both among Greeks and barbarians," the eunuch said. "There is simply no remedy for love aside from the very one that is loved. This is precisely the point of that celebrated oracle. The very one who wounded is the one who will heal." The king became indignant at what he said. "Do not ever so much as suggest that I seduce another man's wife. I abide by laws that I set for others and by the justice that I practice before everyone. Do not think for one moment that I have lost my self-control. I haven't fallen so low." Afraid that he had gone too far, Artaxerxes turned the discussion to flattery and said, "Your thoughts are exalted, my king. Do not apply to your love the same treatment that other men do, but rather the stronger and greater cure of struggling with yourself. Master, You of all people are capable of overcoming even a god. Distract your soul with every pleasure. You especially enjoy hunting above all. Why, I have known you to take such delight in it that you can spend an entire day hunting without eating or drinking. It is better to take up your time with hunting than to be at the palace, close to the fire. The king liked the idea, and a magnificent hunt was proclaimed. Both the Persian nobles and the elite members of the rest of the army rode out on horseback, dressed in their regalia. They were all a sight to behold, but the most illustrious of all was the king himself. He sat astride a very beautiful and tall Nicaean stallion, outfitted with a golden bit. The cheek pieces, frontlet, and breastplate were also all made of gold. The king was dressed in Tyrian purple, the fabric was Babylonian, and a headdress dyed the colour of hyacinths. He wore a golden short sword on his belt, carried 2 javelins, and had a quiver and bow of extremely expensive Chinese workmanship slung over his shoulder. He sat there, resplendent. A characteristic effect of love is a fondness for dressing up. He wanted Calliroe to see him in the midst of all this, and as he rode out through the whole city, he kept looking around to see if she was watching the procession. The hills filled quickly with men shouting, men rushing, dogs barking, horses neighing, and beasts on the run. The intensity of that commotion would have distracted Eros himself, for there was delight mixed with distress, joy mixed with fear, and pleasant danger. But the king saw no horse, though there were so many horses galloping around him, and no beast, though so many were being chased, and he heard no dog, though so many were barking, and no man, though all of them were shouting. He saw only Calliroe, even though she was not there with him, and he heard her, even though she was not speaking to him, for Eros had come on the hunting trip with him. And being a god who loves to win, when Eros saw the king was trying to fight him off, and had come up with what he thought was a good approach, the god turned his own strategy against him. The very thing that was supposed to cure him, Eros used to set his soul on fire. The god got inside his head and said, "It would be so great to see Calliroe here, her dress belted high, exposing her calves, her arms bare, her face flushed, her bosom heaving, truly like the archer Artemis moving over the mountain tops, lofty Tagitos or Euramthos, delighting in boars and swift deer." Picturing that in his imagination, the king burned more fiercely. Here there is a gap in the text. And when he said that, Artaxerxes interrupted, saying, "Master, you have forgotten what's happened. Calliroe has no husband. The trial to decide who she's supposed to marry is at a standstill. Remember, you are in love with a widow. Don't worry about the laws. They apply to marriage. And don't worry about committing adultery. There has to be a husband as the injured party first, before you can have the adulterer who causes the injury." The king was pleased with the argument because it was right in line with his desire. Putting an arm around the eunuch, he kissed him and said, "I knew there was a reason I honoured you before all others. You have my best interest at heart and protect me well. Now go and bring Calliroe. I give you only 2 commands. Do not bring her against her will or bring her openly. I want you to win her over and keep it a secret." Immediately word was passed along that the hunt was over, and everyone started heading back. The king, buoyed by his hopes, rode to the palace as happy as if he had bagged the finest prey. Artaxerxes, for his part, was happy because he thought that he had taken on a job that would please the king, and that he would, in the future, hold the reins of royal power, with both the king and Calliroe grateful to him, especially Calliroe. From the perspective of a eunuch, a slave, and a barbarian, he judged the task an easy one. He had no experience of a noble Greek spirit, especially not that of Calliroe, who was faithful and full of love for her husband. Waiting for a good opportunity, he approached her and took her aside. "My lady, I have brought you a treasure of great blessings, and you will need to remember my good services. I am confident you are a person who repays favours." At these opening words, Calliroe became overjoyed. By nature, what people want to be true they believe to be true, so she thought she would soon be restored to Caereus, and was eager to hear about it, promising the eunuch she would repay him for the good news. He began again, starting with a preamble. "My lady, you are blessed with divine beauty, but you have reaped no particularly great or impressive benefit from it. Your world-famous good name has until today found you neither a worthy husband nor a worthy lover. Oh, it's found two for you all right. One is a poor islander, and the other is a slave of the king. What great or splendid thing have you gotten from them? What fertile land do you possess? What valuable jewellery? What cities do you govern? How many slaves kneel in reverence to you? Babylonian women have maidservants who are richer than you. But you have not been left entirely out in the cold. The gods have been looking out for you. That is why they brought you here, devising the trial as an occasion for the great king to see you. Here is the first piece of good news for you. He liked what he saw. In addition, I bring you up in conversation with him, and say nice things about you in his presence." That last bit he added because it is normal for any slave, when he talks to someone about his master, to insert himself into the discussion, thinking of the advantage he can gain for himself by the association. His words immediately struck her heart like a sword, but she pretended not to understand and said, "I pray the gods remain favourable to the king, and he to you, since you are both taking pity on a woman who has suffered misfortune. Let him, I beg, free me from my worry quickly by concluding the trial, so that I will no longer impose on the queen either." The eunuch thought he had been unclear about what he wanted, and that the woman had not understood, so he began to speak candidly. "That is precisely your good fortune, no longer to have slaves and paupers as lovers, but the great king, who has it in his power to give Miletus itself as a gift, or the whole of Ionia, or Sicily, or other even larger countries. So sacrifice to the gods and count yourself blessed. Do what you can to please him more, and when you are rich, remember me." At first Calliroe had the urge to rip out the eyes of the man trying to prostitute her, but since she was a cultured and cool-headed woman, she quickly considered where she was, who she was, and who was talking to her. She modulated her anger and put on an act for the barbarian after that. "I certainly hope I'm not crazy enough to think that I'm worthy of the great king. I'm no more suitable than the maidservants that Persian ladies keep. I beg you, please mention me no more to your master. You see, if he isn't already irritated at you, he will get angry with you after what you're doing now. when he figures out that you tried to set up the master of the world with Dionysus's slave. I really am surprised that such an intelligent man as you has failed to recognise the king's kind-heartedness. He is not in love with a woman who has suffered misfortune. He is taking pity on her. Anyway, let's stop talking. I don't want anyone to spread rumours about us to the Queen." She hurried off, but the eunuch stood there, mouth open in astonishment. Having been raised under a powerful tyranny, he was under the assumption that nothing was impossible, not only for the king, but also for himself. Left all by himself and denied the courtesy of a reply, he went away full of countless emotions, angry at Calliroe, distressed for himself, fearful of the king. Perhaps the king would not believe that he had talked to her at all, even if unsuccessfully. He would look like he was intentionally failing in his mission in order to ingratiate himself with the Queen. And he was afraid that Calliroe would tell the Queen about their conversation. Statira would then be offended and come up with some awful plan against him, for not only supporting the king's love, but also for taking an active role in it. While the eunuch tried to work out how he could tell the king what had happened without getting in trouble, Calliroe, when she was by herself, said, "I prophesied this. Euphrates, you're my witness. I predicted that I would never again cross you. Farewell, father, and you, mother, and Syracuse, my country. I will never see you again. Now Calliroe is really dead. I left my tomb, but not even Phreon the pirate will be bringing me out of another one again. Treacherous beauty, you are responsible for all of my troubles. Because of you, I was carried off. Because of you, I was sold. Because of you, I married another man after Calliroe. Because of you, I was brought to Babylon. Because of you, I went to court. You've delivered me to so many things. Tomb, pirates, sea, slavery, trial. And as far as I am concerned, the worst is the king's love. And I haven't mentioned the king's anger yet. Yet I think I'm more afraid of the queen's jealousy. Calliroe could not control his, and he's a man and Greek. She's a woman and a barbarian queen, so how will it affect her? Come on, Calliroe, think up some brave plan, something worthy of Hermocrates. Kill yourself. Only not yet. So far, you've just had the one encounter with a eunuch. If things get any rougher, then you'll have your chance to show your faithfulness to Calliroe when he's there to see it." The eunuch did go to the king, but he hid the truth of what happened from him. He pretended that there had been no good opportunity, and the queen was watching closely, so he had not been able to talk to Calliroe. "Master, your orders to me were to make sure that I was discreet. This was a very proper instruction, since you had assumed the most august role of judgment and wanted to be held in high esteem among the Persians. Everyone praises you for this very reason. But the Greeks are whiners and gossips. They are the ones who are going to turn this business into a public scandal. Calliroe out of eagerness to brag that the king is in love with her, Dionysus and Calliroe out of jealousy. Besides, it is not worth it to hurt the queen. Not for a foreigner whose beauty has been exaggerated by the trial." He threw in this retraction in the hope of making the king forget about his love for Calliroe, as well as to free himself from a difficult task. He succeeded in persuading him for the short term, but later, when night came, the king's love flared back up and made him think of what Calliroe's eyes were like, and how beautiful her face was. He sang the praises of her hair, her walk, her voice, the way she had entered the courtroom, the way she stood, how she talked, how she kept silent, how she blushed, how she wept. He lay awake through most of the night and got just enough sleep to see Calliroe in his dreams. In the morning he summoned the eunuch and said, "Go and keep an eye on her the whole day. Surely you will find a chance to talk to her without being seen, even if just for a few moments. If I had wanted to satisfy my desires through force, and with everyone knowing about it, I would have guards for that." The eunuch knelt in reverence and promised to do so. Nobody can say no when the king gives an order. He knew that Calliroe would not give him an opening and would steer clear of conversation with him by intentionally spending time with the queen. Wanting to deal with this, he blamed not the woman being guarded, but the one doing the guarding, by saying, "Master, if you are in agreement, send for Statira and tell her that you have something you wish to discuss with her in private. That way her absence will give me a chance to approach Calliroe." "Make it happen," said the king. Artaxerxes went to the queen and knelt in reverence, saying, "Your husband summons you, mistress." When Statira heard this, she knelt in reverence and hurriedly went off to see the king. Noting that Calliroe had been left alone, the eunuch took her by the right hand as if he was fond of Greeks and full of compassion, and led her away from the crowd of maidservants. She knew very well what was going to happen, and instantly grew pale and fell silent, but she went along with him anyway. As soon as they were alone, he said to her, "You have seen how the queen kneels in reverence and runs off when she hears the name of the king. Yet you, her slave, do not accept your good fortune, nor does it please you that he requests the pleasure of your company when he has the power to order it. But I hold you in high esteem, and so I do not inform him of your lunacy, just the opposite. I told him yes for you. You have a choice of which of two roads you want to take. I will lay them out for you. Give in to the king, then get really wonderful gifts and the husband you want. Obviously he is not about to marry you himself. You will just be offering him passing gratification. If you do not give in, well, you know what the king's enemies suffer. They are the only people who long for death, but cannot have it." She laughed at his threat and said, "It won't be the first time I have suffered something terrible. I'm an expert in misfortune. What can the king dole out that's worse than what I've suffered? I was buried alive. A tomb is more confining than any courtroom. I was handed over to pirates. At present I am suffering the worst evil of all. I cannot see Chaereas, even though he is here." That statement gave her away, for the eunuch was naturally astute, and realized that she was in love. "You are the most idiotic woman alive. Do you rank Mithridates' slave above the king?" It infuriated Calliroe to hear Chaereas being put down, and she said, "Watch what you say, sir. Chaereas is a nobleman, the leading citizen of a city that even the Athenians could not conquer, and they defeated your great king at Marathon and Salamis." As she said this, she released a flood of tears, and the eunuch pressed her harder. "You have yourself to blame for how slow things are going. Now, what could you do to get the judge to be favourable so that you can also get your husband back? Chaereas would probably not even know what you did, and if he does find out, he will not be jealous of his superior. He will think you even more precious for having pleased the king." He added that last bit not because of Calliroe, but because he actually believed it. All barbarians are completely awestruck by the king, and consider him the manifestation of a god. But Calliroe would not have welcomed marriage with Zeus himself, nor chosen immortality over a single day with Chaereas. Unable to make any headway, the eunuch said, "My lady, I am giving you time to reflect. Think not only about yourself, but also about Chaereas, who risks dying by the cruelest possible means. After all, the king will not allow himself to be surpassed in love. He left, but the last thing he said made a powerful impression on Calliroe. Fortune very soon put a stop to all reflection and discussion of love, having plotted a story full of quite novel events. Messengers came to report that Egypt was in revolt, and fielding a large army. The Egyptians had killed the royal satrap and appointed one of their own as king, and he, marching out from Memphis, had passed Pelusion, and was now overrunning Syria and Phoenicia. The cities could no longer resist, as if a flood or inferno was flowing past them. The king was disturbed by the news, and the Persian people terrified. Despair gripped all of Babylon. Then the rumour-mongers and seers began to claim that the king's dream had foretold what was going to happen. The usual sorts of things began to happen, and people said and did everything one would expect in the context of a sudden war. A great upheaval gripped all of Asia. The king accordingly summoned the Persian peers and all the leaders of the subject nations who were in the city. It was his normal practice to consult with these men about important affairs. He asked them about the current situation, and everyone had a different recommendation to make. What they all agreed on was that they needed to move quickly, and not, if they could help it, lose even a single day. They had two reasons. First, they would keep their enemies from growing stronger, and second, they would raise the morale of those on their own side by showing them that help was close at hand. If they delayed, everything would go entirely the other way. Their enemies would disdain them, thinking them frightened. Their own people would capitulate, thinking themselves abandoned. They also pointed out that it was a great stroke of luck for the king that this had occurred not in Bactra or Ecbatana, but had happened in Babylon, close to Syria. All he had to do was cross the Euphrates, and he would be right on top of the rebels. The king decided to march out with the forces he currently had at his disposal, and send messengers in all directions with orders for the army to muster at the Euphrates River. Now it is a very simple matter for the Persians to get their forces into the field. From the time of Cyrus I, king of Persia, there has been a system governing which of the subject nations had to send cavalry for war and how many they had to provide, which had to send infantry and how many troops, which were to send archers and how many ordinary and scythe-wheeled chariots each people had to send, how many elephants were to be sent and from where, and how much and what sort of material from whom. Everything can be gotten ready by everybody in the same amount of time it would take one man to get ready. On the 5th day after the news arrived, the king marched out of Babylon. By a general order of mobilization, all the men of military age accompanied him, and Dionysus, too, was one of those who set out. He was an Ionian, and it was not possible for any Persian subject to stay behind. He had outfitted himself in armour of the finest quality, and had formed a quite respectable contingent from the men with him. He positioned himself in a conspicuous place towards the front, and he made it clear that he was going to commit some act of valour, just as one would expect from a naturally ambitious man who, furthermore, did not think of bravery as incidental, but as one of the finest virtues. In that situation he also had some misplaced hope that if he proved himself useful in the war, he could dispense with the trial and receive his wife from the king as a reward for his battlefield exploits. The queen did not want Calliroe to be brought along, and for that very reason she neither made mention of her to the king nor asked what his instructions were regarding the foreign woman. In the same vein, Artaxerxes too kept silent because he was not sure it was the right thing, with the king facing danger, to bring up his amorous amusement. That is what he told himself anyway, but in truth he was as happy as a man escaping from a wild beast. He was even grateful for the war, it would seem to me, because it interrupted the king's passion, which had been sustained by lack of anything better to do. The king, however, had not forgotten Calliroe. No, even in that indescribable chaos, memory of her beauty entered into his mind, though he was too embarrassed to say anything about her to anyone. He did not want to appear so completely immature by bringing up a pretty girl in conversation during a major war. When his urge became overpowering, he said nothing directly to Statira, and he also did not approach the eunuch, since he was all too aware of the secret of his love. Instead, he came up with the following plan. There is a custom that both the king himself and the Persian nobles, when they are going to war, take with them wives, children, gold, silver, clothes, eunuchs, concubines, dogs, tables, and all their lavish wealth and luxury. After summoning the official in charge of this, the king began with a lot of preliminaries. Then he gave instructions about everything else. He explained how every detail should be handled, last of all with an expression on his face that would not betray him. He mentioned Calliroe, as if it was a minor thing of little importance to him. Oh, that woman, the foreign one I agreed to hear the case about. Have her travel with the other women. And so that is how Calliroe ended up leaving Babylon, and she was quite happy about it, for she assumed that Kyrios would also be leaving. War, she thought, brings many unforeseen events, and changes for the better for the unfortunate. Maybe if peace came quickly, the trial could be concluded without having to come back to Babylon. Book 7. When everyone was leaving with the king to fight against the Egyptians, no one told Kyrios what he was supposed to do. He was not the king's subject, and was in fact the only free man in Babylon at that time. He was pleased, since he assumed that Calliroe was also staying. So the next day he went to the palace looking for his wife. When he saw the palace closed up and many guards at the gates, he went around the whole city looking high and low. As if on the edge of sanity, he kept pestering his friend Polycarmos with questions. Where's Calliroe? What's happened? I mean, she can't have marched off to war too. Unable to find Calliroe, he began to search for Dionysus, his rival in love, and came to his house. A man came out and in all apparent sincerity told him exactly what he had been coached to say. Dionysus, it turns out, wanted Kyrios to lose all hope of marrying Calliroe and not stay around for the trial, so he had devised the following scheme. When he departed for the battle, he left the man behind to give Kyrios the news that because the Persian king needed allies, he had sent Dionysus to collect an army to fight the Egyptian king, and, in order to secure his loyalty and eager service, he had rewarded him with Calliroe. When Kyrios heard this, he immediately believed it, for a man in the midst of misfortune is easy to deceive. He tore his clothes and pulled out his hair, and as he beat his chest, he said, "Faithless Babylon, what a terrible host you've been. You hold nothing for me. And what a great judge. Turns out he's pimped out another man's wife, a wedding in wartime. And here I was, preparing for the trial, completely convinced that I would get to present my case, but I've lost by default, and Dionysus didn't have to utter a word to win. Well, his victory won't do him any good. Calliroe won't go on living, now that Kyrios has survived and she's separated from him. Sure, she was fooled the first time, but that was because she thought I was already dead. So what am I waiting for? I should be killing myself in front of the palace, spilling my blood on the judge's door. The Persians and Medes need to know what kind of verdict their king has rendered here. Polycarmos saw that he could not provide consolation in the face of the disaster, and that Kyrios could not be saved. "You're my best friend," he said, "and I tried before to keep your spirits up. I managed to stop you from getting yourself killed many times, but now I think you've got the right idea. In fact, I'm not only going to not stop you, I'm now actually ready to die with you. But we have to figure out what would be the best way to go, because the way you're thinking of, well, it will cause some criticism of the king, and make him think twice about how he acts in the future, but it's hardly payback for what we've suffered. Seems to me that the death we settle on once and for all should be used as an opportunity for us to get our revenge on the tyrant. It would be great if we could do something that would hurt him enough to make him really regret it all, and at the same time to leave behind a glorious story for future generations of how two Greeks got back at the great king when he wronged them, and how they died like men. Calliroe replied, "So how can just the two of us, poor foreigners that we are, hurt the master of such great and numerous nations, when we have seen that he wields great power? He's got bodyguards, and then he's got bodyguards in front of his bodyguards. So let's say we do kill one of his men, or we set some of his property on fire. He won't even notice the damage." You would be right if there wasn't a war going on, but now we know that Egypt has revolted. Phoenicia has been captured and Syria is being overrun. The war is going to hit the king before he even crosses the Euphrates. So it's not just the two of us. Every ally the Egyptian king brings is one for us. The same goes for every weapon, every piece of equipment, every trireme. We'll be able to use another man's army to achieve our revenge. His entire word was not yet spoken when Calliroe gave a shout. "Let's do it. Let's go. I'll use the war to make my judge pay." They set out quickly in pursuit of the king, pretending that they wanted to join his campaign. They hoped by this pretense to cross the Euphrates without running into any trouble, and so they caught up with the army at the river, infiltrated the rearguard, and followed along. When they got to Syria, they went over to the Egyptian lines, and the Egyptian king's guards took them into custody and questioned them about their identity, since they did not look like messengers and were suspected of being spies instead. Then they really would have been in serious trouble if one of the men, a Greek, as they found out by chance, had not understood what they were saying. They asked to be taken to the king because they were bringing him something that would give him a great advantage. When they were brought to him, Calliroe said, "We are well-born Greeks from Syracuse. This man came to Babylon for my sake, because he is my friend, and I came because of my wife, the daughter of Hermocrates. Perhaps you have heard of a certain Hermocrates, the general who defeated the Athenians in a naval battle." The Egyptian king nodded, there being no nation that had not heard of the catastrophe the Athenians suffered in the Sicilian War. "Artaxerxes has treated us as a tyrant would," Calliroe continued, and then told the whole story. "So here we are, offering ourselves to you as faithful friends, two men with the strongest motives for courage, desire for death and for revenge. As for my misfortunes, I'm already dead. I continue to live for one reason, to harm my enemy. May I not die without struggle or glory, but after doing a great deed, of which even posterity will hear." The Egyptian king was pleased to hear this. Taking his right hand, he said, "You've come at the perfect time for both you and me, young man." Immediately the king ordered his men to give them armour and a tent. It was not long before he made Calliroe a companion at his table, then made him one of his advisers too, for the young man showed both prudence and courage and loyalty as well, fully equipped as he was with an excellent nature and training. His eagerness to defeat the Persian king spurred him on and made him stand out, as did his desire to prove that he was not to be looked down upon, but worthy of respect. Very soon he performed an impressive feat for all to see. In most ways, success had come easily to the Egyptian king. He had taken Seoul, Syria by storm and brought it under his control. Phoenicia was in his power, with the exception of Tyre, but the Tyrians are naturally a very warlike people, and they want to maintain their reputation for bravery so that they will not seem to dishonour Hercules, the most important god among them, to whom they almost exclusively dedicate their city. They also have confidence in the natural defences of their locale, the city being situated in the sea, with only a narrow causeway connecting it with the mainland to prevent it from being an island, like a ship at anchor with the gangway lowered to the shore. So, from any direction, it was easy for them to repel the Egyptian king's attack. They were protected from his land force by the sea, one gate being enough to hold the infantry off, and from the naval assault by walls and harbours, the city being strongly fortified and locked up tight as a house. With all the surrounding cities in enemy hands, only the Tyrians spurned the Egyptians, maintaining their goodwill and loyalty towards the Persian king. This rankled the Egyptian king, and he called a council, the first time he had invited Calliroe to one of their planning sessions. The king gave a speech. "Allies, yes, I call you allies, for I would never refer to my friends as slaves. You can see the straits we are in, like a ship that's had a fair voyage for a long time. We've hit a headwind, and the impregnable city of Tyre is holding up our progress. The king's almost upon us, as we've found out. So what should we do? It's not possible to take Tyre, but we can't bypass it either. It's like a wall between us and the whole of Asia blocking our way. I think it's best for us to withdraw from here as quickly as possible before the power of the Persians reinforces the Tyrians. If we're caught in enemy territory, we've got real trouble. But Peloson is well fortified. Once we're there, we don't have to worry about Tyrians or Medes or anyone else in the world. The desert is impregnable. The way in is narrow. The sea is under our control, and the Nile is Egypt's friend." Silence and despair descended on them all after the king's timid words. Calliroe alone dared to speak. "King, yes, I'm addressing you as king, for you truly are one, unlike the Persian, who's the lowest of the low. It breaks my heart to hear you thinking about retreating right at the moment of victory. We win if the gods want us to, and we'll take not only Tyre, but Babylon too. War is full of obstacles, but the last thing you should do is try to avoid them. No, you have to attack them, always keeping your good hope in front of you like a shield. These Tyrians that are laughing at you now, I'll bring them to you, naked and in chains. If you don't believe me, fine, leave, but send me on a suicide mission first, because as long as I'm alive I won't be joining any retreats. And if you want to go on no matter what, leave me the few men who will volunteer to stay, and we two, Polycarmos and I, will fight, for we have come with a god on our side." Everyone was too amazed not to agree to Calliroe's proposition, and the king, amazed by his spirit, gave him permission to take as large a contingent of hand-picked men from the army as he wanted. Calliroe did not make his choice right away, but mingled with the men in the camp, and told Polycarmos to do the same. First he tried to find out whether there were any Greeks in the camp. When it turned out that there were many mercenaries, he selected the Spartans, Corinthians, and other Peloponnesians, and he also discovered about 20 Sicilians. When he had 300 men, he spoke to them. "Greeks, the king authorized me to pick out the best soldiers in the army. I picked you. After all, I too am a Greek. I'm a Dorian from Syracuse. We have to be better than the rest, not just by having better ancestors, but by showing greater bravery. I've gotten you together for a mission, and I don't want anyone panicking about it. We're going to find it both doable and easy, more difficult to think about than to carry out. The same number of Greeks stood up to Xerxes at Thermopylae, and there aren't 5 million Tyrians, just a few, and their strategy depends on defiance and boasting rather than on courage and good judgment. They need to find out how much better Greeks are than Phoenicians. I don't have my heart set on being commander. No, I'm ready to follow whoever wants to lead you. He'll find I can follow orders, because I'm not out for glory myself. I want it for all of us. Be our commander, they all shouted. I'm commanding willing men, he said, and you're the ones who have granted me my position. That's why I'm going to try to do everything possible to make sure you don't regret giving me your support and loyalty. For the present, with the gods' help, you will become honoured and admired as well as the wealthiest men fighting on our side. For the future, you'll get an undying name for courage. And just as all sing the praises of Orthidas and his 300, or Leonidas and his 300, so too will they proclaim the glory of Kyrios and his 300. The words were barely out of his mouth when every one of them cried out, "Lead the way," and every one of them rushed off to get his equipment. After having them dress in the very finest armour they had, Kyrios led them to the royal tent. When the Egyptian king saw them, he was startled, supposing that he was looking not at men he knew but different ones. He promised them great rewards, and then Kyrios spoke. "We'll take you on your word on that. And you need to keep the rest of the army ready to go, and don't advance against Tyre until we have it under control. Get up on the walls and call you in." "May the gods make it so," the king said. Kyrios bunched his men together as he led them to Tyre so that there would seem to be far fewer of them. It really was a matter of shield pressed against shield, helm against helm, man against man. At first, they were not even noticed by the enemy, but when they drew near, the men on the wall spotted them and pointed them out to their commanders inside the city. The idea that they could be hostile was the last thing on their minds. Who would have thought that such a small group of men was coming against the impregnable city when the entire Egyptian army had not even been bold enough to ever attack it? When Kyrios and his men got near the wall, the Tyrians asked who they were and what they wanted. Kyrios answered, "We're Greek mercenaries. We're fighting for the Egyptian king, but he not only didn't pay us our wages, he even planned to kill us. So we've come over to you. We want to work together to get back at our common enemy." One of the Tyrians reported this to those inside, and the commander opened the gates and came out with a few men. Kyrios killed him first, then laid into the others, and he smote on all sides, and an awful groan arose from the Tyrians. Each of them struck down a man, like lions falling on an unguarded herd of cattle. Wailing and lamentations filled the whole city, and though few could see what was going on, everyone was panicking, and a chaotic mob poured through the gate, wanting to get a look at what had happened. That was what most contributed to the destruction of the Tyrians, for those inside were trying to force their way out, and those outside were trying to escape back in, while being struck and stabbed by swords and spears. As they ran into each other in the confined area, they gave their killers just the opportunity they needed. It was not even possible to close the gates because of the bodies piling up between them. In that indescribable chaos, Kyrios alone kept a cool head. After he forced his opponents back and got inside the gates, he jumped up onto the walls with 9 of his men, and from the top gave the signal to call the Egyptians. Faster than it takes to tell they were there, and Tyre was taken. After the capture of Tyre, everyone was busy celebrating. Kyrios alone neither made sacrifice nor wore a garland. "What good does a victory celebration do for me if you're not here to see it, Calliroe? I'll never wear another garland, not after our wedding night. The way I see it, either you're dead, and it would be sacrilegious to wear one, or you're actually alive. But then how can I celebrate and feast without you? So that was how things stood with them. The Persian king, meanwhile, had crossed the Euphrates and was hurrying as fast as he could to engage the enemy. He had learned that Tyre was in enemy hands and was worried about Sidon and all of Syria, thinking they would be next, because he could see that his enemy was now evenly matched with him. Accordingly, he made the decision to travel not with his full retinue, but pared down to the essentials so nothing would limit his speed. He took only the core of his army, leaving those who were too old with the queen, along with the baggage, clothes, and royal treasure. And now that the whole land was filled with tumult and confusion, and war had reached the cities as far as the Euphrates, he thought it safer to keep them out of harm's way on Abydos. Abydos is an island 3.5 miles off the mainland with an ancient temple of Aphrodite on it. The woman could live there in complete security as if they were at home, but when Calliroe saw Aphrodite's statue, she went and stood in front of it. At first she wept silently, rebuking the goddess with her tears, but eventually she found her voice. "Ah, now it's Abydos, a little island instead of Big Sicily, and none of my friends or family are here. Enough, mistress. How far will you carry on your war against me? If I really offended you in the worst possible way, you have exacted vengeance on me. If you really thought my unlucky beauty deserved punishment, well, it has led to my downfall. The one misfortune I have left to experience was war, but now I have. Compared with my current surroundings, even Babylon was kinder to me. There Kyrios was near, but now he is surely dead. There is no way he would go on living after I left, but I can't ask anyone what's happened to him. All are strangers, all are barbarians, envious and hateful, and the ones who love me are worse than the ones who hate me. Mistress, reveal to me whether Kyrios is alive." The words were barely out of her mouth before she departed. Rhodigone, the daughter of Zophros, the wife of Megabyzos, both her father and her husband were noble Persians, came and offered her comfort. She had been the first of the Persian women to meet Calliroe when she entered Babylon. When the Egyptian king heard that the Persian king was nearby and ready for battle on land and sea, he called Kyrios and said, "I haven't had a chance to repay you for your first triumphs yet. I mean, putting Tyre in my hands. But I've called you here to talk about what comes next so that we don't lose the gains we already have, which I fully intend to share with you. Yes, Egypt is enough for me. Syria will be your realm. So let's think about what needs to be done. The war is coming to a head on both land and sea, and I'm giving you the choice of whether you want to command the army or the navy. I would think you'd be more at home on sea, since you Syracusans even defeated the Athenians, and today your struggle is against the Persians who were defeated by the Athenians. You have at your disposal Egyptian triremes, and they are both stronger and more numerous than Sicilian ships. You ought to imitate your father-in-law Hermocrates at sea." Kyrios answered, "Any danger is welcome to me. I will undertake this war for you and against my great enemy, the Persian king. But along with the triremes give me my 300 men. Take them and as many others as you want," he said. Immediately his words became reality, for their need was urgent. The Egyptian king went to meet the enemy with the land force while Kyrios was appointed admiral of the fleet. At first, the fact that Kyrios was not campaigning with them lowered the morale of the soldiers, for by this point they thought the world of him and expected great things from him as commander. It was as if a strong body had lost an eye, but the men of the fleet were lifted up in their hopes and filled with pride that they had the bravest and finest man as their commander. They did not make plans on a minor scale, but captains, helmsmen, sailors, and soldiers alike all busied themselves to see who could be the first to demonstrate his enthusiasm before Kyrios. That very day, battle was joined on both land and sea. The Egyptian army held out for a long time against the Medes and Persians. Then, overcome by sheer numbers, they capitulated. The Persian king was in the saddle in pursuit. The race was on, for the Egyptian king to reach safety in Pelusion and for the Persian king to catch him before he got there. Perhaps he might have made it too, if Dionysus had not performed a remarkable feat. He had exerted himself magnificently in the clash, always fighting near the king, so that the latter could see him, and had been the first to rout the men who were ranged against him. Then as the Egyptians' flight grew long, stretching to several days and nights, Dionysus saw that his king was upset about it. So he said, "Master, don't worry, I'll keep the Egyptians from escaping if you give me some hand-picked cavalry." The king commended him and granted his request. So Dionysus took 5,000 men, covered 2 days' march in one, and fell upon the Egyptians during the night by surprise, taking many of them prisoner and killing even more. The Egyptian king was still alive when they caught up to him, but he killed himself, and Dionysus delivered his head to the king. When the latter saw it, he said, "Dionysus, I am having you registered as a benefactor to my house, and now I also grant you the sweetest reward of all, the one you most of all desire, Calliroe's wife. War has rendered the verdict. You have the most beautiful prize bravery can win." Dionysus knelt in reverence and thought himself equal to the gods, convinced now that he was beyond question Calliroe's husband. That was what was happening on land. At sea, Calliroe won such a convincing victory that the enemy fleet could not rival him. The Persians neither awaited the ramming attack of the Egyptian triremes nor made any sort of stand at all. Instead, some of their ships were immediately capsized, and Calliroe captured some intact with their crews after they were driven ashore. The sea was filled with the wrecks of the Medes' ships. But the king was not aware of his navy's defeat at sea, and Calliroe likewise did not know of the Egyptians' defeat on land, each of them thinking that his side had been victorious on both elements. So, on the same day as the naval victory, Calliroe landed on Abydos, ordered his ships to encircle the island and secure it. Here there is a gap in the text. So that they could provide an explanation to their master, they gathered the eunuchs, female servants, and the less valuable slaves into the marketplace, for it was quite spacious. But there were so many of them that they ended up sleeping not just under the colonnades, but also out in the open. They took anyone of any importance into a building in the marketplace where the city government usually conducted business. The women sat on the ground around the queen, neither lighting a fire nor tasting any food. They were convinced that the king had been captured and the Persian Empire lost, and that the Egyptian king was victorious everywhere. That night both most welcome and most grievous covered Abydos. The Egyptians rejoiced to be rid of war and Persian slavery, but the Persian prisoners were expecting shackles and whips and rapes and killings, and most humane of all, slavery. Statira laid her head on Calliroe's lap and wept, and Calliroe gave the queen great comfort insomuch as she was a cultivated Greek and not unversed in troubles. Then the following happened. The Egyptian soldiers that had been entrusted with the job of guarding those in the building realized that the queen was inside. Because of the innate veneration barbarians feel towards the name of royalty, he did not dare approach her, but he stood near the door, which was closed, and said, "Take heart, mistress. Until now the admiral hasn't known that you are locked up here with the prisoners, but when he finds out, he'll treat you with kindness. He's not only brave, but also," here there is a gap in the text, "he'll make you his wife. He's naturally fond of women." When she heard this, Calliroe let out a loud wail and began to tear at her hair. "I am truly a prisoner of war now. Better kill me rather than promise me that. I will not submit to marriage. I pray for death. They can stab and burn me all they want. I won't get up from here. This spot is my tomb, and if your commander is as humane as you say, he can do me this favour. He can kill me right here." He begged her again, but she would not stand up. Instead, she covered her head, collapsed onto the ground, and lay there. This gave the Egyptians pause. since he did not dare to apply force. At the same time, he was unable to persuade her, so he turned around and went to Calliroe looking glum. When Calliroe saw the Egyptian, he said, "Was it just someone trying to steal the best part of the plunder? Well, they won't get away with it." The Egyptian said, "There hasn't been any trouble. No, it's just that I was ordered to get the woman I found onto a ship, but she doesn't want to come. She's thrown herself on the floor, and she's asking for a sword and wants to die." Calliroe laughed at that and replied, "Not exactly the world's smoothest character, are you? Don't you know that a woman falls for appeals, compliments, and promises, and that she's particularly susceptible when she thinks a man's in love with her? You probably tried physical force and insults." "No, master," the Egyptian replied. "I've tried everything you said, twice over, in fact, since I lied and told her you would marry her." That's really got her angry. Calliroe said, "Obviously, I have great charm and appeal if she rejects and despises me before she's even seen me. But the woman's spirit seems quite impressive, so no one is to force her to do anything. Leave her to live as she chooses to. After all, if anyone should honour chastity, it's me. Perhaps she's even mourning her husband." Book 8. How Calliroe supposed that Calliroe had been awarded to Dionysus and wanted to take revenge on the king, and had gone over to the Egyptian king. How he was appointed admiral and was victorious at sea, and how after his victory he took control of Abydos, where the king had put his wife and his whole retinue for safekeeping, along with Calliroe. These things have been described in the preceding narrative. Fortune was preparing to do something not only unbelievable, but also grim. Calliroe was not going to realise that he had Calliroe and was about to take the wives of other men and carry them off on his triremes, leaving behind on the island only his own wife, not sleeping like Ariadne, nor to be married by the god Dionysus, but as plunder for his own enemies. But Aphrodite thought this went too far. By this point she had softened her views on Calliroe. Earlier she had been bitterly angry because of his inappropriate jealousy. Although he had received from her the most beautiful gift, such as not even Paris Alexander had received, he had responded to her favour with outrageous behaviour. But now that Calliroe had amply defended himself to Eros by wandering amidst countless sufferings from west to east, Aphrodite took pity on him. And since she had originally been the one to make a couple of the two most beautiful people, she wanted to restore them to each other now that she had hounded them across land and sea. I think that this last book will prove the sweetest to my readers, for it will provide catharsis for the depressing occurrences in the earlier books. No more piracy or slavery, no more courtrooms or battlefields, no more suicide, war or conquest, just true love and lawful marriage. So I will tell how the goddess brought the truth to light and revealed them to each other when they were unaware. It was evening, and a lot of the spoils still remained to be loaded, so Calliroe wearily got up to make the arrangements for the voyage. When he got to the marketplace, the Egyptians said to him, "In there's where the woman is, sir. The one who wasn't willing to come but is starving herself. Maybe you'll be able to convince her to get up. After all, why should you leave behind the most beautiful part of the spoils?" Polycarmos too was in favour of his suggestion, since he wanted, if it was somehow possible, to get Calliroe to fall in love again to help him get over Calliroe. "Calliroe, let's go in," he said. When Calliroe stepped across the threshold and saw her lying there with her head covered, his soul was immediately unsettled by the way she breathed and held herself, and he was filled with suspense. He certainly would have recognised her if he had not been so certain that Dionysus had recovered Calliroe. He quietly approached her and said, "Take heart, my lady, whoever you are. We will not force you to do anything, and you will have the husband you want." The words were barely out of his mouth when Calliroe recognised his voice. She unveiled herself and both called out at the same time, "Kyrios, Calliroe." They fell into each other's arms, then lost consciousness and collapsed. Polycarmos, too, was at first speechless at the incredible turn of events, but after a while he said, "Get up, you've recovered each other. The gods have fulfilled the prayers of both of you, but remember that you're not back at home. You're in enemy territory, and you need to take care of the situation first, so no one can ever separate you again." As he shouted this, they heard him like people drowning in a deep well who can barely hear a voice from above. They slowly came to their senses. Then, after looking at each other and kissing, they fainted again, and did this a second and third time. They said the same thing. "I have you, if you really are Calliroe, if you really are Kyrios." Report spread that the admiral had found his wife. Not a soldier remained in his tent, nor a sailor on his trireme, nor a watchman in his house. From all directions they gathered, saying, "What a lucky woman! She's got the best-looking husband." But when Calliroe appeared, no one said anything else in praise of Kyrios. All of them turned their eyes towards her as if she was the only one there. Proudly, she made her way through the crowd, Kyrios and Polycarmos on either side as her honour guard. The men of the army tossed flowers and garlands at them, and wine and perfume were poured in their path. The sweetest parts of war and peace were combined, a victory celebration and a wedding. Kyrios had been regularly sleeping on a trireme and working hard day and night, but after this he turned everything over to Polycarmos and, without even waiting for night, went to the royal bedchamber. In every city there is a special room set aside for the great king. There was a gilded bed there, with sheets of Babylonian cloth dyed with Tyrian purple. Who could describe that night? How full of stories it was, how full of tears, but also kisses. Calliroe began her tale first, telling how she revived in the tomb, how she was taken out by Phryon, how she sailed, how she was sold. Kyrios wept as he heard all of this, but when she got to Miletos in her story, Calliroe fell silent in shame. Kyrios started to slip back into his natural jealousy, but she calmed him down with the news of their son. Without waiting to hear it all, he asked, "Tell me how you came to be on Abydos. Where did you leave Dionysus? And what happened between you and the king?" First off, she swore that she had not seen Dionysus since the trial, and that while the king had been in love with her, she had had nothing to do with him, not so much as a kiss. "Then it was wrong and hot-headed of me," Kyrios said, "to do such awful things to him, when he wasn't harming you at all. You see, when I lost you, I felt my only option was to go over to the other side. But I haven't disgraced you. I have filled land and sea with victories." He told her about everything in detail, proud of his victories, and when they had enough tears and tales, falling into each other's arms, gladly they turned the right of their old bed. During the night, an Egyptian of some importance arrived at the island, disembarked from his ship, and urgently asked where Kyrios was. He was taken to Polycarmos, but said his message was top secret, for Kyrios' ears alone, and that the matter he had come about was extremely urgent. Polycarmos prevented him from going in to see Kyrios for a long time. He did not want to bother him at such a bad time, but when the man kept pressing, Polycarmos cracked open the door to the bedroom and let Kyrios know about how insistent the man was. Like a good general, Kyrios said, "Tell him to come in. War brooks no delay." The Egyptian was brought in, and since it was still dark, he stood near the bed. "You need to know that the Persian king has destroyed our Egyptian king. He has sent part of his army to Egypt to get the situation there under control. All the rest of his forces he's leading here, and he'll be here any minute. He knows that Arados has been captured. He's worried about all the wealth he left behind here, but he's really in agony about his wife, Statira. Kyrios leapt up when he heard this, but Calliroe held him back. You haven't even thought about what we're facing, so where are you hurrying off to? If you publicly announce this, you'll cause a great war for yourself as soon as everyone finds out and discipline breaks down. If we fall into the king's hands again, it will be worse for us than it was the first time. He came around quickly to her advice and left the bedroom with a plan in mind. Grabbing the Egyptian by the hand, he called the whole army together and spoke. Men, we are victorious over the Persian king's land forces. This man has brought us the good news, along with a letter from the king of Egypt. We are to set sail as quickly as possible where he orders us to go. All of you need to pack up and get on board. After he said this, the trumpeters sounded the call for withdrawal to the ships. They had loaded the plunder and prisoners the day before, and nothing was left on the island except what was too heavy or too little value. They untied the mooring cables and weighed anchor, and the harbour was filled with noise and commotion, everyone busy with something. Kyrios went from ship to ship and passed along a secret order for the ship captains to put in at Cyprus. He pretended that they needed to capture the island by surprise, while it was still undefended. Sailing with a favourable wind, the next day they landed at Paphos, where there is a temple of Aphrodite. After they dropped anchor, but before anyone left the ship, Kyrios sent his heralds to offer a formal peace with the inhabitants. When they had accepted this, he had his entire force disembark and honoured Aphrodite with dedicatory offerings. Many animals were collected as sacrifices, and he threw a feast for the army. While he was considering what to do next, the priests announced that the sacrificial omens had been auspicious. Taking courage from that, he called the ship captains and his 300 Greeks, as well as all the Egyptians he could see were favourable to him. He spoke as follows. Comrades and friends, you've been my partners in great successes, and I find peace is finest and war safest in your company. We know firsthand that by sticking together, we were victorious at sea. We are faced with a life-or-death situation and need to determine how to ensure our future safety. I have to tell you that the Egyptian king has been killed in battle, and the Persian king is everywhere master on land. We've been cut off, surrounded by the enemy. So does anyone recommend we go to the king and just throw ourselves into his hands? They immediately shouted that was the last thing that they should do. So where do we go? Everywhere is hostile to us, and it's not even a good idea for us to put our faith in the sea anymore, now that the land is in enemy hands. I mean, we can't fly away. That was met with silence until a Spartan, a kinsman of Brasidas, who had been exiled from Sparta under severe pressure, was the first to get up the courage to speak. Why are we looking for a place where we can escape from the king? We've got sea and ships. Both can take us to Sicily and Syracuse, where we wouldn't have to fear the Persians, or the Athenians for that matter. Everyone applauded his speech, but Kyrios pretended to be the only one not to agree, using as his excuse the length of the voyage. Really, though, he was testing to see whether they were sure about the decision. When they kept pressing urgently for it, and were ready to sail right then, he said, Well, Greeks, you've got a good plan, and I thank you both for your support and loyalty. With the gods' help, I'll make sure you don't regret it. But there are a lot of Egyptians here, and it's not a good idea to force them to come along if they don't want to. Most of them have wives and children, and they wouldn't be happy to be separated from them. So I want you to spread out through the army and quickly ask each of them, so we only take with us the ones who want to go." While his orders were being carried out, Calliroe took Cheireus by the hand, led him off by himself and asked, "What's your plan, Cheireus? Are you going to take Statira and the beautiful Rhodigone to Syracuse?" Cheireus turned bright red and said, "I'm not taking them for me. I'm taking them as servants for you." Calliroe exclaimed, "I hope the gods won't drive me so out of my wits that I'd have the Queen of Asia as my slave, especially not when she was my host. If you want to do something nice for me, send her to the king. After all, she kept me safe for you, as if she had taken in her brother's wife." "There's nothing I wouldn't do if you wanted me to," answered Cheireus. "You're the mistress of Statira, and of all the plunder, and above all, of my soul." Calliroe happily kissed him, and immediately he ordered his aide to take her to Statira. The queen happened to be with the noblest of the Persian women, in the hold of a ship, having absolutely no idea what had happened, not even that Calliroe had gotten Cheireus back. There was a heavy guard around her, and no one was allowed to approach her, or see her, or tell her anything of what was being done. When Calliroe arrived at the ship with the captain escorting her, there was an immediate panic and tumult as everyone ran around. Then someone whispered to someone else, "The Admiral's wife is here." Statira gave a deep heavy sigh and tearfully said, "Fortune, you have saved me for this day, so that I, the Queen, might look upon a mistress. Maybe she's come to see what her new slave is like." At that she started up a lament, and knew at that moment what captivity is like for people of noble birth. But the god caused a rapid reversal, for Calliroe rushed in and embraced Statira. "Be glad, my queen. Yes, you are still a queen, and will always remain so. You have not fallen into enemy hands, but into those of your dear friend, the woman you helped. My Cheireus is the admiral. Anger at the king for how long it was taking to get me back made him the Egyptian admiral. But he's finished with that, and has become reconciled to you. He is no longer your enemy. Come now, my dear friend, get up and depart happily. You two must get your husband back. Yes, the king is alive, and Cheireus is sending you to him. Rhodigone, you get up too. My first friend among the Persian women. Go to your husband. The same goes for as many of the other women as the queen wishes. And remember Calliroe." Statira was stunned when she heard these words, able neither to believe nor disbelieve them, but Calliroe's demeanour was such that she did not seem to be playing a cruel joke amidst great misfortunes, and the urgent situation was forcing them to do everything quickly. Now, there was among the Egyptians a man named Demetrius, a philosopher and a friend of the king. He was advanced in years, and the most educated and virtuous of all the Egyptians. Cheireus summoned him and said, "Although I wanted to take you with me, I'm instead making you my representative in a serious matter. I'm sending the queen to the great king, and I want you to take her. This will be the greater honour in his eyes, and soften his attitude towards the others." With that, he appointed Demetrios commander of the ships that were going back. For though everyone wanted to go with Cheireus and preferred him to their homelands and children, he chose only the 20 finest and largest triremes to accompany him, since he was going to be crossing the Ionian Sea. Onto these he loaded all the Greeks that were there, and as many Egyptians and Phoenicians as he knew to be ready for action. Many of the men of Cyprus also embarked as volunteers. Everyone else he sent home, distributing shares of the plunder to them, so they would return happily to their families as more notable men than they had left. No one who asked for something from Calliroe failed to get it. Calliroe took all the pieces of the royal wardrobe to Statira, but she refused to accept them. "Adorn yourself with them," Statira said. "Royal clothing suits a figure like yours. You should have them so that you can give gifts to your mother and make dedications to your city's gods. Besides, I left more than this back in Babylon, and may the gods grant you a fair voyage and safety, and that you might never be separated from Calliroe again. You've treated me justly in every way. You've displayed an excellent character, one that matches your beauty. The king put into my care a lovely charge." Who could describe that day? So many things happened, and they offered such strong contrasts. People making vows and saying goodbyes, rejoicing and grieving, giving each other orders, writing to the folks at home. Calliroe too wrote the following letter to the king. "You were going to decide the outcome of the trial, but now I've won before the fairest judge of all. War is the best arbiter of who is stronger and who is weaker. It has not only restored my wife to me, but has also given me yours as well. But I have not imitated your foot-dragging. No, I am returning your wife to you quickly without your even asking for her. She is safe and sound and has remained a queen even in captivity. But I want you to know that it is not me sending you this gift, but Calliroe. We ask a favour in return. Reconcile with the Egyptians. It is, as you know, fitting for the king to show greater mercy than anyone else. Besides, you'll get soldiers who love you, for they've chosen to remain in your service rather than accompany me as my friends." That was Calliroe's letter. Calliroe decided that she owed it to Dionysus to write as well, and that this was the right thing to do. This was the only thing she did without Calliroe around. Aware of his innate jealousy, she went out of her way to keep it a secret. Taking a small tablet, she wrote, "Greetings from Calliroe to Dionysus, her benefactor. Benefactor because you saved me from pirates and slavery. Please, I beg you, don't be angry. I am with you in spirit through the son we have in common. I entrust him to you to raise and educate in a way worthy of us. Do not let him experience a stepmother. You have not only a son, but also a daughter. 2 children are enough for you. Marry them to each other when he grows up, and send him to Syracuse, so that he can see his grandfather too. Greetings to you too, Plancon. I have written this to you with my own hand. Farewell, good Dionysus. Remember your Calliroe." After sealing the letter, she slipped it into the folds of her dress. When it was at last time for everyone to get aboard their triremes and set sail, she gave her hand to Statira and took her onto her ship. Demetrios had set up the royal canopy on the ship, curtaining it off with purple Babylonian fabrics embroidered with gold. As she was getting the queen settled on her couch with a great deal of fuss, Calliroe spoke to her. "Farewell, Statira. Think of me and write to me often in Syracuse. Nothing is hard for the king. I'll let my parents know how grateful I am to you, and I'll let the gods of the Greeks know as well. I trust you to take care of my son, since you liked seeing him. Think of him as a replacement ward in my place." As she said this, her eyes filled with tears and set the woman to weeping. As she was about to leave the ship, Calliroe leaned a little closer to Statira and, with a blush, handed her the letter. "Give this to poor Dionysus. I'm trusting you and the king to take care of him. Console him. I'm afraid that he will kill himself now that he has been separated from me." The woman would have gone on talking and crying and kissing each other if the ship pilots had not given the order for departure. Right before getting on board her trireme, Calliroe knelt in reverence to Aphrodite. "I thank you, mistress, for what is happening now. At last, you have given up your anger towards me. Grant that I also get to see Syracuse. The ocean between here and there is large, and fearsome seas await me, but I'm not afraid so long as you sail besides me." Not a single one of the Egyptians got on board Demetrios' ship until they had said goodbye to Chaereas first. They kissed his head and hands, so strong was the emotion he inspired in them all. He let the other fleet sail first, so that they could hear hurrahs mixed with prayers until they were far out to sea. While they were sailing, the great king, who had defeated his enemies on land, was sending a man to Egypt to get the situation there safely under control. Meanwhile, he himself hurried to his wife on Abydos. When he reached Tyre on the coast and was in the midst of offering victory sacrifices to Hercules, a messenger came with the news, "Abydos has been plundered, there's nothing left. The Egyptian ships are carrying off everything on the island." The news brought great sorrow to the king, since the queen had been lost. All the noblest of the Persians grieved, outwardly for Statira, but each for his own sorrows. This one for his wife, another for his sister, that one for his daughter, all for someone, each for his own. The enemy had sailed off, and they had no idea over what region of the sea. The next day, the Egyptian ships were spotted as they sailed into Tyre. It was unclear what the real situation was, but the king's men were amazed to see them. They were even more baffled by the royal standard that was flying from Demetrios' ship, since this is usually flown only when the king is a passenger. This confused them, since they supposed that the ships were those of the enemy. Immediately, they ran and reported to Artaxerxes. "Perhaps we're about to find out that someone else is the new king of the Egyptians." The king bolted up from his throne, hurried to the sea, and gave the watchword for commencing battle. Of course he had no triremes, but he positioned his entire army around the harbour, ready for battle. Just as some were drawing their bows or getting ready to hurl their spears, Demetrios realised what was happening and reported it to the queen. Statira emerged from the canopy and showed herself. Immediately the soldiers cast aside their weapons and knelt in reverence. The king could not restrain himself, but he was the first to jump aboard the ship before it had even landed. He embraced his wife and wept tears of joy. "What god has returned you to me, beloved wife? Both parts are unbelievable, that the queen was lost and then once lost that she was found. How is it that I left you on land and get you back from the sea?" Statira replied, "You have me as a gift from Calliroe." Upon hearing her name, the king received a fresh wound, as it were, on top of the old one. He looked at Artaxerxes, the eunuch, and said, "Take me to Calliroe, so that I can thank her." "You'll hear all about it from me," said Statira, as they made their way from the harbour to the palace. When they got there, she commanded everyone to withdraw except for the eunuch, who she asked to remain. She explained what had happened on Abydos and on Cyprus, then finally gave the king Chaereas' letter. He read it and was filled with countless emotions: anger because of the capture of his most prized possessions, regret for having forced Chaereas to go over to the other side, then gratitude in turn because, here there is a gap in the text, he would not be able to see Calliroe again. Above all, he was gripped by jealousy. Chaereas is blessed and more fortunate than I. When they were done relating their news, Statira said, "Comfort Dionysus, my king. Calliroe asks you to do so." Turning to the eunuch, the king said, "Have Dionysus come here." He arrived quickly, eager with anticipation. He knew nothing of what Chaereas had been up to, and thought that Calliroe had come with the rest of the women, and that the king was summoning him to give him back his wife as a reward for his bravery. But when he came in, the king explained to him everything that had happened from the beginning. At that critical moment, Dionysus really showed his dignity and exceptional refinement. Like someone unfazed by a lightning strike right in front of him, he listened to words more potent than a thunderbolt. Calliroe was taking Calliroe back to Syracuse. Despite this, he remained composed and did not think it safe to express his grief when the queen had been saved. Artaxerxes said, "I would have given Calliroe to you if I could have, Dionysus, since you have shown nothing but support and loyalty to me. But since this is impossible, I am making you governor of all of Ionia, and you will be appointed first benefactor to the royal house." Dionysus knelt in reverence and expressed his gratitude, in a hurry to leave and give himself the opportunity to cry. As he went out, Statira discreetly passed him the letter. He went home and locked himself in his room. Recognizing Calliroe's handwriting, the first thing he did was kiss the letter. Then, after opening it, he clutched it to his chest as if it was Calliroe herself. For a long while he held it there, unable to read it because of his tears. When at last he had cried himself out, he started to read the letter. First he kissed the name Calliroe, and when he came to the word Dionysus, my benefactor, he said, "Alas, no longer her husband. You were my benefactor, Calliroe. What did I ever do to deserve you?" He took pleasure from the apologetic part of the letter, and he read these words over and over, for it suggested that she had left him unwillingly. So vain a thing is love, and so easy it persuades one that it is requited. Then he saw his son and spoke to him, rocking him in his arms. "My child, one day you too will sail away to go to your mother. Yes, she herself has commanded it, and I'll live all alone, with no one to blame but myself. A singular jealousy has been my undoing. And you, Babylon." With these words he began preparations for an immediate return to Ionia, finding great solace in the thought of a long journey, of ruling many cities, and of the images of Calliroe in Miletus. That was the situation in Asia. Calliroe meanwhile made the voyage to Sicily successfully. Despite his great fear that a hostile god would attack him, a wind had been at his back the whole way, and with large ships he could cross the open sea. When Syracuse came into view, he ordered the captains to adorn the triremes, and, since the weather was calm enough to do so, to sail in close formation. When the people in the city spotted them, someone said, "Ships are sailing in. Where are they from?" "No way they're Athenian, are they? Come on, let's report this to Hermocrates." They relayed the information to Hermocrates quickly. "General, you must decide what you'll do. Should we close the harbours or put our own ships out to sea? We don't know if there's a larger fleet behind this one. Maybe the ships we can see are just an advance force." Hermocrates rushed from the marketplace to the sea and sent out a boat to meet them. His messenger, when he got close, asked who they were. Calliroe ordered one of the Egyptians to answer, "We are merchants sailing from Egypt. We carry cargo that will gladden the hearts of the Syracusans." "Well, don't sail in all at once until we can determine whether you're telling the truth. I don't see any cargo ships, just long triremes that look like they've seen battle. So one ship can sail in. The rest will have to wait outside the harbour without dropping anchor. That's what we'll do." Calliroe's trireme entered the harbour first, with a canopy on deck completely covered with Babylonian curtains. By the time it docked, the whole waterfront was full of people. By nature, a crowd is a curious thing anyway, and on that occasion they had more reason than usual to congregate. They gawked at the tent and supposed there was some rich cargo inside, not people. Everyone made a different prediction about what it was, guessing everything except the truth. After all, it was unbelievable, convinced as they were that Calliroe was dead, to think that he could be returning alive amidst such splendour. Calliroe's parents, in fact, did not even come out of their house. Hermocrates had official duties to perform, but he was grieving, so while he was present, he stayed in the background. So everyone strained their eyes in perplexity. The curtains were suddenly drawn aside. There was Calliroe, reclining on a couch of beaten gold, dressed in Tyrian purple, and Kyrios sitting beside her in a general's uniform. A thunderclap has never so astonished the ears, nor lightening the eyes of those who saw it. A man finding a treasure of gold has never shouted as loud as the crowd did then, when without any warning they saw a sight more beautiful than words can describe. Hermocrates leapt up to the canopy and embraced his daughter. "You're alive, child. Or am I wrong about this too?" "I'm alive, father. Truly I'm alive, now that I see you're alive." Tears of joy were shed by all, and while this was happening, Polycarmos approached with the rest of the triremes. He had the rest of the fleet from Cyprus entrusted to him because Kyrios wasn't able to spare even a moment for anything except Calliroe alone. The harbour was soon full, looking just like it had after the naval battle against Athens, for these triremes too were sailing in from war covered in garlands under the command of a Syracusan. The voices of the men at sea as they saluted the men on shore mingled with the voices of the men on shore, who returned the salute of the men at sea. Hurrahs and praises and prayers came thick and fast from each group to the other. Then Kyrios' father arrived too. He was carried in because he was in a faint from his unbelievable joy. Kyrios' fellow Ephebes and his friends from the gymnasium jostled each other in their desire to welcome him, and the women did the same about Calliroe. They thought that she had grown so much more beautiful that you might truly have said that in looking upon her you were seeing Aphrodite rising from the sea. Kyrios went up to Hermocrates and his father and said, "Receive the wealth of the great king." Immediately he gave orders for a vast amount of gold and silver to be brought out. Then he displayed to the Syracusans ivory, amber, and cloves, all kinds of raw materials and splendid art, and a couch and table belonging to the great king. The result was that the whole city was filled not as it was before with Athenian poverty after the Sicilian War, but, strangest thing in the world, with Persian plunder in peacetime. With one voice the crowd shouted, "Let's go to the assembly." They were eager to see and hear them. Faster than it takes to tell, the theatres were filled with men and women both. When Kyrios came in unaccompanied, all of them, men and women alike, shouted, "Call Calliroe in." Hermocrates indulged the people in this too, and brought in his daughter. The first thing the people did was to raise their eyes to heaven and praise the gods, feeling greater gratitude for this day than they had for the day of the victory celebration. Then they applauded, sometimes in separate groups, the men cheering Kyrios and the women Calliroe, sometimes all together, cheering them both. Kyrios and Calliroe enjoyed the latter more. They led Calliroe out of the theatre as soon as she had a chance to greet her country, since she was fresh from her voyage and ordeal. Kyrios, on the other hand, the crowd held back because they wanted to hear the whole story of his time away from home. He began at the end because he did not want to distress people with the earlier depressing parts. The people, however, were insistent. "We beg you to begin at the beginning. Tell us everything, leaving nothing out." Kyrios was reluctant, since he was ashamed that much had turned out contrary to his wishes, but Hermocrates assured him, "Don't be ashamed at all, son. Even if you're going to tell us things that are painful or bitter, the outcome has turned out brilliantly, and that overshadows everything that came before. What remains unspoken creates worse suspicion because of the silence itself. You are speaking to your country and parents. Their love for you both is perfectly equal. Now, the first part of your story the people already know. After all, they're the ones who joined you in marriage. How you unduly succumbed to false jealousy because of the plot of your rival suitors and struck your wife, we all know. And we know that she received a lavish burial when she appeared dead. and that you condemned yourself when brought up on a charge of murder because you wanted to die with your wife. But the people acquitted you because they recognized that it was an accident. What comes next? That Freon the tomb robber tunneled into the tomb and found Calliroe alive and loaded her onto his pirate ship with the grave goods and sold her in Ionia, and that you set out in search of your wife but did not find her, but encountered the pirate ship at sea and found all the other pirates dead from thirst, but brought Freon, who was the only one still alive, into the assembly, and that he was tortured and crucified, and that the city sent a trireme and ambassadors to get Calliroe, and that your friend Polycarmos of his own free will set sail with you. We know all that. Tell us what happened since your departure from Syracuse. Picking up from there, Kyrios told his story. We sailed safely across the Ionian Sea and arrived at an estate belonging to a Milesian named Dionysus, the richest, noblest, most illustrious man in Ionia. He bought Calliroe from Freon for a talent. Fear not, she didn't become a slave. No, he immediately put the woman he had just purchased in the position of mistress of his house. No, he immediately put the woman he had just purchased in the position of mistress of his house. He couldn't bring himself to force himself upon her because she was of high birth and he loved her, but he couldn't stand the thought of sending her back to Syracuse when he was in love with her. But after Calliroe realized she was pregnant with my son, she wanted to save our fellow citizen, and the only way to do so was to marry Dionysus and trick him about the conception of the child so that it would look like he was Dionysus's, and he would raise it as it deserved. Yes, men of Syracuse, one of your fellow citizens is being raised in affluence in Miletus by a nobleman. I mean it. His lineage is noble and Greek. Let us not begrudge him his great inheritance. I learned of these things only later. Right then I had landed on the estate. I had only seen a statue of Calliroe in a temple, and I had high hopes, but at night some Phrygian bandits raided the coast. They burned our triremes and slaughtered most of us, but they tied up Polycarmos and me and sold us in Caria. The crowd broke out in lamentation upon hearing this, but Kyrios said, "Please allow me to pass over what happened next. It's even more depressing than the first part." The people shouted, "Tell us everything." He went on, "The man who bought us, a slave of Mithridates, the general of Caria, ordered us to work the fields in shackles. After some members of our chain gang killed the guard, Mithridates gave orders for us all to be crucified. I was taken off for execution, but when Polycarmos was about to be tortured, he said my name out loud, and Mithridates recognized it. He had been a guest of Dionysus in Miletus and was present at Kyrios' funeral. You see, Calliroe had heard what happened with the trireme and the bandits, and thought I was dead, so she had a splendid tomb built for me. Right away, Mithridates ordered me to be taken down from the cross. It was almost over for me by then, and made me one of his closest friends. He was eager to return Calliroe to me and made me write a letter to her. Through the carelessness of his servant, Dionysus of all people got hold of the letter. He couldn't believe I was still alive, and he thought that Mithridates was plotting to take his wife from him, and he immediately sent a message to the king accusing Mithridates of adultery. The king agreed to hear the case and summoned everyone to his court. That's how we ended up travelling inland to Babylon. Dionysus took Calliroe and made her the object of admiration and wonder throughout all of Asia, while Mithridates brought me along. When we got there, we participated in a grand trial before the king. Mithridates was immediately acquitted, but the king promised to hold a hearing to decide whose wife Calliroe was, Dionysus or mine. For the time being, she was entrusted to the care of Statira, the queen. Men of Syracuse, how often do you think I wanted to die being kept from my wife? But Polycarmos saved me, my one true friend in everything. The king, you see, failed to hold the hearing because he was burning with love for Calliroe, but he neither seduced her nor violated her. For Egypt, by happy coincidence, revolted and began a major war, the cause of my great blessings. The queen took Calliroe with her, but I listened to a false report from someone who said that she had been handed over to Dionysus. Wanting to avenge myself on the king, I went over to the side of the Egyptian king and accomplished some mighty deeds. When Tyre could not be taken, I captured it myself, and after being made admiral, I defeated the great king at sea and became master of Arados. That's where the king had put his queen for safekeeping, along with the wealth, which you've seen. I could have made the Egyptian king master of all of Asia if he hadn't been killed fighting when I wasn't with him. In the end, I made the great king your friend by bestowing upon him his wife and sending to the noblest of Persians their mothers, sisters, wives, and daughters. I myself have brought the noblest Greeks here, as well as those Egyptians who wanted to come. Another fleet will come from Ionia, one of yours, and the grandson of Hermocrates will lead it. Prayers from all followed closely on these words. Chaereas cut off the yelling and carried on speaking. Calliroe and I proclaim before you our gratitude to my friend Polycarmos. He displayed support and absolute loyalty to us. If you all approve, let's give him my sister as his wife. He'll get a portion of the plunder as his dowry. The people shouted in approval. The people expressed their thanks to you, Polycarmos. You're a brave man and a loyal friend. You have benefited your country. You are worthy of Hermocrates and Chaereas. After this, Chaereas resumed. And these 300, Greeks all, my brave band, I beg you grant them citizenship. The people called out. They deserve to be our fellow citizens. Let's take a vote on it. A decree to that effect was enacted, and the men took their seats and joined the assembly. Chaereas granted each of them a talent, and Hermocrates apportioned land to the Egyptians so that they could have farms. While the citizens were in the theatre, Calliroe went to the temple of Aphrodite before going home. She took hold of the goddess's feet and lowered her face to them, her hair hanging loose. Kissing the statue's feet, she said, "Thank you, Aphrodite, for showing me Chaereas in Syracuse again, the place where by your will I saw him as a maiden. I do not blame you, mistress, for the things I have suffered. That was my fate, but I beg you do not separate me from Chaereas ever again. Grant us a happy life and a death together. So much I have written about Calliroe."